Hello, hi DQ, hi Tony, hello everybody. Hi, happy Friday. Folks, if you are just tuning in and you had voted for Donald Trump, you're going to want to join the guest request, but if you voted for Kamala Harris, please do hit the like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. We are going to get started in just a moment, okay? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Everybody doing okay? Again, folks, if you did vote for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you voted for Kamala Harris, please do hit the like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. We're already at 3,000. That was very quick. We are going to get started in just a moment, so we're just kind of sitting tight for a minute, okay? You did a presentation. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Eating dinner. Yeah, it's about dinner time on the East Coast. Y'all just getting out of work, too. So again, folks, if you did vote for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you voted for Kamala Harris, hit the like button, hit the share button. We are just jumping into this. We started like a minute ago. So help us boost this out on the on the algorithm by hitting the like button and the share button. Again, we are going to get started in just a moment. Voted for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Hello, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Ew. Why?
I mean, it doesn't matter who we vote for, right? We all want the same thing, right?
It literally does. No, we don't want the same thing. You
all
want to
want the
strip
same
away the
thing?
rights of women. I want to
We all
protect the
don't
rights
want
of
the same
women.
thing. We all
Calm
want
down.
different things.
Calm down. Calm
I'm
down.
good.
Calm
Good.
down. You just stepped in. You're already so distraught. Calm
Energy
down.
drinks. I had
Okay,
energy
well,
drinks.
maybe try some water. So tell me again, why did you vote for Donald Trump?
No reason in particular.
Why are you over there moaning? What is going on? Are you good?
Yeah.
So do you have any reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
No, because none of them affect
No.
my life. So, I mean, I work.
How does it not affect your life? What's your
Well,
background?
I work.
Do you have a sister, a mother,
I do have a
wife?
sister, yeah.
Okay.
I have a
So
wife,
then
yeah.
them losing their right to choose would impact you, but apparently you don't have those morals and values, so I guess not. Do you care that your sister, your mother, your wife, they have less rights today than they did just a decade ago?
No, because the rights are all the same. I mean, I go.
No, they're not, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, what do you do in your life that's so effective? Like, all you do is work. So me and my wife work, right? We make money, and we buy the stuff we want.
I'm sorry. So
job-
you came up here to effectively say that you voted for Donald Trump solely because you voted for Donald Trump. You just wanted to.
Well, yeah, I mean,
You
the
had no
presidents are
reason
going
to
to do
vote
what they're
for
going to do
him.
with the country
You
regardless.
had no
but-
reason to vote for him, but you felt complied to come up onto this live stream and say that. That's embarrassing, right? I have actual secondhand embarrassment for you. So I guess follow-up question here then, why vote? Right?
Yeah, why? They're going to do whatever they want.
So
'Cause
all
the only
that you
thing
did was
matters
vote for
is
Donald
you get
Trump.
money,
Excuse
you
you.
get
You're not
gift
getting money
credits
from
for-
Donald Trump, but you're not
I
getting
don't
money
need
from
money
Donald
from
Trump.
him. I
Okay,
make
but you just
80K
said
a
that
year.
all that matters is that you're getting money from Donald Trump. You're not getting money from
No,
him.
no,
You're
no,
not
I
part
don't-
of his economic package, right?
No, I don't need money from him. I have my own job.
So
and my wife
help
has
me
her own job.
understand. You voted for Donald Trump, recognizing that if you ever hope to collect Social Security under his plan, you won't be able
No.
to.
If
Okay, then you
fail
also
that
voted away
bad
the
in your
rights and
life,
freedoms
you have to
of.
worry about
if you
$1,000 Social
voted-
Security check, then you messed up your life. You should
No.
only
Do
worry
you know
about
what
your
Social
life.
Security's for?
Nothing. I don't know. Nothing.
What is it for?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
Poor
people pay into that for decades so that they can have an easy retirement.
I'm white.
Donald Trump's
Nice.
plan is to steal from that pot so that he could refunnel it into reallocations within our government, but he's stealing from those who paid in to Social Security. So they lose that dependency. Now, help me better understand this as well. You're saying that your wife, you said you have a wife? Mm-hmm. I'm shocked somebody married you. You're saying that her losing her right to choose,
Choose what?
that doesn't affect you? How does that not affect you?
What are we choosing? The only thing
You're
Americans
choosing
need
nothing.
to do is
And
work
neither
and
is she
enjoy their
because you
life.
just stripped away her right.
We're
Right?
here for a short time, not a long time. You go enjoy it. You make your money. You go have your fun. The
When
government's
the
going to
wall
keep
goes up,
growing
what side are you
whatever.
on? When the wall goes up, which side are you going to be on?
The wall. Here's the thing: we need immigrants because Americans are lazy.
Oh. So you want? So hold on. So you were
mow
voting for something
my
then, but
lawn.
yet
They
you
mow my
actually
neighbor's
voted
lawn.
against
They clean the
immigrants.
restaurants. Okay. Tell me, American person, right now. all
What's
the
your
people in your chat.
background?
Who's gonna come mow my
What
yard?
is your
I'm white.
background?
I'm just white. What do you mean?
What's your background?
What
What is your
about me?
background?
What does that mean?
Or are you Italian? What are you?
I don't know. A nationalist, just white boy. My mom's white, my dad's white, just basic white people.
All right, listen, I'm cool talking to somebody who's ignorant, but like this is a little bit much, right? Why'd you come up here if you know nothing? I mean, honestly, look, you said you voted for Trump. Watch this. Ready? Watch this. Can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump has ever passed?
No, because it doesn't.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Can you tell me one policy he's ever passed in relation to the border?
No, because it doesn't affect anything. The immigrants are fine.
This is insane.
People don't want the immigrants, but they do 90% of the labor that lazy Americans don't do.
So hold on. Right. You're saying that you want immigrants here to do the labor that Americans don't want to do, but you voted for the candidate that doesn't support that. For example, Donald Trump. No. For example, Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis, a MAGA Republican, signed SB 1718, which was mass deportation. That deported 40% of the agricultural workforce, and he has had a $13 billion drop in his annual GDP. Okay, that is something that Donald Trump is looking to. Thank you for the gem gun. That is something that Donald Trump is looking to implement nationally, which is going to lead to $300 to $450 billion dropping in our annual GDP, and 40% of those in agriculture being deported. Can you explain to me
what that affects for your life?
No, that is. I'm telling you that you just said you would not support that. You just said that you support immigrants being here to work, and I just told you, well, then you're stupid. You just voted for the guy Donald Trump, who actually.
Here's the thing. If I voted for him or not,
pay attention to what I said. Pay attention to what I said. Pay attention to what I said. Did you understand what I said? You said that you believe immigrants should be here to do the labor that you do not want to do. And I said, okay, technically that's accurate, right? Because immigrants are here to do the labor that Americans don't want to do, like that in agriculture, which is why 40% of farmers are undocumented migrants. But your party deported that 40% of migrants, and you said you don't support that. This is the only actual policy you spoke on, and it should have led you to vote for Kamala.
No, but it doesn't matter who's in office, because at the end of the day,
you're ignorant. Let's move on.
See, I'm right.
I know. No, you're not right. You're just looking for clout. Let's move on. Hello.
Sup?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did. I'm a Democrat that voted for Donald Trump.
You're not a Democrat.
I am a Democrat. I'm a Democrat, buddy.
You're not a Democrat. I'm actually a Republican. You know that?
It would make sense, yeah.
I'm a Republican, and I voted for Kamala Harris, just like all those Republicans did. Yeah, like I'm a Republican, and I voted for Kamala Harris. Did you know that?
I mean, you
did you know that?
You can
no,
try
I was just curious if you knew that. I was just curious if you knew that.
You're a liberal.
Did you know that? I'm not a liberal. I am a conservative. You can literally ask anybody. I'm actually the youngest Pennsylvanian to win a Republican nomination, mind you. Right? Did you not know that? I'm a Republican for Kamala.
What did you win in Pennsylvania?
Oh, it was easy. I'm actually the governor of Pennsylvania. You didn't know that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So now that we're both done spewing bullshit up here, can you actually just respond to the question at hand? Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Because we need to secure the border. Way too many illegals came over, caused crimes, committed murders. A lot of innocent
Help me better understand this. You don't have a single policy to further secure the border. The one policy that you are looking at implementing, that being mass deportation, is going to lead to an economic collapse and a workforce development crisis. Again, look at Florida for the example.
A workforce development crisis.
Correct.
So
may I explain? Excuse you. I'm going to explain. Excuse you. I'm going to explain. So in Florida, SB 1718 was signed, and this bill led to the deportation of 40% of farmers, because it turns out 40% of farmers are undocumented migrants. Because guess what? Americans don't want to do that labor-intensive and underpaid work. You're saying that Americans can just go do that work. No, they're not, though. Right? They're not. And you can't force them to, because they don't want to. Because it's underpaid and labor intensive. So hold on, excuse you, I wasn't done. Excuse you, Pookie. Excuse you. So again, you're looking to cut 40% of undocumented migrants out of the agricultural workforce. In Florida alone, that led to a $13 billion gap in their annual GDP. Nationally, it would lead to a $300 to $450 billion gap in our GDP. So how are you going to ensure that we don't have an economic collapse? And how are you going to ensure that farmers don't struggle to meet the demands of that 40% labor crisis you're looking to cause? Go ahead.
How am I? I'm not in any political power.
Oh, okay. How is Donald Trump?
Did he not get voted in as president? Yes or no? Did he not get voted in as president? Yes or no?
Are you going to answer the question?
You asked me how I
And
would.
you just
I'm not in
responded
any
with something that has
any
nothing to
sort of
do.
political power.
Okay, you, as in your party. Listen,
The
you
Democrat
can't be
Party,
this
okay,
ignorant.
cool.
Like, are you this ignorant?
No, I'm not ignorant. I'm
Okay,
actually a real.
so
I'm
help me
actually a real
better
Democrat that has a
understand
brain.
this. You're not a
I'm not a
Democrat.
liberal.
You're not a Democrat. I'm a Republican.
Neither are
I'm
you.
a
You're
Republican.
liberal.
Correct. I'm a Republican, and I voted for Kamala because I'm smart. You
voted for Kamala because you don't have a mind.
Excuse you.
You can't
Stop
see
crying.
what's
Stop
actually
crying. You've
happened
never
in
been
the
a
past 4
Democrat a
years.
day in your life. I can tell because you're a
have been
MAGA
since
trash.
the age of 18, buddy.
Excuse you.
I didn't even vote.
Keep crying. Okay, Snowflake, listen, Pookie, I need you just to respond to what I'm asking you, and you're not doing that. And I get that it's because you don't know how to answer. You just called yourself intelligent, but see how easy it is for you to get so flustered? You couldn't respond to a simple question. Again, you are saying that you're advocating for Donald Trump's border policy, but you didn't tell me what his border policy was. Instead, I told you because I know it and you know nothing. When I explained the policy to you of mass deportation, and I explained in Florida that they already implemented this very policy, SB 1718, it led to an economic collapse and a workforce development crisis in the agricultural industry. I explained what that would reflect if you implemented this policy nationally, and you didn't respond. You asked me, well, was Trump elected president, which has absolutely nothing to do with the global, issues this will cause alongside the statewide and nationwide economic collapse and workforce development crisis you're looking to create. So if you could respond to the question I asked you, that would be great. If you can't, then just say so. Let's see, chat. Do we think he's A, gonna pivot, or B, gonna run away and cry? Are you gonna start insulting, or are you gonna pivot? Because I know you ain't gonna answer.
Americans will take those jobs.
Nope, they're not though.
They will. You'll see.
It's not debatable. In Florida, they already implemented this. Floridians, whatever. They didn't do it. They didn't take the job. They're not doing it. So again, you have 40% less farmers today than you did 5 years ago because of Ron DeSantis, and farmers are going bankrupt and struggling to meet produce requirements. You're saying Americans will take the jobs. Consider Florida your test subject. They already did what Trump's looking to do.
Produce going down.
Yeah, that's easy. Look it up. I can also give you sources. Here, give me 1 sec.
You want an apology? I want answers.
Cool. NPR, and I will literally put this in the comments right now. Hold on. Let me see if I could just copy and paste this view. All right, I can't comment because I'm... Okay, you want the URL? NPR, a year later, Florida businesses say the state's immigration law dealt a huge blow, and it goes into the detail regarding the 40% cut in agriculture, the farmers not meeting the demand that's required because they no longer have the resources, the $12.6 billion statewide revenue cut due to this SB 1718 policy introduced by Ron DeSantis, and it goes into personal stories as well. Again, the title here is a year later, Florida businesses say the state's immigration law dealt a huge blow, and it's NPR.
It still looks like mom.
You can also look up floridapolicy.org, look up SB 1718. You're welcome. Anyway,
Didn't she burn?
so tell me again, why are you advocating to toss the middle class under the bus, to collapse your economy and bankrupt farmers?
Well, let's compare 2016 to 2020. The economy was way up.
Thanks,
inflation
Obama.
was way down.
Obama was
In the past
president in
4
2016.
Okay,
Obama was president in 2016.
2017
No,
if you
you
wanna
just said,
be-
oh, you want to change it? You just lied then. You said that the economy was great in 2016. I said, great, Obama's president. And you said, oh, shoot, that doesn't benefit my narrative. Let me say 2017 instead then. That's not going to work, bucko. You don't just lie like that. You straight up just lied. You really just lied? So the economy was no longer good in 2016 because Obama was president. But a moment ago when you thought that Donald Trump was president, 2016 had a good economy? Really?
I'm basing 2016.
Do you understand what you just said? No. Do you understand what you just said? Do you understand what you just said? Do you understand what you just did? You said 2016 had a great economy. No, you didn't misspeak. You didn't misspeak. You're just uninformed.
Thanks, libtard. Appreciate that.
Oh, look at that. Do you think the Democrats talk like that? No, they don't. No, they don't. That's MAGA trash right there. That's how you talk.
That's MAGA
That's how
trash.
you talk. Yeah. You're very triggered, aren't you? All because I'm smarter than you? I'm so sorry.
smarter than me.
Can you
You're
I
absolutely-
told you what SB 1718 did and what percentage it led to a drop in economic collapse regarding Florida. Can you tell me how that reflects
That was-
nationally? I already told you exactly what it would lead
also
to.
at the start. Those numbers have recouped
excuse
since then.
you. I assume that,
I looked it up when you said it.
I assume that you retain the information I spoke on. Tell me exactly what the percentage was again. Go ahead. Hurry up.
Oh, okay. Are you? I'm off.
Hurry
mute
up.
now.
What's the percentage?
Percentage come back up by about 20%.
Nope, wrong. It went down 40%. It went down 40%. Again, you couldn't retain simple information. You're up here. I'm supposed to treat you as though you have any kind of relevance or intelligence, and you couldn't answer a simple question. Sandy, thank you so much for the galaxy. Help me better understand this. You just said 20%. I repeated 4 times. 40%. I'm going to drop you because this is an ignorance that I'm not even willing to deal with. Like, again, if you don't have a single reason as to why you voted for Donald Trump, and your entire narrative is just because you're intolerant, you do you, boo. I don't care. But the fact of the matter is, you're not going to come up here and look to me as though I'm supposed to treat you as equal when your brain capacity can't let you retain simple information I spewed to you just 36 seconds ago. 40%, I said it 4 times. You already forgot. Are you running away? Like, what am I supposed to do with you? Right? It's kind of pathetic. Let's move on. Gosh. Sometimes you can't fix stupid.
Hello.
Was I talking to you yet? No. Anyway, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, but I'm not going to let
That's
you.
gross. Are you
Yeah.
going to run away? Should I get my cowbell? Hold on. Or were you going to run away?
No, I'm not.
I'm sorry,
gonna-
you were going to cry about how you're the victim here when you just voted to strip away a woman's right to choose, an LGBTQ plus American's right to marry, a transgender American's right to join the military. Oh, but you're the victim? Sorry, what was that about you being victimized here? You're the victim, you said?
Are you going to let me talk?
Let me think about that. If I let you talk, I got to hear that voice. Can you do like a country accent or something? Shake it up a little bit.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Can you change your voice? I don't like this voice. Can you change yours? Thanks.
What voice?
That voice. That voice. Can you change that voice? Do like a country accent or something. Why is it so hard? Oh my God.
I can't. This is my regular voice. I can't change
That's my
voice.
point. So can you fix it? Accommodate. It's not that hard. Do a country accent or something. Can you go ahead and speak? Say whatever you want. Just change the accent, like an English accent, country accent, whatever you want. It could be even be Russian. I don't care.
I can't. This is my voice. Like, I don't understand what you're talking
My
about.
point is, can you change it? Because that one's a little, it's like, you ever like scratch a chalkboard? No?
No, and this is the
You were out.
first.
That's because you were never in a school. Gotcha. She was homeschooled. I get it. Daddy taught you? Is that why you voted for Trump?
You're not
You were
even.
taught to vote against your own interests. Help me understand this again. You came up here and said, you know what, Johnny, I'm not going to let you speak to me like that, as though you're the victim here, right? But you can't be victimized when you voted for Donald Trump. You're no victim. You voted against the right to choose. Women across the nation that you voted against, those women that you voted against, they're the victim. Transgender Americans, the ones that you voted to lose access to their military service, I mean, they're the victims, right? LGBTQ plus Americans who now have marriage equality on the chopping block, they're the victims, not you, a Trump supporter. Okay, anyway, so tell me again, why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm not saying I'm a Trump supporter.
Can you just hurry up? You said you voted for Trump, so why?
I'm sorry.
Why?
I'm sorry. I
You don't need to be
misspoke.
sorry for your ignorance. That's okay.
I'm not saying I'm a victim. What?
You said you voted for Donald Trump, and then you cried because you didn't like the way I was mean to you. Guys! Anyway, so can you tell me again why you voted for Donald Trump?
Well, I think this is why the whole world is
The
on
whole
Trump's side
world
because you're
isn't on
like,
Trump's side. We know that for a
yes.
fact because numerous
Yes.
global leaders have already come forward and denounced him and his cabinet picks, right? Matt
And
Gaetz,
numerous
not that
leaders
popular.
have already came
Can you just
forward
hurry
and
up and tell me
congratulated
again?
him
Yeah,
too.
like
But you
Vladimir
know what?
Putin
I'm
and
not
Kim
gonna
Jong
let you
Un.
continue talking like this.
Excuse you.
Bye.
Oh, you're gonna run away? She ran. Yeah, we got a runner. Oh gosh. Anyway, folks. If you are just tuning in and you like what you're hearing today, feel free to support me. My Venmo and PayPal, my Cash App, those are in my bio. We're going to jump on into our next guest. This is actually sad. This is actually sad. Hi.
Hey, Daddy. Hey, Daddy. How does it feel that Donald Trump is your president?
You're going to be a big fan of the camp. You have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Hi. Okay, let's move on. Nobody ever said Trump supporters were smart, but I didn't know that they were this dumb. Hi, you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not, but I'm gonna tell you why.
Elaine, thank you so much for the $20, Elaine. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much, Elaine, for the $20 on Venmo. That is beyond kind. Let's get up our next guest. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Ew.
You're gonna ask why, or
No, that's all.
you're gay as fuck? Actually, that's why. So, piece of shit.
Okay.
Can't wait for
Chat, if you agree, drop $5 in my Venmo. Again, my Venmo is in my bio. If you agree, let's get some W Johnnies in the chat. Drop a $5 in my Venmo. I mean, he's not wrong. Like, he's just coming up here and pointing out people's sexualities. Oh, gosh, this is new. Dana, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. That's hilarious. Hi, Doreen. No, Doreen, send the dog to Ohio. That dog has a one-way ticket to Springfield. Let's get up our next guest.
Well, you wanted to talk first, so I'm waiting on you.
Your microphone's cutting out.
Is it better now? I'm sorry.
No, your mic's cutting out.
No, it's not.
It literally is cutting out. I get every other word. I heard no twice now, but I did not hear what came after. Your mic's cutting out?
Is it better now, sir?
Can you scroll to your homepage and come back in?
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. How do I do that?
Scroll to your homepage on your phone and come back in. You don't need to leave the live. You just scroll out and scroll back in.
Okay. Am I good now?
Now, chat, can you please explain to him that his mic is cutting out?
I'm too slow. I need help.
We're aware. You said he voted for Trump? We're
Yeah.
aware.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyway.
Let's keep it respectful. Let's keep it respectful. No
Okay,
insulting, please.
so-
I want to have a respectful debate.
So again, tell me, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
The economy, and I want,
Okay, can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that will benefit or has benefited the middle class?
your mom's economy. And your dad's economy.
He's going to strip away their Social Security. You understand that? That is his economic policy. That doesn't benefit
So I think we
anybody's
should
mother or father.
nuke China and
Okay.
nuke North.
Your average MAGA Republican. Let's get up the next guest. Wow, MAGA Republicans are just not smart. Hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello? Okay. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello? Did you just fart? I hear you breathing into the mic. I heard you just fart. Ma'am, if you joined by accident, you just say so. Okay. Folks, what is going on? Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump? Okay, we're gonna so hit the in my bio, hit that username and go follow my backup account. Can everybody please do that? If you've done that, please comment done. That would be a big help. Thank you, everybody. Again, I appreciate it. So if you did vote for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, but more importantly, please go to the username in my bio and go follow that. That is my backup account. I'm having a couple issues with this one right now, so could use the help. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing? How's everybody doing? Hi, everybody. Hi, Lily. Hi, folks. Hi, friends. So, again, folks, if you did vote for Kamala Harris, please hit the like button, hit the share button, help us get to 10,000 likes. But most importantly, please go to the username in my bio and follow that. That is my backup account. If you could do that now, that would be a big help. Thank you. Thank you. There's like 600 people here. All of you go follow my backup account. Click on my profile, right? Go to my bio and follow that backup account. Thank you. I appreciate it, folks. Again, if you are just tuning in and you voted for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button. But please go to my profile as well and follow my backup account. I'm having a couple issues with live streaming capabilities on this account, so I want to test out a couple theories with that account. Anyhow, how y'all doing? Y'all having a good day? Happy Friday. Hello, folks and friends. Hi, everybody. We are going to get started in just a minute with some conversations and debates. But if you haven't already, please as well go to my profile and click on the backup account in my profile, right? There's like 1,000 people here. Guys, there's like 1,000 people here. If you guys haven't already, please go to my bio and follow my backup account. I need you to do that, okay? Because I'm having a couple issues with the live streaming capabilities on this account, and so I'm working it out, but I need the backup account to accomplish that, okay? How y'all doing, by the way? Everybody having a good day? Hopefully. Y'all doing all right? Hi, Dave.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, goodness gracious.
You're right there.
So I'm just debating if I want to listen to that voice for 15 minutes, and I think the answer is no. Anyway, so why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for Trump because we had, under him in his first term, we had one of the best economic, we had one of the best economies under his first term.
From what years?
I would say since he was first elected or sent into office in 2016 to...
So you're saying we had a good economy in 2016. Okay, great. I agree. Thanks, Obama.
No, I said when he was in office. So
no, you said when he was elected.
After Obama. Exactly.
So
yeah.
you were looking to thank Obama.
Well, okay, so then how did he keep it going for those 4 years?
Because if the economy is strong from the get-go of his administration, thanks to Barack Obama, then the economy will remain strong unless you change something, in which he did. He tossed us into a pandemic, and his pandemic response, response was god-awful. No, he did. He did.
How did he cause
He
COVID?
literally did, right? Like, I'm done playing this bipartisan
How did
nonsense. Donald
Donald
Trump
Trump
tossed us into a
cause
pandemic,
COVID?
and his pandemic response was garbage, right? If he
So
told
Donald
people how
Trump-
serious the pandemic was instead of saying that the pandemic was going to be over by Easter, a lot of lives would have been saved. But he didn't do that, right?
More people died under.
He shut down the
Joe
economy in
Biden.
its entirety.
More
He
people
threw
died
businesses
during
out of
COVID than
business.
Joe Biden
Small
than
businesses were
Trump.
shut
You're not
down.
even listening.
Excuse you. Donald Trump shut down small businesses. He collapsed the economy. He burned it to the ground. So what are you doing? What are you talking about? Right? Donald Trump's economy was in shambles.
I want you to look
understand?
up how many deaths were under Joe Biden.
Right. So pay very close attention to me again. Tell me how Donald Trump's economy wasn't in shambles. Go ahead.
What do you mean?
Okay, for example, Donald Trump implemented a 14% corporate tax deduction. This led to an $8 trillion debt and a $230 billion tax hike on produce, especially when paired with his tariffs, the same tariffs that you MAGA Republicans a username in my bio. That's my backup account. Please go follow my backup account. The username's in my bio. Go do that now, please. Take a moment, everybody, if you're chilling in. Before I start slapping down Dave on this, because let's do a little hype on this. A little drum roll. We'll give it a second. Where's my tambourine? We'll do a little music for you, Dave. Here, well, I don't have a tambourine, so we'll just use this. They're Donald Trumps. Anyway, so everybody go to my profile and click on that username. That's my backup account. Give it a follow. Yeah, again, Dave, sorry, I didn't have a drum or a tambourine, so now I'm just using Donald Trump's handcuffs. I hope this is okay.
You can swing them all you want.
It's a drum roll. I don't have a drum to do the drum roll, so I'm using Donald Trump's handcuffs. All right, drum roll. Okay, so you don't know what a tariff is, but you came up here to talk about the economy. Let's recognize first and foremost that, again, Donald Trump implemented the Tax and Jobs Act of 2017 during his first go-around. And these are policies that you've been looking forward to in his upcoming administration, but yet somehow you forgot the ramifications and the issues of what led up to the economic collapse that he gave us in 2019-2020, the recession. But first and foremost, I want to talk about the 14% corporate tax deduction that he inflamed and empowered and passed that led to a $8 trillion debt. Do you understand that is double the amount of debt that Kamala and Joe added?
Do you understand it was...
You don't. Okay. I'm sure you don't. Now, again, you'll want to recognize that. That's fine, but we're going to continue moving forward, right? I don't have time to sit here as you process everything. This is why, folks, the only thing you should be lighting up is a candle. Anyway, moving forward, let's also recognize that Donald Trump had implemented tariffs on agriculture, for example, a 15 to 25% tariff on produce. This led to an economic catastrophe for middle-class households, right? We saw, for example, a $230 billion tax hike on middle-class consumers because tariffs are what? They're a tax on the middle class. We pay for that. Right? China doesn't pay for the tariff. We pay for the tariff when you put it on China. So then let's furthermore recognize, I would say it's middle trash. I don't know. It's a middle class. But so then furthermore, we look and recognize that Donald Trump going forward is hoping to implement tariffs once more, as though we didn't understand what it led to the first go around. But I mean, you clearly don't. I remember. Again, so let's look forward to the $3 trillion debt it's going to bring on, to the $8 trillion deficit he's already created. Let's look forward to the, $2,500 to $4,000 coming out of the pockets of middle-class consumers every year because of the 60% tariff he wants to put on China and the 20% tariff he wants to put on European countries. I mean, make it make sense, right? You have no reason to vote for Donald Trump when it comes to the economy. How old are you?
I'm 48 years old.
Oh, God, you're 48? Is that you in your profile photo?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, what happened?
I work in the sun, so I got a lot of loose skin.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay. What the? Okay, did you? Jesus Christ! Are you sure? What? How old are you?
48 years old.
Choose kindness. Okay, so let's talk about that. Someday, did you hope to collect Social Security? Yes, you did. I'll answer that for you. And yet you won't be able to because, for example, Donald Trump is looking at cutting the corporate tax, income tax, individualized income tax, and the Social Security tax. He ran on, hey, I'm going to cut your Social Security taxes. But he misled Americans, right? He said he was going to cut Social Security taxes. He's not cutting the tax that you pay when you collect Social Security. He's cutting the tax that pays for Social Security. We know this because House Republicans have put out their budget. 80% of them have already endorsed it. So this is the budget proposal that they are going to endorse and put forth. We have to recognize that this very budget cuts $1.5 trillion out of the Social Security pot and every single tax that pays for Social Security. So you're going to lose Social Security. You voted for that? And he's going to hike up your taxes. And he's going to hike up tariffs, which is going to hike up costs. You voted for that? But you want to tell me that he has a strong economic policy? In what sense does he have a strong economic policy?
Well, I look at the... Under him, we didn't have.
It might be time to look into a mirror. I mean, at 48. Anyway, so tell me again. Can you just tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump has ever passed that has benefited middle-class Americans? Oh my gosh, Nicole, thank you so much for the $5. And Kelly, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for the $50, Kelly. I want to see like 1,000 W. Kellys in the chat. That is beyond kind, Kelly. Thank you so much. Kelly wanted me to tell you that she doesn't like you, Dave, but thanks for being so dislikable. It's because of you. I just got $50. So anyway, thank you, Kelly. So Dave, help me better understand this. Can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump has ever passed that benefited any middle-class Americans ever in his entire lifetime? Go ahead.
His tax cuts.
That didn't benefit the middle class.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
I am middle class. And when he was in office, I had a better financial, I guess, period. I was better financially. And then the second Joe Biden decides to step in, I completely went downhill.
Would you say that your taxes are higher now?
I would say my taxes are a little higher, and then
your taxes aren't higher, but you're under the same tax policy that Donald Trump implemented. You understand, Donald Trump's tax policy is the very tax policy you're under right now. Joe Biden never implemented a tax policy because tax policies sit for 8 years. Trump's tax policy doesn't expire until next year. Did you not know this? You just said your taxes were higher. Your taxes are not higher.
They're a little
What
higher.
tax is higher? How are your taxes higher? That's absolutely impossible. Marty, thank you so much for the $5. Marty says that you look like... Marty? I can't say that. Oh my God. Marty, you're in timeout. Thank you for the $5, but Marty, you're in timeout. I can't say that to Dave. Oh my gosh.
Go ahead.
Dave, I would just change that profile photo. That's all I'm going to say, though. Anyway, so listen, further question on this. You just said that your taxes are higher today than that of what they were under Donald Trump, but you're under the same tax policy that Donald Trump implemented. But they can't be. That's impossible. Your taxes cannot be higher. The tax policy has not changed. Do you understand that? You're under the same tax policy that Donald Trump implemented. Your taxes cannot be higher. It's impossible. Huh? You have had exactly a 0% increase in your taxes, but you're saying that they are higher. Are you out of your mind?
Well, it's up to my companies then.
Okay, so your company's ripping you off. That has nothing to do with Joe Biden. Get a different job. I don't know what to tell you. Huh?
I have. I've
So
had
again, you can't
multiple.
tell me a single economic policy that Donald Trump has ever passed to benefit the middle class. You spoke on the Jobs and Tax Act of 2017. Becca, thank you so much for the $5. Becca says
Your
Dave
dad
was
don't say
Becca
probably-
for the final time, guys. I can't say these things to Dave. Like Becca. Oh my gosh! Thank you for the $5, Becca. I cannot say that to Dave. That was really bad, Becca. You're in timeout with Marty. Bad. Okay, anyhow. So again, Dave, the Jobs and Tax Act of 2017 implemented a 14% corporate tax deduction that increased our national debt to $8 trillion. And who pays for that debt? The middle class. Donald Trump's tariffs led to a $230 billion tax hike on the middle class through tariffs like agriculture that led to a 50 to 25% increase on farming production. Now, again, middle class Americans paid for that too. The Jobs and Tax Act, though, gave what percentage of a tax cut to the middle class? You tell me. I bet you can't.
I can't.
Wow, shocker. 1 to 2% of
Well,
a
I don't
tax
study
cut,
this shit
which is
like
pennies in comparison to the corporate tax
you make
cut.
your life savings off this.
Can you tell me why Donald Trump wants to hike up costs on the middle class? And why did you vote for that, to hike up costs?
What are you even talking about?
Donald Trump has a plan to hike up costs on middle class consumers through his tariffs. Why or do you support that? I mean, it sounds like you would want your costs to go down, but you didn't vote for Kamala. You voted for the criminal. So can you tell me again, why then did you vote for the criminal? Donald Trump?
What's his plan? What's his plan?
For example, he's going to put a 60% tariff on China, 20% tariff on all European countries, and this is going to lead to a $3 trillion debt and additionally $2,500 to $4,000 coming out of the pocket of middle-class Americans every single year. Why did you vote for that?
Where are you getting these numbers?
Donald Trump's policy and the U.S. Federal Revenue and Reserve. I mean, these are stats backed by the Department of Treasury. I mean, the U.S. Federal Reserve, the Federal Revenue Department. Like, what do you mean? I feel like this is public knowledge. I fear. Is this this is kind of common sense? I mean, you could also look this up, right? Fox News covered this if you prefer Fox News, but if you prefer something more moderate, you got the New York Times, CNN, ABC, MSNBC, NBC, NPR. I mean, even Breitbart wrote about this.
Anywhere.
Okay. Are you okay? Not physically. Clearly not physically. Are you okay upstairs? Are you good? I'm just
curious. What is that supposed to mean, Johnny?
Nothing. I'm not inferring anything, but if you want to infer something, you absolutely can.
I'm fine.
You said you were 48.
So you're talking about my physical appearance?
No, I would never insult anybody's physical appearance.
30 years.
Yeah, I can tell. Anyway, so let's get better understanding here. Hold on, excuse me. Just stop crying. Oh my gosh. I didn't say anything. I never insulted you. Calm down. No reason to get so emotional. Anyway, so help me better understand this once more. You can't tell me a single economic policy that Donald Trump has ever passed that would benefit the middle class. Can you tell me one policy he wants to pass that would benefit us? You don't know anything from his first term. Do you know anything that he wants to accomplish? I hear the answers. No, you don't, isn't it?
Tax on tips policy, or no tax on tips policy.
No tax on tips is the same policy that Kamala wanted to implement, and it's the same policy that was introduced. No. Where did Donald Trump get the policy from?
Oh, I know. He
got it from Bernie Sanders. It's a socialist policy.
Well,
it's crazy how you MAGA Republicans support socialism if Donald Trump says it's okay. But if Donald Trump doesn't adopt it, you no longer like socialism. That's crazy. Can we get some W Bernies in the chat, by the way? So that's Bernie's policy. And whether you like Bernie or you don't, that's Bernie's policy. Donald Trump never came up with that. Bernie Sanders introduced it in 2016 and 2020. It's not passed. Nobody has passed it. What?
Who's trying to? I said trying.
Bernie. He's been fighting for it for a decade.
But is he ever
Bernie's
in office?
A senator?
Was he the president?
You just asked if he was in office. Yeah, he's the senator of Vermont.
President.
Okay, so a president doesn't legislate, right? Oh, you didn't know that. I'm sorry, did you just say a president does legislate? God help us all. Okay, how many branches of government are there?
I think it's about
Why is it taking you this long to respond?
8. There's 8.
8 branches of government.
We got the legislative, then you have the executive. Oh, 3. There's 3 of them. Executive, legislative, and judicial.
Okay, how many Supreme Court justices are there? Yeah, I would be embarrassed too. We got a runner! Yeehaw! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Yeehaw! We got a runner! He literally said 8 branches of government. I can't. And they want to defund the Department of Education. Folks, if you want to support me, maybe you feel bad for me that I got to deal with this. My Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. Feel free to support me. Or if you haven't already, go to my profile right now. I have my backup account listed in my bio. Please hit that username and go give my backup account a follow. We're gonna do a little, hold on, give me a second. We're gonna do a little 15-second countdown. Everybody go to my backup account. It's in my profile. Click on that username and follow my backup account. We're gonna give it 15 seconds before we get started with our next victim guest. With Can we get it to 1,000 followers right now? I feel like we might be able to. Can we get it to 1,000 followers? It's already at 500 followers. I mean, that's going quick. Can we get it to 1,000? Anyhow, Dakota, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, I did.
Ew. That's all. No.
Oh, okay.
No. That was all. Anyway, so why'd you vote for a criminal?
Well, a lot of his felonies are really just misdemeanors.
What do you mean a lot? So are some of them not?
No, all of them.
Oh,
are
all of them now.
misdemeanors.
Okay. Oh, that's not true. They're actually felonies, and they were classified as felonies for well
They
over
were
a
bumped
decade.
up in New York.
Nope, that was not bumped up because of Donald Trump. It's been like that for well over a decade.
All right.
So again, he has 34 felony counts for falsifying business records, checks, and statements. He was also found liable of sexual abuse and civil fraud. Not a couple dollars, $488 million and counting. I should know because I'm the guy who programmed the website that he uses to track his debt. You're welcome, Donald Trump.
But the bookkeeping records.
So help me better.
They...
Oh, I did the bookkeeping. That's my point. I just explained that to you, right? I'm the guy who programmed the site that he uses to track his debt. Hi.
Yep.
You can look me up. HuffPost wrote all about it. So help me better understand this again then. You're voting for the criminal, civil fraudster, sexual abuser because? Like you voted for him because?
I think he has some good economic plans. And,
Name one.
Well, his 2017 Job Act helped.
His Jobs Act?
2017, I forgot what it's called. TJCA.
I'm aware. Okay. How did this benefit the middle class?
It cut a lot of the taxes, and
What tax did it cut?
the highest bracket went from 38%
No.
to
What was the corporate tax cut?
14%.
What was the middle class tax cut?
It ranges. Some of them were like 3.
What
some
was
of
the
them were 4.
middle class tax cut?
Middle class. What do you mean? Like middle
What
class?
was the
earnings?
tax cut for the average middle class tax bracket? Yeah.
Like
Don't
3
change
to 4%.
the stats. No, it's lower than that.
2 to 3.
Thank you, Jacqueline, for the galaxy. You're almost there, but you're not there yet.
No way.
Yeah, way.
1 to 2.
Welcome to class.
No.
Yeah. If you were in the 25% tax bracket, for example, he pushed you into a 24% tax bracket. That's a 1% tax cut. The wealthier you got, the larger of a tax break you got. And yet the upper class isn't who I'm asking about here. I'm asking about the middle class. So help me better understand this. What debt did Donald Trump's Tax and Jobs Act lead to? Can you tell me what that digit is?
Sorry, what was that?
No, you don't need to Google. I need you to tell me what it is. I just
No,
responded.
I'm not.
You weren't listening because you're chat GPTing right now because you're shocked. And that's fine and dandy. You do you, but you need to multitask.
not.
I just asked you a question. So what was it?
Okay, I just need you to repeat. Dude, I didn't look anything up.
That's my point. You are looking up something, which is why you can't multitask and hear as I'm asking you a question. It's the very reason I just asked you a question. I knew you weren't paying attention because you're too busy chat GPTing. So again, pay attention this time. If you can't multitask, pay attention to the question, not your date with chat GPT. Help me better understand this. Donald Trump's Tax and Jobs Act led to a debt that middle-class Americans have been paying off for years. Can you tell me what the digit was?
300 billion.
Nope.
1 trillion.
Nope.
Okay, he didn't contribute to all of that.
$8 trillion dollars. $8 trillion dollars. It's 8 trillion. Hey, Dakota. 8 trillion. He added 8 trillion to the national debt, in part because of this Jobs and Tax Act.
Okay.
How was that good for the middle class? And can you also explain to me, thank you, Tina, for the galaxy. Help me understand corporations now, right? Corporations received a 14%. Oh, we're already 15% to our live goal. Y'all are way too quick. Thank you for the galaxies, folks. That's very fast. So, for example, you look at Donald Trump and he gave this 14% corporate tax deduction to Microsoft, Amazon. Your name is at Walmart. My name's not Rite Aid, so we didn't benefit from that. But these very companies that benefited from the 14% corporate tax deduction increased costs on consumers. Thank you, Kelly, for the galaxy. Well, we got one more galaxy to go. Y'all are too quick. That's insane. Thank you, guys. So, for example, PepsiCo increased the cost on Gatorade, a PepsiCo product, but they benefited from the 14% corporate tax cut. Donald Trump's rhetoric was that, well, trickle-down economics will lead to lower costs in the long term, and it didn't do that. Instead, costs went up. And we just hit our live goal! Christy, thank you for the galaxy. Y'all are too good. Thank you so much for the love. So, Dakota, help me understand. You're talking about Donald Trump being good for the economy, but we recognize that Donald Trump was actually a stain on the economy, right? Barack Obama handed off a strong economy to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump walked in, implemented the Jobs and Tax Act, added $8 trillion to the national debt, increased costs on consumers by $230 billion. Can you tell me again how that is good for us?
Okay, but how much of that debt was added from just the COVID years?
No, I just explained to you the digits. What I need you to do is tell me how that is good for the middle class, because clearly it's not if you're trying to pivot.
I mean, obviously it's going to take time for stuff to go into effect. And when he
time. Aaron, thank you for the galaxy. You guys are crazy. Stop. I just reset the live goal. I was like, okay, let's reset the live goal. And already Aaron sends a galaxy. Aaron, thank you for the love. Dakota, so you said you were voting for him based off of the economy, but you don't know an actual rate. Angela, thank you for the galaxy. Y'all are even giving me a chance to slap down Dakota. What are you doing? Angela, thank you. You didn't vote for him based off of the economy, right? Because the one economic policy you named is a very policy that hurt the middle class, led to higher costs and a higher debt. It benefited corporations, but corporations and middle class, they don't intertwine, right? We can survive without corporations. Our economy can't survive without the middle class. They're the backbone of the economy. So I think we got to better recognize here once more when I ask you again, name one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class. Can you tell me what that policy is?
How did tax cuts not help people, though?
Because costs went up at a higher rate than that of what the tax cut was. Donald Trump threw pennies at you and then took out $100 bills from your pockets.
So what's he supposed to do to these corporations that's supposed to stop? Like, how is he supposed to stop them from raising
thank
prices?
you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate the love. You guys are way too kind to me. Thank you so much for the love, Yellowbone. We're already 50% to the second like goal. Guys! Dakota, to be clear, I'm smiling because I'm happy because people are supporting me. I'm not smiling because I like you. I don't like you whatsoever. I think that people like you ought to get a reality check. And when you're running around telling people like me that we economically benefited in Donald Trump's economy, when we know that not be the case, and you can't actually tell us what he did to benefit us, that infuriates me. But,
But how did the
if you gotta
federal
smile, you
tax
gotta
cuts
use it.
not help us?
Well, I just explained it. So the pennies he threw at you is nothing in comparison to the $8 trillion debt and the $230 billion tax hike he threw at you, right? So you got pennies tossed at you and hundreds of dollars stripped out of your pocket. Kelly, thank you so much for the
But the
galaxy.
corporations
Thank you,
are
Kelly.
helping
No, they're not,
pay off
and
his
that's the
debt
issue.
because when they
So
got
Pepsi-
the 14% tax cut, they took money from Europe and stuff, and they put it back into American bank accounts, which they were taxed.
Wrong. That's not what happened. So PepsiCo, for example, benefited from the 14% corporate tax cut. They increased the cost on Gatorade and shrunk down product size. Kroger benefited from the 14% corporate tax cut. Just a few months ago, they admitted to price gouging and are now getting held legally liable for that subject. Michelle, thank you so much for the galaxy. And Yellow, thank you for the galaxy. All right, I gotta make the live goal harder. You guys are too crazy. That's insane. I gotta make this live goal harder. Y'all are way too nice. Thank you so much for the love. So Dakota, are you like suggesting that in some sense, Donald Trump economically benefited the middle class through his Jobs and Tax Act, when we know very well that his Jobs and Tax Act led to a higher debt and higher costs on middle class consumers? I mean, you can't gaslight us. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but there were more things that he did that benefited middle class.
No. And I appreciate you Googling it, but now, because
didn't Google it,
excuse
dude.
you, I know very well you were ChatGPTing. So before I ask you about something else, now I'm going to catch you off guard. Tell me what he's going to do that will economically benefit the middle class, not what he has done. Go ahead.
Okay. I know. Okay. Just hear me out here. The tariffs, I don't think he's just going to do it on every single product. And
He already said what he was going to do with the tariffs, right? 60% on China, 20% across the board. The Yellowbone, thank you so much for the galaxy. The reimplementation of tariffs, like the 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture, right? Those very tariffs that led to a economic collapse, like a supply and demand issue for farmers, he's going to reimplement those tariffs. So help me better understand this again. The 60% tariff on China, 20% tariff across the board, that's going to lead to a $3 trillion additional debt to the $9 trillion deficit he's already created. And it's going to hike up costs of middle class consumers $2,500 to $4,000 every single year. Why would you support something like that?
Because it's going to keep my dad working. Because he builds parts for John Deere, and now they're not going to be able to ship them out to India and China and get them for cheaper.
So he's not going to keep
Like
working.
they did,
They're going to fire him because they're not going to be meeting.
2016.
You're not understanding. They're not going to meet manufacturing demands. This isn't even you being selfish, right? This isn't, oh, I'm protecting my dad by throwing out the middle class. Like, no, first, you'd be right to fight for your father first and foremost. I agree with that. But you're not doing it. You're being ignorant. Your dad's going to get fired because there won't be a manufacturing demand. His job will be redundant, which is exactly what we saw when Donald Trump implemented his tariffs the first go around. It happened in the aluminum industry, steel industry, happened in agriculture.
The first go around, my dad was the busiest they've been. They made like
your dad wasn't impacted by the OG tariffs. You're saying that your dad would be impacted by these tariffs, and I'm letting you know these tariffs will not impact him positively. These tariffs will hurt him. He will get fired, if anything. You're saying he's going to get a promotion, make more money, have more hours. No. No.
The first time he did it, though, he did do better. He did much better.
The tariffs did not lead to your father having higher production or a higher paycheck the first go around. And if you're lying and saying that's what happened, then I'm calling you out. That's not the fact. That is a blatant lie, and that is not what we saw in any industry of any department across the economy throughout Donald Trump's tariff war, his trade war with China. And this is the very reason Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis ran against him. Because he lost the trade war with China. He lost jobs. And you're up here trying to gaslight us, saying that your dad will do better because of the tariffs. No, I'm telling you, your dad will get fired, if anything. If he doesn't get fired, then good, that's a blessing.
But
right? He's not getting a promotion. He ain't getting
how did he do better?
Increase. He didn't.
Confused.
You're saying he did, but he didn't. And I'm telling you, he didn't. You keep saying that your dad did better because of Donald Trump's tariffs. That's not how tariffs
not
work.
necessarily him, but the company definitely did a lot better.
Nope. By cutting their manufacturing and global supply chain, you're suggesting that the company did better. That makes absolutely no sense. In what way would that company have done better?
Because they made parts for John Deere.
Right, and they lost a global supply chain, and they can't manufacture products to India or China and elsewhere. How would that help them?
Because they have other clients in other places.
Let's do a simple, I'm going to make it so simple for you. I make 20 cookies. There are 20 people here with 20 cookies. Everybody wants one cookie. 14 of those people are no longer allowed to buy my cookies. I have 20 cookies still, but now there's only 6 people and they still only want 1 cookie. So now I give 6 cookies out and I'm left with 14 cookies. Well, shucks. Now I have a supply on demand issue. I have a ton of cookies, so I don't need to continue hiring people to make cookies because nobody's buying these cookies. And the people who made the cookies, I can let them go because they already made the cookies and I don't need them to make more for me.
Yeah,
that's a tariff.
You don't have to have client, like they just don't have clients.
So again,
in China
everybody
and
wants
India.
1 cookie. There are 20 people. 14 of them can no longer buy my cookies. 6 of them remain. And yet those 6 people still only want 1 cookie. Well,
Okay,
now I have
so
14
that cookie
cookies.
company is not
what
doing
happens
great.
to the correct? And that's how it works across the board. If look at companies across the literally in any industry. It could be John Deere, you could look at Fabletics, you could look at Pepsi. Tariffs impact companies across the board. Go online right now. Go put something in your self-checkout cart for Fabletics. Right? Go get yourself a shirt, put it in your cart, and in the cart, it's going to say that they're charging you $8 exactly for a tariff tax. And it will tell you exactly the tariff that Donald Trump implemented that led to their manufacturing crisis, the employees that they had to fire due to it, the surplus that they have in their background, an overabundance of out-of-style items that have been out of style for well over a decade now. And then you tell me how Fabletics is actually making money. They're taxing you because they're not selling enough product because Donald Trump screwed them with his tariffs.
Okay.
Yeah. Was that a good teaching lesson? Did you learn something here? I mean, I thought we were doing a debate. Apparently this is the class. Natasha, Natasha, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. I appreciate the love. Oh, it's Natalie. Natalie, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Susie as well. Thank you for the $1. I appreciate the love. So, again, I thought this was a debate. Apparently, this was your classroom session. I hope you pass your SAT.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to talk about?
Well, you couldn't tell me a single policy that Donald Trump has or would implement that would economically benefit the middle class. No, you didn't. You said some nonsense and I slapped you down.
Okay, what about him raising the Roth IRA?
No. Now I want to ask you about immigration. What is Donald Trump's immigration policy?
He's gonna hopefully make the system better. But
how? What's his policy?
Kick them out, I guess, to take illegal immigrants back to their home country.
You don't know what it's called? Do you want me to tell you what it's called?
Sure.
So what you're suggesting is deportation and immigration. We already have immigration and we already have deportation. It's mass deportation. And that very policy has already been implemented in Florida. Right? SB 1718 was a
lost $16 billion in their farm tax. Yeah, I've heard this.
Excuse you. SB 1718 was signed by Governor Ron DeSantis, and this cut 40% of farmers out of his agricultural workforce because it turns out 40% of farmers are undocumented migrants. As we know, farming is typically a generational sport, and people don't wake up one day and feel renewed and ready to take on the labor-intensive work that is agriculture. No, people would rather work a 9 to 5 in an office. So the undocumented migrants came here and did that work for us. Ron DeSantis kicked them out. He said, you know, those in Florida, the retired people in Florida, they'll just do the work. They didn't. So now farmers are going bankrupt because they can't meet the manufacturing demands on produce, thanks to Ron DeSantis and SB 1718, and they have lost $13 billion in their GDP in 1 month alone. 1 month alone. Last month. So help me understand this. If Donald Trump implements this nationally, we know it's going to lead to a $300 to $450 billion gap in our GDP. And it's going to cut 40% of farmers nationally and deport them. What is your solution to ensure farming does not crumble and that the gap in our GDP is made up? Because Democrats had a solution. It was to provide a pathway to citizenship for those undocumented migrants through the Farm and Workforce Modernization Act. Your party blocked it. So it wasn't about having a legal pathway to citizenship. You didn't want migrants here in any capacity, legal or undocumented. So tell me again now, how are you going to ensure that farmers don't lose their business? And how are you, because they lost 40% of their employees and nobody wants to do the job. So how are you going to solve that workforce development crisis? And how are you going to make up the $300 to $450 billion gap in our GDP? Go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Well, so in the Midwest, a lot of the farms around here are family farms, like you said, they're generational, but they don't hire. Usually they have tractors and they do, technology has come very far for a lot
No,
of,
it's not far
like
enough.
oranges and stuff, I'm sure. It's still pretty difficult to, you got to get up there and pick the orange, but for
Technology
corn,
is not there yet.
soybeans, for the most
Technology is
part,
not there yet.
for a lot of crops.
And let's also be clear.
Yes.
You can jump a state over to Pennsylvania. Lancaster, Pennsylvania, farming capital of the world. Okay. Those Americans are Amish. They're relying on typically old-fashioned technology.
Yep.
And yet they still hire undocumented migrants. So when you take the undocumented migrants out of the equation, they will no longer be able to meet manufacturing needs. And now technology is out of the question altogether. Right? So again, how are you going to ensure that the $300 to $450 billion gap doesn't destroy the agricultural workforce development that you're like, you got to give a solution.
How did you
can't
get the
create
number
a
of 350 to 400 billion?
Sure. Here, hold on.
You just do 50 times 7?
No. The USDA and also NPR have reported on this subject. I have an article right here. You can look up the title under NPR News. The title is America's Farms Are Desperate for Labor. Foreign Workers Bring Relief in Controversy. And then it goes through what happened on the statewide level with Florida. It talks about the national numbers and it talks about where those digits come from. But this is a great source. So it gives you graphs. It gives you dates. It gives you percentages. It gives you everything. Anyway. So there's the source if you're interested. I'm sure you're not, but anyway, so let's get back into it. Can you tell me again, how are you going to create a solution for the $300 to $450 billion gap in our GDP and the workforce development crisis you just created for farmers? What's your solution for them? You said your solution is that they could rely on technology. They don't have the technology to rely on it. So what's your actual solution? You can't create a problem and then
the technology.
No, they're not. They're not going to come up with the technology. They're farmers.
The money's there. They will.
No, they're farmers. They farm.
Yeah, but there's companies who.
Why haven't the companies done it already?
Who love to make money.
The companies haven't done it already because that technology doesn't exist. You're asking for a time machine. It doesn't exist, and they're not going to develop it in 1 year, right? You're asking for somebody to build a time machine. The money's not there to build it. 2, you have 1 year to do so before the $300 to $400 billion gap in your GDP and 40% workforce development crisis kicks in. That technology is not going to be developed in a year. Do you understand?
I mean, I don't know, dude. I've seen farmers. I know people who farm like close to 800 acres by themselves.
Right.
Pretty
So
much.
now you're going to kick out the 40% of workers that they have hired.
They have no, it's
Here's
just
a good
them.
example. You have 10 people.
Yep.
4 people are kicked out. Now you have 6 people. And all these people are working to accomplish the job of 10 people. You say, well, those 6 people can just go hire other people. Okay, well, we see 4 other Americans right over there, but they don't want to do the work because it's hard work, it's labor intensive, it leads to physical issues in your later years. I mean, it's underpaid, so they don't want to do it. So now, what are you going to do? So you have 6 people doing the job of 10 people. You kicked out 4 of them just because they were undocumented migrants. How are you going to help the 6 people reach the needs to that of the 10 people required to accomplish the job? I mean, this is...
Well, can't
Was that
people
easier for you to
apply green
understand?
cards and working visas?
No, because again, we tried passing the Farm Workforce Modernization Act that would have done the very subject you're talking about right now, and yet Donald Trump's party blocked it. So it's not about having them come into work. It's not about having them come in legally. Your party proved by blocking that bill, you just want them out altogether. Whether they're legal or illegal, documented or undocumented, does not matter. You just don't want them here. I mean, Ron DeSantis literally cut off his own nose to spite his face by causing the GDP gap of $13 billion and cutting 40% of his farmers and then not providing them with the pathway to citizenship. He did that solely because he didn't want them here. He took the loss at the expense of his farmers going out of business. They're the ones
And why don't we
struggling,
see
right?
farmers in Florida like up in arms about this?
They were.
they're-
You're just not paying attention. Did you want an article on that too? Here, farmers are. Hold on, I got you. NBC News: farmers are advocating for an easier pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants so they can be hired in the agricultural sector. NBC News. That was the subject line. It's NBC News. You said why aren't they like up in arms? That they are. You're just not listening. But what else is new? I'll wait for him to Google it. He can Google it. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today, or maybe you're learning a thing or two, feel free to support me. My Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. While you're in my bio, please click on that I have my backup profile username in there. Click on that profile username and follow my backup account. We're going to give the guest, I feel like the guest is just running away. I don't think he's actually looking anything up. There you go. Welcome back. Are you running away? We can't hear you when you click out.
No, you can't. Oh.
No.
In the art.
You just clicked out again. We can't hear you. Honestly, it's probably for the best. Like you can't even explain Donald Trump's, economic policy or the immigration policy that's going to lead to the $400 billion GDP gap. I mean, come on.
It was the choice of two evils.
No, it wasn't.
In my state, it's not
No,
really
it was not a
affected,
choice
so-
of two evils, right? You had Kamala Harris, who had moderate policies that were like lukewarm in temperature, and they were going to economically benefit you, or at least they weren't going to hurt you. Donald Trump doesn't have a single policy that's going to economically benefit you. You're not part of this plan under Donald Trump. His plans are going to cause more debt, higher taxes, higher costs on groceries. That's what the economists say, and the economists were right the first time around, right? But, let them eat cake. Y'all do what you want to do, right? I hope you get everything you voted for and more. Can you tell me, your parents, they're still with us? Your parents?
Yep.
Do they hope to
Thankfully.
collect Social Security someday?
My parents, my dad always says he's never going to get it.
Yeah, he's right.
Yep.
Donald Trump he is implementing a House Republican budget. It has been endorsed by 80% of House Republicans. Your dad is saying he's never going to get it. Yes. Now it's true. He's not going to get it because this House Republican budget cuts $1.5 trillion from the Social Security pot, which, mind you, is all that's left in the pot. Mm-hmm. And then it's going to cut the income tax, Social Security tax, and corporate income tax that pays for Social Security, adding $4.9 trillion to the pot every year. It's getting rid of that. So there's nothing left for Social Security. This is what Donald Trump and House Republicans are looking to pass. It also cuts disability benefits. It raises the retirement age to 69, but I believe they're looking at 70. So, hey, if you're 69, you might be working one more year. Yay.
But, okay.
Why exactly, though, would you support that?
Well, my parents both have good retirement accounts. So I guess it's selfish of me to say, but it's not too much of a worry. And they've
been paying into
good.
Social Security for decades, and Donald Trump is taking that money away, and you're fine with that?
If it goes to something decent, I guess. Well, I guess that sounded
That's
terrible.
pathetic.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, no, that was pathetic. You just said that you're cool with Donald Trump stealing from your parents.
But the Social Security was already estimated to run out in 2039, and now with that bill, it's supposed to run out in 2035.
No, this happens every single time, right? But we figure out a way to add into it and keep it going every single time. Donald Trump is cutting it off.
By raising taxes?
No. For right now, as a prime example, what we're paying into it is coming from my taxes to make up the difference for that of what the Republican Party has stolen from the pot over the decades prior. Speaking on the money that your parents, like for example, your parents put money into the Social Security pot, right?
Yep.
Ronald Reagan took it away. Okay. George H.W. Bush took it away. They used it on something else, military, whatever they wanted to use it on. So your parents' money was stolen decades ago from people who are long gone. I'm now paying taxes to pay for your parents' money that was already stolen from them. And then someday in the future, somebody who is younger than me will pay for my Social Security. Somebody younger than them will pay for their Social Security. And it's a pay it forward. You ever go to a Starbucks and you pay it forward? That's what it is.
Yep.
Donald Trump
I'm in
is
a
saying,
union, I know.
hold on. Okay, well, then you really voted against union rights too. Wow. So
I
Donald
didn't.
Trump is saying he's going to cut my taxes so I no longer have to pay it forward. He's cutting the line. So anybody collecting Social Security, according to this House Republican budget, anybody who would collect Social Security will no longer be able to because there will be nothing left. He's cutting it. He's cutting the line. That's stealing, right?
Yep.
So now you're advocating for that. What's your message to anybody who depends on Social Security as you try to leave them homeless?
But this...
What's your message to those you're looking to leave homeless who are collecting Social Security?
You love this line, don't you?
Can you just respond?
I mean, put money in a 401k.
Okay, so for decades, people have thought that Social Security was the very lifeline they would need to fund their retirement. And fun fact, they were right to believe so because that's what the government told them. Then Donald Trump comes in and says, haha, taking your money away.
Why would anyone trust the government, though?
Okay, because that's what people do when they look to leadership. And yet you have Donald Trump who comes in and says, I'm stealing from you and you can't do anything, So what's your message?
Trump, though. It's got to go through Congress and Senate.
Right, okay, so Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. So now you're saying that you voted for them. You voted for them. Now you got to hold yourself accountable to that. Can you tell me what's your message to those who will be homeless because of your vote? Did you miss this too?
Okay.
80% of the new House
Trump's not
Republican
even in
caucus has
office
endorsed
yet,
it.
so Biden's just going to shut it down.
No. 80% has endorsed it. Right now it's a proposal. They're not moving forward with it until the new year because that's when Trump will be in office. Understood?
Yep.
Okay.
You waiting for
So
my
your
message?
your message to those who are think about it, a veteran who relies on Social Security and disability benefits, you're about to leave that veteran homeless. And then MAGA Republicans like Ron DeSantis are going one step further and criminalizing being homeless so that veteran who fought for your country, fed into Social Security to defend their own future when the time came, is now left homeless and imprisoned in states like Florida. What's your message to them? Because this is the reality that this is the new reality, right? So what's your message to that homeless, imprisoned veteran?
The grass is always greener on the other side, man. Trump will figure something out. We got this.
Okay, so you have no message, no concept. You don't even have a concept of a plan.
Oh, you want a plan?
Your message to them was suck it up, deal with it.
No, it's not what I said.
That's what you just said. You said the grass was always greener. That was, by definition, the same thing as saying suck it up, sucks.
I don't know. I think you're over.
No, I'm going by what they put forth. This is their budget. These are their numbers. The stats come from the U.S. Federal Reserve, U.S. Federal Revenue, and backed by the Treasury Department.
All the stats I've looked at says instead of 2039, it's supposed to run out now in 2035.
Okay, and again, 5 years ago, it said it would be gone by 2030. 5 years before that, it said it'd be gone by 2024. The issue is that we've never had somebody like Donald Trump who comes in and actually cuts it off. Every past administration has figured out a way to expand it. Now we have the pay it forward system, which is going to ensure it never runs out. Donald Trump is cutting out the pay it forward system. So now it will run out immediately. And you're saying,
because all these articles I've read, unlike the NPR and stuff,
that's what you're saying here, right?
Have said it's supposed to run out in 2035 now.
You're not paying attention. You're not paying attention. You're not listening to. I've repeated it 3 times. You're not listening. That's fine.
You're saying he's going to cut it off right away.
Right, because that's in the House Republican budget. That's in the House Republican budget. I would suggest you look this up. They're cutting 1.5 Dakota, get your ass back into my live stream right now. So they're cutting out $1.5 trillion from Dakota. You have 3 seconds. Okay. Dakota, they're cutting 1.5 trillion out of the pot, and then they're cutting the taxes that pay for Social Security. You need to do more research into this. You voted against your own interests. Congratulations.
I've done research on it, and it says 2035.
Sir, you couldn't tell me a single policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited or led to border security in any sense. And when I slap you down and explain very well how it hiked up
2017
costs,
tax cut, and you
yes,
just
and when
sit
I
there and
explain
you just
how
say,
that didn't benefit the middle class,
blah,
you're
blah,
not willing
blah,
to accept
and
the
then
truth.
You don't understand.
You're not willing to accept the truth. You name something and I explain to you in detail how you're wrong, and I even provide sources and facts. You're not willing to accept them. Fine, you do you. But your parents are going to learn the hard way. Congratulations, you're ignorant. That's on you to figure out, though. I'm not here for your coming of age. So you go have a good one. On the count of 3, everybody, we're going to do a little fetus deletus spell. 3, 2, 1. Fetus deletus. Poof, and he's gone. Oh my gosh. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you are just tuning in, do me a favor, head on over to the link in my bio right now and click on the username. My backup account is in my bio. Please give that backup account a follow right now if you would. I would appreciate it. We got well over 1,000 people here right now, so I hope you all take a moment, go to my backup account. It's in my bio. Click on it, and please give that a follow. Let's get up our next guest here. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I love you. I love you.
Oh, I love you right back. Well, thank you for not voting for Donald Trump. It's always good to talk to somebody who's smart after talking to whatever I just spoke to.
Yes, it's sad.
Thank you again. You have a good one, okay? Hello. Are you driving? Nicole shouldn't text and drive. Nicole Mack. That's bad. That's very bad. Just because
I'm so sorry.
you're good. I'm gonna let you go.
Oh my God. Sorry.
You're good. Have a good one.
Embarrassing.
You're good. You're good. That's funny. Sending you love, Nicole. Safe travels. Hi, guys. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't, but I would like to address the Social Security guy that was just up.
Go for it.
I'm a gay, elderly, disabled man living 100% of Social Security and other government programs. Now, he's saying that we should just be homeless. I rely on 24-hour caregivers. That also will be taken away from me because that depends on Social Security for that funding. So this man is just suggesting to put all of us out on the street or wherever, or to institutionalize us.
Right. Here's what I think is god awful about this, right? We got to recognize first and foremost that we're going to have a long fight ahead of us these next 2 years before we take back the House and Senate to ensure that you receive the support you need. But we're going to do everything we can to figure it out for you. It's just heartbreaking that people like that guest, Dakota, who had come up here and said that nonsense, genuinely believe that they are justified to run around saying, you know what, you're an American, and instead of fighting for my neighbor, I'm going to toss him under the bus. You're going to be homeless. Ha ha, sucks to suck. I'm going to have more money in my pocket. That's god awful.
And another thing when they can't admit they're wrong, they allow their mouths to say something really stupid because their egos can't admit they're hypocrites.
Correct.
And it's really heartbreaking that these people, I just really hope they're kind to themselves when they look back and realize what they've done.
Yeah.
But they're just gonna be soaking in it as well. So
yeah. Well, hey, know that there's more of us out there fighting for you than there are running their mouths like that guy, and we got your back. We're going to make sure that you get what you need, okay?
Thank you, John.
All right, have a good one. Let's get up our next guest. Hey, I see Polly here. Hi, Polly. It just said Polly joined your live. Hey, Polly. Polly, battle me. Come fight me. Not, fight me, but Trying to get up our next guest here. Nope, they're not coming up. Next. Thank you. Next. Hi, guys. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Ew. No, that was all. That was all. That was all.
Oh, that was all? Okay.
That was all.
Did you...
Excuse me, 1 second. Excuse me.
Okay.
That was all.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Have a good day.
Oh, all right. That's okay. That's communicating.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye.
Let's get up our next guest. It was really giving roaches for raid. I ain't doing it. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Ew.
Also,
Why?
how are you doing, by the way? Sorry, I just found out.
Well, let's see. You just voted away the Social Security of disabled Americans, so not so good. Why did you vote for the criminal felon rapist?
Well, I like the tax, or not the tax, import idea. So, yeah.
Okay, break
That
that
is
down.
why.
Hurry up. You have 15 seconds. Break it down. 15, 14, 13,
All right, so it's gonna.
12,
Can I
11. Hurry up. You have 10
It's
seconds left to
gonna
explain it. 10, 9.
Increase more work
8.
in in this country.
7.
There's increase more money. Less
And what
inflation,
percentage? 5,
Less
4, 3,
What do you mean? What
2,
percentage?
1. Seriously?
I just made.
Can you provide some sort of stat, percentage, numerical digit? Like what is the... You're going to talk about the economy and not use any digit?
So, do you know how much the U.S.
Your voice is shaking.
imports
Pick
from
yourself
China?
up by the bootstraps. You shouldn't be this stressed.
Sorry. Do you know how much the
Excuse
we
me.
spend on
I don't need
imports
you to
from
ask
China?
me a question. I need you to tell me what the stats are.
Around 400 each year. 400 billion each year.
Okay, and yet, let alone Donald Trump's tariffs the first go around led to a $230 billion debt for the middle class to pick up on produce, the 15 to 25% agricultural tariff he put into place. I mean, that right there increased costs on consumers. It led to a surplus and supply and demand issue for consumers. So that's not a win. Are you rich? Are you like upper class? Are you like wealthy? What's your story here?
Middle class.
Okay, you're middle class. So his tariffs don't help you. You're going to be paying more out of pocket.
But it helps for all the workers in the country, like the farmers.
Because here's a good example. Okay, let's say that I have a tariff on cookies. Okay. Now I can't ship cookies overseas. So I had 10 cookies that were going to sit here in America with me, 10 cookies that were going to go to China, but now I can't sell them to China. So now I have 20 cookies here at home. But I only have 10 people to sell the cookies to. And lo and behold, you just deported 40% of those people. So now I have 6 people back home and 20 cookies. Well, I have employees. I don't need all of them to continue making cookies. I'll fire some of them. I'll put this into a surplus pile. And until I run out of cookies, I won't need to produce more so I can cut costs that way. That means that you're going to... workers are going to lose out on this. This isn't a win. Hopefully that Blue's Clues explanation was helpful.
I don't understand how the workers would lose out on that because
okay, so let me explain one more time. Listen very closely. Yeah, listen very closely one more time. Okay, this time use your ears. So let's say I have 20 cookies. 10 are going to China, 10 are remaining in America. But because of Donald Trump's trade war, now I have 20 cookies in America. I can't send the 10 to China. Well, I have employees who made these cookies, but because I have an overabundance of cookies now, I don't need the employees to continue making cookies. I'm going to put them on leave or I'm going to fire them. This isn't a hypothetical. This is what happened the first go around with Donald Trump's tariffs. To be clear, not a hypothetical. This happened. I'm just breaking it down in an easier, faster, for you to understand. So now I have 20 cookies. I need all my employees to make more cookies because I have a surplus. So let me fire some people. Okay, I still have 20 cookies. So now I have a surplus and my cookies are going bad. Gosh, now I'm going out of product. I had to fire my employees. Oh yes, but the workers are really making out here. The workers are thriving.
But that is not what's happening.
That is what happened and that's what will happen. Understood? And not only that, let's say back home, Donald Trump's tariffs on cookies. Let's say, for example, I have 10 cookies. Well, we know that Donald Trump's tariffs lead to higher costs on the middle class, right? On produce alone, it was an increase of $230 billion. Across the board, you're looking at $25,000 to $4,000 coming out of the pockets of middle class Americans every year due to his tariffs. Let's say I have 10 cookies. Okay. I have 10 people and 10 cookies. These cookies are now double the price. Do you still want my cookies? No? Well, great. Now nobody wants to buy my cookies and you don't have cookies, but you kept the dollars in your pocket and I lost out as a business. Again, this is what happened the first time. I'm just explaining it to you in a Blue's Clues sense, so maybe you'll understand.
All right, and I'll
Hopefully
explain
this
like
helped
this.
you.
So imagine your company in America,
cookies,
and you're importing.
I prefer
20
cookies.
cookies.
Thank
each
you.
year
Cookies.
for, let's say, $20. And in America,
$20 per
20
cookie
cookies
under
here.
Donald Trump. Yeah, I agree. But I want your $20 cookie. Thanks very
20
much.
cookies for $20.
Yeah, one cookie for
20
$20.
cookies for
Yay, Donald
$20.
Trump's economy. It's thriving.
And now you have 20 cookies
Do
in
you
America
guys
that
want the
cost
$20
$60.
cookie? I don't want the $20 cookie. Nobody wants the $20 cookie. I will tell you what, you can keep the cookie. The fuck is on the cookie? You fucking shave Rihanna's nails into it? What is on the cookie? I don't want the cookie. Is this Donald Trump's America? My God, that's not even crumble cookie. What kind of cookie you make? Gosh, crumble cookie was $5 a cookie. How'd you get to 20? Oh my gosh.
All right, so it's $40.
People, my Venmo and PayPal are in my
20
bio. I'm
cookies.
going to need some cookie money. I'm going to need some cookie support for these $20 cookies. All right, continue. So it's $20 a cookie.
It's $40.
$40 a cookie? I don't want the cookie. I don't want Donald Trump's tariffs. I don't want his
14
tariffs.
cookies.
I don't want the
$14.
cookie. I don't want the $40 cookie. No. Oh my God, is the... What's in the cookie? I want the cookie. I can't afford the $40 cookie. You already cut our Social Security, man. Oh my gosh, what's going on?
Change it. One cookie
I don't
for
want-
$5.
Can I hear a $60? Julia, thank you for the galaxy. Can I hear a $60 cookie? Do we have a 70, 75, 70, 75, 80, 80? Do we have an $80 cookie? $90, $90? Do we have $100 in the Venmo for the cookie? Let's see, going once, going twice, up, and nobody bought it. Nobody bought it because, fun fact, nobody wants to spend $100 on your cookie. Listen, man, you got to
change
take an
my-
econ course. I mean, this is kind of nuts.
All right, so $5 for one cookie coming from China.
That's still a very expensive cookie. Gosh, I mean, $5 for a cookie in Donald Trump's economy? That's not a flex. That's really
I don't know.
pathetic.
And then $10.
Oh my gosh, Monique, thank you so much for the $20 for cookie reparations. So we had
That's how much it
$20
costs.
on the cookie.
Right now.
Thank you, Monique, for the $20 for the cookie. So I can afford $20 for a cookie now. That's what I got. That's all I have.
So instead of buying $5 for a cookie from China and giving them the money, we don't affect from a country from that. That money goes straight to China. Then we have to print more money to make up for
First
that
off,
money
you're
we
not
just
printing
gave
money.
them.
So now you're adding hypotheticals to something that has not happened and would not happen. You're not printing more money to accommodate Donald Trump's tariffs. So let me cut you off there. And let's better recognize here what you just said was nonsense. Because once more, who pays for the tariffs? The company. And here's a prime example for you. If you don't believe me and you think I'm out of touch here, go to fabletics.com, put something in your cart, go to checkout. Don't buy it. You're not going to fit into any of it. But check it out. And after you do that, it's going to go through taxes with you. It's going to explain the tariff and how they had to increase the cost on the product and how that pulls $8 out of your pocket as a consumer so that they don't have to pay for the tariff themselves. Tariffs are a tax on consumers. You understand?
So where is that clothing coming from?
Go to
then?
fabletics.com. Go check out
But
their
you'd
site.
be-
Go ahead. What you're suggesting,
ordering most likely?
excuse you, what you're saying is that, oh, well, Americans can just get it American made instead of getting it made elsewhere. Okay, you're
Yeah.
still going to foot the bill because guess what? Things are more expensive to make in America. It's more expensive to make things here. Instead of getting the chocolate bar shipped from China to here, you're going to get it made right here and it's going to be more expensive than it would be shipping it to China. This is why we get so much stuff shipped to us from China, right? Because it's cheaper. You ever read the bottom of a cup and it says made in China?
So you'd rather support China than our own country?
No, because it
That's what you'd
supports
support.
your businesses at home. They manufacture over there. They will no longer be able to do that. Companies here in America make money without the tariffs. And they manufacture elsewhere and bring it back. What you're doing is bringing the manufacturing to remain in America, but it's more expensive to manufacture in America. So companies are footing the bill. But to ensure that they're not footing the bill, they're ensuring middle class Americans foot the bill by passing off costs to them. So yay! Thanks. This is
But that's
again
also what
why
Toyota
this is
did.
why economists say it's going to lead to $2,500 to $4,000 coming out of the pockets of middle class consumers every single year. I don't want to pay for that. I don't want to pay $4,000 that I don't have on Donald Trump's tariffs when we know his first go around with tariffs led to a $230 billion tax hike on middle class consumers and an agricultural crisis. They had a surplus and supply and demand issue and lost out on produce manufacturing. Cutting the health insurance of sick children. You voted for that. You're saying, well, I think that they should still be funded. I mean, if you actually thought that, you would have voted for Kamala, right? But you didn't. So now you're saying to the people who are going to be homeless and starving, hey, you know what? I just like Donald Trump's haircut, like his haircut and handcuffs. You just like Donald Trump that much.
You could also use the tax money from us payers way better than what they're doing right now. That's my biggest argument.
I'm sorry, you're saying that they should reallocate our tax dollars right now to better support Social Security. That's not the plan that's being put forth. They're cutting the taxes that pay for Social Security in the House Republican budget. Do you understand that? So what you think they should do no longer matters. You voted for the party that said they were going to cut Social Security. Now that they're doing it, you're what? Suggesting now you disagree. Too late, but I mean, you're responsible. You're responsible for anybody that ends up homeless, for any disabled American who ends up starving. You're responsible. That's on you now.
What I was trying to say is that our tax money
That you
is
don't
not going
care if
just
somebody ends up
towards
starving. I understand.
the wars and all this is a complete waste of our money.
Your tax dollars aren't going to war. You understand? What tax is going towards war?
Where are they getting all this money from? The $7 billion
The
they're about
funding
to
is in a
suck
pot. So you're not paying attention. The money, and not attention to me, I'm saying you're not paying attention to life. The money that is being allocated to, for example, fund Ukraine is through weaponry, one. And two, any funding being allocated to defend or uplift our military is through a budget that's already been put forth. It's the defense budget. That's not hiking up tax dollars on you. Neither are your current tax dollars being used for that. Are you good?
What about the $42 billion that they wanted to use with the Wi-Fi plan from 2021 and yet have done nothing
$42 billion
with it?
is pennies, first off, right? Especially in comparison to the $8 trillion debt Donald Trump added to our national debt, right? Like, you understand that $42 billion isn't even like half of 1/10 of a trillion, and he added $8 trillion to our national debt. If you're concerned about $42 billion, you definitely wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump, because he added $230 billion in tax hikes on the middle class through one tariff on agriculture alone. I mean, if you think 42 billion is a lot, 230 billion probably has you in the coffin. I mean, if you'd be crying, right? I mean, what am I missing something here? I mean, do you think 42 billion is a lot?
Yeah, I would say
Okay,
that's
but then shouldn't you
nothing.
hold Donald Trump accountable for increasing costs on produce like by $230 billion?
Where were we getting the produce from?
Farmers in America. So again, that's almost 5 times 42 billion. I mean, I feel like you should be concerned here, but it seems like you're not. So I guess you're not actually concerned with the $42 billion. You were trying to use a talking point and it called you out. Wow. What else is new?
The deficit is coming from the 8 trillion from the fund.
Nope, 230 billion and the 8 trillion in our debt are separate. The 230 billion is from Donald Trump's tariffs on agriculture. He put a 50 to 25% tariff on China. China put tariff on agriculture back home, like pork in North Carolina, soybeans in Iowa, etc. And this hiked up costs on middle class consumers through small businesses from an export surplus and supply on demand crisis that farmers had experienced. So I don't know how many ways, or like how many ways do you want me to explain this to you? I can explain it to you, but I can't help you understand. If you don't have to be clear, if you don't have the cognitive capacity to understand this, that's fine. Just tell me, so I don't need to keep wasting my time.
I mean, you're voting for Kamala, so
it's not voting. Oh, now you're sundowning. The election's over. I'm not voting for Kamala.
Forgot.
You
She lost in a
forgot.
landslide. So.
Okay. So again, you said you want your $100 cookies. Congratulations. You want a cookie to cost $100. That's what you voted for. You want to hike up costs on middle class consumers, cut Social Security for disabled Americans, and you think that that's a win and that, you know, you should be celebrated for that. Okay. That's god awful. Now go ahead. Hold on. I get it. A guest who came up just before was right. You do this all the time. You MAGA Republicans. I slap you down with knowledge. You get upset because you're ignorant and you don't have the intelligence to combat me. And then you start saying something absolutely ridiculous. Like you'll say something intolerant, racist, sexist, homophobic. Go ahead. Turn around and do your worst. Go ahead. I'm sure. Go on. You're upset because you're stupid. Go ahead. Say whatever you want. Go on.
This is not my job, so I'm not as educated on any of these points. So I mean, sorry. Like,
you came up here to talk to me.
Is this like actually?
If
is
you
this
weren't,
your only job, or do you have?
No, I have 3 jobs. First and foremost, my main job is George Soros's mistress. That is my most important job. I take it very seriously.
What even is that?
What do you mean?
Like, what do you do? What?
Oh, there's no way that this ain't a fetus. On the count of 3, everybody, hocus pocus. 3, 2, 1. Hocus pocus, poof, and they're gone. The magic is real in America. Oh my gosh, woo! Folks, it's been very hard being George Soros's mistress. I'll tell you what. If you want to support me, everybody, my Venmo, PayPal are in my bio. Feel free to support me if you feel bad for me having to do these conversations, because I'm starting to feel bad for me too. Trying to get up our next guest. All right, let's see. Oh, everybody, if you haven't already, go to my profile. In my bio, it says backup in my bio. There's a backup account. Can you go follow my backup account? Go follow my backup account. There's like 1,000 people here. Go follow my backup account. Please take a second and go do that. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's try to get up our next guest here. He goes, what is that? Huh? What is that? Oh my gosh. That was like actually insane. What is that? What? Huh? Hey, thank you so much, Lisa, for the train. That is beyond kind. Thank you so much. I guess. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I love you so much. I love you. I've been waiting. Please give me 10 seconds.
You're fine.
You were like talking to friendlies, and I've been waiting. Like you were doing it like the day before the election and a few more days, and I just been waiting. Like, and you would never pick me. I'd be like, damn. And you finally on me like out the blue because I'm cooking or whatever. But I love you so much. And
what are you cooking?
Salmon.
I could go for salmon so bad right now. I gotta work on. I gotta figure out what I'm doing for dinner. I always wait until it's too late, and then I'm like, yeah, we're just gonna eat a box of spaghetti. Like,
I just wanted to say a few more things real quick. My brother is a part of the LGBT community too, and I was really upset when she lost. I cried so bad because it's like people like I was on here the other day. Somebody was like, "Oh, fuck the disabled." I was like, "What the fuck? Like, you don't care that people are gonna lose out because you want more money in your pocket?"
Yeah.
The fuck? But
well, Olivia, know that, there's a lot of work ahead of us in these next 2 years. And I say 2 years because, we're going to figure out what went wrong and continue working forward to take back the House and Senate in the midterms. These next 2 years are going to be really tough. They're going to be scary, and we got to not sugarcoat that. But we are going to continue fighting forward because that's what we do, right? That's what we do. We've seen dark times before, and we've persevered, and we'll do the same this time.
period. Just one more thing. I think it was like a month ago. Some guy was waiting in the request for like an hour. You were like, "Oh, how long were you waiting?" He was like, "An hour." You was like, "Oh, for real?" You clicked it.
Here, well, we can do it now. We can do that now. Here, I'm gonna let you go, Olivia. I'll do that now. I appreciate it. Thank you. Here, I'll show you what she meant. Here, let me see. I'll show you what she meant. Hi, Lou. How you doing?
Hey, Lou. Hey, Johnny.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, just give me a second, though. I really appreciate everything you're doing and have done. If everybody can get in the chat and give Johnny a big W, that would be stop. Man, I've learned so much from you. Listen, I am a disabled veteran. I'm a federal employee.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. And we're about to go through some tough times right now. And a lot of people are scared. I have a lot of my friends who are disabled veterans. They are afraid. And I don't, all I can do is sit back and hope for the best.
Yeah.
And, we'll get through it. We always have. We've always persevered. I don't think we did anything wrong. A lot of people came on these lives and you educated a lot of people. Even as a veteran myself, there's stuff about foreign policy that I didn't even know of. And I learned a lot from you, and I appreciate that. I learned a lot from all the other people. But God, just keep doing what you're doing. We got a long road, a long fight ahead of us. To everybody that's listening, don't give up. It's not the end of the world. We'll make it through this. And
listen, we do have like a little. We still have a backstop, right? Something to still help us. That being the courts. Let's recognize we need to prolong whatever Donald Trump is looking to do for 2 years. First and foremost, he has a very slim majority in the House. So a lot of what he's trying to accomplish here that moderate Republicans aren't going to vote for won't even touch the House floor. The second part being we can prolong in the courts. I mean, Joe Biden is passing nominations in the judicial system like he's passing around Valentine's Day cards on February 14th. So it's, we still have some backstops, and we're going to continue fighting forward because that's what we do, Lou. We got some work. We got a lot of work cut out for us, but we're going to persevere like we always do.
Yeah, and I forgot to say also, I'm also in law enforcement. So,
dude, thank you for your service. That's awesome. They do not. Let me tell you something. They do not make it easy for you.
No. And I actually teach at a federal law enforcement academy, and it is sad to see so many law enforcement officers that actually supported Trump because it's scary. And it's like, why would they want to support somebody like that? But, I'm not going to hold up too much of your time. Keep doing what you're doing. I love watching your lives. I get notifications all the time. You keep doing you. You've done the best you could, and keep your head up. And everybody in the chat, keep your head up, and love you guys so much.
Thanks, Lou. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate that. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'll show you what Olivia meant, everybody. Hi, guys. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Gotcha. It says that you've been waiting here for about 40 minutes to talk to me. And poof, that's 40 minutes of your life you're never going to get back. And I'm happy to take those 40 minutes from you. I'm eating them up like AT&T. Call me Verizon. That's what Olivia meant. Listen, women fought for decades to have their right to choose. It was the law of the land for 50 years. You wasted 50 years of their time by overturning it. I'm happy to waste 40 minutes of your time, Shucks. Oh, I know for a fact he's screaming. I know for a fact he's angry right now. That's 40 minutes of his life. He ain't ever getting back. I mean, I own that time now. That's my time. Like those are my minutes now. That's 40 minutes. You're never gonna. I know he's angry. I know he's angry right now. That's hilarious. Anyway, let's all go do dinner. What are you guys eating for dinner? I think it's dinner time. Also, I want to say a massive thank you to everybody who had supported me on Venmo, on PayPal. I see your messages here. If you did, please write your username on that as well so that I can follow you. Because, if that's okay. I mean, if you're supporting me with your hard-earned dollars like that, I want to be able to follow you. So, Becca. Oh, hi, Becca. Marty, Kelly, Nicole, Jennifer, Elaine. Please put your username on those so that I can follow you. If that's okay. Pork chops and mashed potatoes. That sounds amazing. Shrimp scampi, tacos. That sounds good. I had cottage cheese and pineapple. Wait, do people put cottage cheese on pineapple? Is that good? Because I have cottage cheese. I don't have any pineapple. Should I try that? Do people put cottage cheese on pineapple? Huh. That sounds really good. Wow. So folks, again, if you haven't already as well, in my bio, I have my backup account there. please give that a follow. I've been having some issues with live streaming capabilities on my main. So give that backup account a follow. It's in my bio. The username's right there. If you just click on my profile photo in the top left corner here, or wherever it's showing up on your screen, go to my profile, click on that bio. You know, it says Johnny Palmades, says it's my backup account. Give that a follow. I appreciate it. Yeah. But we'll be back after dinner. I think it's dinner time. You know, guys, I'm gonna try the whole pineapple. I'm gonna try it. Pineapple cottage cheese. I hope it's good. Y'all make it sound good, so I'm gonna try it. All right, jambalaya. That's cottage cheese with a fruit cocktail. That sounds good. Lasagna with garlic bread. Oh, my ma is like 5 hours north. Part of me wants to just drop this and go visit and go get her lasagna. She makes the best ziti and stuff. Just be like, Ma, I'm coming, make ziti. You know? Moms are the best cooks. Let me tell you something. It's just the second, like, I don't know. Nobody makes it as good as mom. Nobody ever makes it as good as mom. You guys know what I mean? Like, mom's cooking is just the best. Dad's cooking. Listen, y'all, I'll tell you right now, dad's cooking. It's not. But he might be listening right now, actually. Dad's cooking's great. I love dad's cooking. Dad's cooking is the best cooking I've ever had. I love it. It's phenomenal. So good. I really love. Yeah, my dad's the best cook ever. So, anyhow, folks, if you want to support me again, I'm about to end it here and come back in a little bit after dinner. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my Cash App, those are in my bio. And if you do support me like that, please, again, write your username on it so that I can follow you, because if that's okay, I would like to follow you. Like, if you're going to support me with your hard-earned dollars like that, let me follow you, Anyhow, folks, we'll be back a little bit later. I'm going to go make dinner. I hope that y'all are doing the same. Hope you all have a good night. All right. Bye.
Bro, when you come online, bro.
Are you okay?
No, I'm fine.
Like, are you actually okay? Can you just respond without lying? And you just lied, man.
No. You don't let people talk.
You lied. I can't just let you lie, right? That's not fair. How is that fair?
Why don't you let your guests
Can you
talk
just continue talking? You don't got to harp on it. Just don't lie again. And I won't have to cut you off.
So when you look at the orange industry in Florida, like you mentioned, it is handpicked. Okay, so when you look at this $12 billion loss in the GDP for Florida, then yes, that geographical area, which would be potentially impacted from immigrant labor, you might be correct. But do you think that field work is the only things that immigrants
Pookie,
do?
help me understand. But again, SB 1718 was introduced, and this cut the agricultural workforce in Florida by 40%. Now, if you introduce this nationally, we know that farmers, about 40%, are also undocumented migrants nationally. So if you do mass deportation, you're going to kick them out, right? How are you going to make up that gap in workforce development when it comes to farmers?
Did you just say 40%?
Yeah, 40%. Do you want the stat? Do you want a source?
Johnny?
No, this is nationally. This is nationally.
40%?
Are you new here? Yeah, this isn't debatable. I mean, I feel like everybody knows
that. How many
that.
people are in this country, Johnny?
Here, 40% of agricultural workers in Florida and nationally are undocumented migrants.
Well, that's not what you said, though.
That's what I said. That is what I said word for word.
No, you said it was...
No, Pookie, that's what I said word for word. Pookie, I said 40% in the agricultural workforce. Yeah, nationwide, that's what I said.
Now that you made a correction, that
everybody in the chat is saying that's what I said. Are you okay, Pookie? Listen closer. It's not my fault you have a processing issue.
I'm fine, bro.
Apparently not. But that's why you probably should invest in education, not defund the Department of Education like your candidate wants to. So let's get back into this. So again, 40%, don't pivot. I know you don't want me to ask you again because you don't know how to answer. Don't pivot. 40% of farmers in Florida and across the country are undocumented migrants. When you kick them out, how are you going to make up that workforce development gap to ensure that there's not a workforce crisis where in Florida there is now because you removed 40% of farmers, right? They have a manufacturing and produce crisis that has led to a $13 billion gap in their GDP. Nationally, it would lead to a $300 to $450 billion gap in their GDP. How are you going to fix that? You can't just kick them out and then tell farmers to go F themselves.
Illegal migrants.
Well, because Americans don't want to do the work. So again, my question to you, excuse me. No, I just did. I said because Americans don't want to do the work, so they hire undocumented migrants. Right, I just answered you, Pookie. I just answered you. So now I need an answer to my question. How are you going to solve the workforce development crisis that you're looking to cause that's going to lead to a 40% cut in farmers? Don't run away. I just answered your question. You tried to pivot. Chat, is he going to continue pivoting or is he going to continue crying? A, pivot, or B, cry? Because clearly answering is not in his choices here. He won't answer. I don't understand. Both. Secret letter C, you're going to cry and pivot. Can you just respond to what I said?
I have a way to solve this issue, and that is.
Do I have your attention? 1, 2, 3. Eyes on me. Do I have your attention?
Okay.
What I need you to do is start off with a stat. No, don't run away. You're going to run away. Should I get the cowbell? You're a wimp. You're scared. You're running from me. I asked you a simple stat and you're scared, running away, crying like a little snowflake. You're going to cry? You're running away? Oh, he ran. I knew it. No. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Yeah. Folks, if you like listening into the accountability, feel free to support me. My Venmo, PayPal, Cash App are in my bio, but feel no pressure to do that if you haven't already. Feel free to support me by hitting the follow button in the top left corner and join our family. Let's get up our next guest. I'm so shocked he ran away. And by shocked, I mean completely not shocked whatsoever. Kind of knew that was going to happen. Let's get up our next guest. If you did vote for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation. Don't be shy. Come on up. Come on up. How y'all doing tonight, by the way? Hopefully, I know that on the East Coast, y'all, it's dinner time. On the West Coast, y'all are just getting out of work. Hope that y'all are having a good evening. Let's get up our next guest, slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Hello. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hi, I actually did not, but I wanted to come on here really quickly to just let you know how much I love you.
I love you right back. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it. Love you right back. Folks, if you did vote for Donald Trump, then join the guest request and let's have a conversation about that. I see some Trumpers commenting in the chat, like being little snowflakes. I don't need you in my comment section crying about how much you love Vladimir Putin. Hello? What I need you to do is join my guest request so that we could have a conversation. So again, if you voted for Trump, pick yourself up by the bootstraps, get into my guest request, and let's chat, okay?
Yeah, let's chat. Let's chat.
Ew, you're a fetus. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Pardon me? On the count of 3, everybody, you know what to do. 1, 2, 3. Fetus deletus. Poof, and he's gone. Wow, the magic is real in America. The magic is real. What a beautiful spell. And it works so easily, but don't forget, everybody, fetus deletus is a spell that is banned in the states of Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, and Mar-a-Lago. Hi, Colin. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
So I didn't, and if I'm using your platform wrong,
I appreciate it. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for not voting for the rapist. Let's get up our next guest. Again, folks, if you voted for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Hi, Jordan. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Actually, no, I didn't. I came on here.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you for not voting for Donald Trump. But let's get up our next guest. Again, I'll give it 10 seconds. If you voted for Donald Trump, and I see you in the comment section, you little Trumpers, you're scared of me. You shouldn't be. Own up to your candidate. Join the guest request and come talk to me. Okay? Let's have a conversation, right? I'm actually a very respectful guy. There's no reason to be scared of me, so long as you're also respectful. But if you're not respectful, Then you meet my father's Italian side. But so long as you're nice, you'll always get my mom's good old American boy side, you know? Just don't cross me. All right, let's get up our next guest. If you did vote for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. Let's go. Hello, guest. Connor, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Oh, you were a first-time voter. What year were you born?
2005.
So you were a first-time voter and you voted for Donald Trump. Why so?
Okay, let me start off by saying I come from a middle-class family, okay?
Same. I mean, most of us in the chat do, too. If
I
you're middle
come
class,
from a
type 1 in the chat.
middle-class family, and I am speaking. I am speaking, okay?
Sounds familiar, huh?
Sounds familiar, femboy, huh?
Excuse me. First and foremost, I can tell right off the bat that you are not 19 or an adult if you're talking like that. No adult acts like that. That was the most childish nonsense I have ever heard come out of somebody's mouth. I mean, that was pathetic. That was weak. So anyway, we are going to get a lot of pleasure out of this, though, because on the count of 3, the chat's going to feed us, delete us, you. On the count of 3, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Fetus, delete us. Poof! And he's gone. Somebody had some daddy issues. Let's get up our next guest. He goes, I'm an adult and I voted. I should have known by the fact that your voice didn't drop yet that you weren't old enough to vote. Let's get up our next guest here. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello? Okay, let's move on. Again, folks, if you did vote for Donald Trump and you actually voted for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. I see Kate G in the chat who said veteran against Trump. W's for Kate in the chat, please. That's awesome, Kate. Guest, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Hello? I can't hear you.
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Would you mind you're a little muffled there. Are you... What's going on with the phone? Do you have earbuds in?
No.
Are you talking into like a phone from the 90s? Is it like a Nokia 1999 or something?
No.
Are you underwater? It's giving the Little Mermaid. Are you in your fish tank? I already tried hiding in my fish tank. There's no reason to hide in there. Turns out it's see-through. People can still see you.
Can you hear me?
No, now it's actually somehow worse. You got to talk into your phone. Is the phone like? Did you eat the phone? Is it in your stomach and you're like just talking into the void, and like the phone's in your stomach? Or something? Talk again,
Can you hear me?
ma'am. What is this audio? What kind of cell phone do you have? Now I'm just curious. Oh, I know you got a 2009 Samsung Galaxy Flip, don't you?
I don't.
I know. Okay, try to rejoin and we can have a conversation, but that was not going to work. Folks, again, if you voted for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Slowly but surely, we are off to a slow start. Trumpers are so scared to come talk to me. I don't understand. I don't get it. Folks, please hit the like button on the live. Help us get to 100,000 likes. And please hit the share button as well. That way we could continue boosting out the live stream and get up some more guests here. Again, if you voted for Kamala Harris, please hit the like button, hit the share button. Hopefully we could get up some guests and have a conversation. But they're too scared to talk to me, and I'm not shocked. See, here's my point, right? So the pro-Trump person in the chat, like, why are you not in my guest request? Why are you such a little snowflake? You're like commenting it. If you're a Trumper and you're commenting that you're a Trumper instead of getting into my guest request and picking yourself up by the bootstraps, I'm actually getting secondhand embarrassment for you. Like, it's actually embarrassing. Hi, guest. Thank you for the Galaxy Terry. Guest, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Ew. Why?
Well, because he's probably going to be the best president ever.
Well, I would probably think not, considering 154 presidential administrative experts and specialists ranked him during his first term as the worst president in our nation's history, ranking Abraham Lincoln as the best and him as the worst. So I'm going to assume he probably isn't going to be the best the second time around, you know? Anyway, so why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, these experts have been wrong before.
No. So why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Because of his policies.
Yeah. Okay. Can you like break that down, or?
Well, because he's gonna drill.
You're drilling more under Kamala and Joe. What do you mean? They passed more permits than Donald Trump. You understand that?
Well, yes, but he's gonna be drilling even more.
Why didn't he drill more the first go around? Right? Kamala and Joe drilled more than him. They drilled far more than Donald Trump in his first term. Why didn't he drill more? He said he was going to drill the most in history and the most we'll ever drill. Turns out Kamala and Joe doubled it. So tell me again, obviously you weren't voting based off of drilling. I mean, you're more energy independent today than you were under Donald Trump's first term. So tell me again, do you have a concept of a plan or a policy that you support that Donald Trump put forth, or no?
Well, I think he's gonna bring the country back to normal again.
I feel like we're pretty normal now. What do you consider normal? Because apparently you're normal, and the normal of most Americans is pretty different. What is your normal?
Well, I think the policies that the Biden and Harris administration had were too far left, and I think the majority were too far left.
They were lukewarm. They were very moderate policies. What policy was too far left?
Well, every policy that they had was far left.
The Chips and Science Act was too far left. The act that brought chip manufacturing to America.
About social issues.
Oh, okay. The infrastructure package, the Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan, like those were too far left? Because I'm pretty sure that those were actually very moderate. Like,
no, I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about
social issues. Okay, so you're just saying that you hate women. Just say that. Right?
No.
So you don't support abortion? Just get to the point. You don't support abortion?
I'm like most Americans. I support abortion to a certain degree.
Okay, yeah. And what's that degree?
There has to be a limit at what point you have to say you can't have an abortion anymore.
Okay, but people, I mean, I don't know about you, but I had three abortions just today. Right? Chat, how many abortions did you guys have today? Like, I had 3 just today. It was buy one, get one. And then I was, I felt so good after my second one that I was like, let me do one more just, because I like the number 3. Anyway. No, but let's be realistic about this. So people aren't just having abortions for fun, right? It's a deeply heart-wrenching decision that women have to make, and it's deeply personal to them. You're trying to regulate it. My question is, what is your regulation on reproductive health care then? Like, what is your regulation?
That would have to be determined by the states, and they'd have to come up with each state.
No, so you voted for Donald Trump. You said based off of reproductive freedom, you said that Kamala and Joe were too far left for you. So if they're too far left and they believe in restrictions like the 18 to 24 week period restriction, which is what the national consensus was, and if they believed in exceptions for great princess life of the mother, clearly, if you think that's too far left, then I imagine that you support an outright abortion ban. But if I'm wrong, then you need to tell me.
I think you are right. I think you are right.
Okay, so you support an outright abortion ban.
No. I'm saying that I do agree with if you're saying that Harris went for an 18 to 24 week. Is that what you're stating?
That's the national restriction, yeah, and that was under the protection of Roe v. Wade. That was the national consensus.
Yeah, and I personally, unfortunately, we're talking about abortion, and unfortunately, I think that's where the Republicans made a mistake by sending it to get overturned.
Excuse me. So then, what social issues are you talking about? You're the one who brought up social issues and brought up abortion. What are you talking about then? So now it just sounds like you're a Kamala supporter who voted against your own interests.
Yeah, there's more than just abortion when it comes to
what's the other one?
Well, when it comes to transgender and women in sports and men and women's sports and those type of issues.
Okay, can you detail a little bit further as to what your problem is here? Is it like what's the issue? Bathrooms? What's the problem?
Bathrooms is another one. Yeah.
Okay, what's the issue?
Well, I don't think men should be in women's bathrooms, right?
Okay, but I don't think that men should be in men's bathrooms either. I mean, I don't understand you MAGA Republicans with this whole bathroom issue. The fact that you are going into this issue saying, listen, if I use a urinal, the person I want to the left and right of me has to be a big, thick man. Now I don't want a woman next to me. I'm a man who wants a man. And then you guys, spew the homophobic rhetoric. I mean, the closet's class. Maybe it's just me, but I don't want anybody in the restroom when I'm going. I like the private stalls, like what they have at Starbucks, where it's like one person, one stall, like just one individual bathroom. I feel like, am I wrong, chat? Would you not prefer just, being alone when you do your business? Did you know that America is one of like the few places that use communal restrooms? I mean, it's pretty prehistoric. The fact that you're advocating for same-sex restrooms when really, you should just be saying, hey, how about we all just do our business alone? It's kind of weird, don't you think? Yeah. It's a little weird, the case you're making.
Well, I just don't. I want to protect women. I would want to protect women not having to.
Okay, but hear me on this. So let's say you have a daughter, and you're saying that a grown man could harm her if he uses that restroom. I agree. Now, let's say you have a son. What's the difference? The grown man can still harm him. So again, you're advocating for same-sex restrooms, which is just weird because it's communal and, maybe do your business in private alone, where I think it's meant to be done. You should be advocating for just unisex restrooms like they have at Starbucks. Just a thought.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thanks for your time.
No, I have further questions. You haven't actually given me any reason as to why you're voting for Donald Trump, just a redundant conversation about why you want to use the same restroom as multiple men at the same time, which, again, everybody has their kinks and you do you. But I'm just trying to better understand this. So let me get an answer from you regarding the workforce development crisis. Would that be fine?
Sure.
Okay, so Donald Trump, what is his policy when it comes to immigration? Do you know?
Well, he's going to go after the criminals. The ones that have, were convicted of criminal offenses.
We're already doing that.
Yeah.
That's called deportation. That's not new.
He's going to go after those first, right?
Okay, but we're already doing that. So what's his plan? What's the revolutionary plan that you MAGA Republicans spent weeks talking about? Love, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much, love. So anyway, again, what is the revolutionary plan?
I'm not exactly sure what the plan is, but can I say one thing?
No, you're not going to tell me what the plan is. So now let me ask you the question. His plan is mass deportation. The fact you didn't know that and yet you voted for him, it's kind of crazy. Wow. I really hope you get everything you voted for, including the cuts to Social Security. How old are you, by the way?
I'm 48.
And were you ever hoping to collect Social Security?
Yes.
Okay, so then let me ask you. The House Republicans have put forth their budget, and 80% of them have endorsed this very budget. The budget is a proposal as we speak, but because 80% of the Republican caucus has endorsed it, it's going to be adopted and then passed in the House and Senate because you have the Republican trifecta. Donald Trump will sign it. Now, right now, there is about $1.5 trillion in the Social Security pot. And lo and behold, this budget cuts exactly $1.5 trillion out of the Social Security pot. Then it cuts the corporate tax, income tax, and the Social Security tax in its entirety. Those three taxes pay for Social Security. So when Donald Trump was telling you that he's going to cut your Social Security tax, he wasn't saying to you he's going to cut the taxes on your Social Security. He was saying to me he's going to cut my tax that I am paying to pay for your Social Security. But MAGA Republicans misunderstood. Now it's in the budget. So I'm going to get a tax cut. But anybody who is collecting Social Security or who is looking to collect Social Security is going to lose their Social Security, as this includes well over $6 trillion in cuts to the pot that's already faded. This also cuts disability benefits. It raises the retirement age to 69. It cuts CHIP, Medicaid, Medicare, the ACA. So can you tell me exactly why you voted in favor of that? Or how does that help you?
I don't know.
Yeah. You're rethinking that Trump vote? It's a little too late. It's a little late. Again, I hope you get everything that you voted for and more, because I'm getting a tax cut so that you lose your Social Security. Isn't that crazy? I voted for Kamala, right? I didn't want you to lose your Social Security, but you decided to vote against your own interests.
Well, I hope you're wrong. I hope I don't lose it, but you're right.
It's not a wrong or right thing. It's the House Republican budget. It's already on the floor. It's not debatable anymore. It's not a hypothetical. It's not a, I hope Johnny's wrong. It's a, you can Google it. This is their budget.
Okay, I'll do that. Thanks.
Please do. Okay. Do you want to take out the trash on your own, or do we need to get rid of you?
Yeah, you're funny.
I'm not trying to be funny. Just don't want to do that much work. Do you want to take yourself out? Or Carly, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate the love. Let me let the chat do it. On the count of 3, chat, say hocus pocus. 3, 2, 1. Hocus pocus. Poof. Judd, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate the love. And thank you guys for helping me with that spell. Sometimes wizardry is tough, and that's why we got to do it together. Hello, guest.
Hey, Johnny, how you doing?
Fix your audio and then come back. It sounds way too muffled for this. Let's get up our next guest. Heather, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate the love. Wow, we are already 50% to our live goal. That's crazy. You guys are fast. Hi, Angel. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Angel? Okay. I'll miss you. Okay, let's get up our next guest. Thank you so much, Terry, for the galaxy. Y'all are too nice. Thank you for the love.
Johnny.
Hi.
I've been
Did you
under
vote
a
for
lot
Donald
of
Trump?
stress. No, I did not. My parents did, though.
Put him on the phone. Let me talk
One
to
thing I
him.
don't understand is they don't like the fact they don't like
Heather, thank you so much
they don't
for the
like
galaxy.
Medicare. My mother's a retired nurse, and she said that Donald Trump will help remove Medicare from patient. I said, why is that a good thing?
Oh my gosh, Dark-sided. What the fudge was that? That was crazy. That was cute. That was a nice
I
little
couldn't understand why she would think that removing Medicare from somebody's.
Well, I'll tell you this. There is a lack of education when it comes to some folks and in which they voted. For example, this morning I spoke to a Trump supporter at a Starbucks that I had gone to, and he had said to me, he was in the red hat, so I asked him, he had said to me that he's looking forward to Donald Trump's $25,000 down payment for first-time homebuyers. That is Kamala's plan. That is not Donald Trump's plan. So clearly a lack of education. But I do want to get up our next guest. I am just looking to talk to some Trump supporters, Lauren.
Is even off of those, those inflammatory comments about Latinos, the majority of Latino men voted for Trump and new Gen Zs. You know.
Right, thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Lauren.
Okay, bye.
All right, let's get up our next guest, folks. If you did vote for Donald Trump, join the guest request. I am just looking to talk to some opposition right now. Heather, thank you so much for the gifts. You were too nice. That is so sweet. How you doing, Heather, by the way?
Oh, what's up? Can you hear me?
Hello. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, man.
Okay, why so?
So my biggest thing is relegation of big government back to the states. So
okay, but you don't believe in states' rights. Right? You voted for the candidate that violated the Constitution and attempted to overthrow the will of the people. I mean, not even just talking about what he did to Mike Pence and the way he attempted to overthrow an election, but the guy also violated the Second Amendment, right? He implemented a bump stock ban in direct violation of the Constitution, and it was overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court justices, the very justices he nominated. So help me understand that. In what sense is that states' rights? Because he, in fact, stripped away the rights of states.
Okay, I'm not so much. I'm more so talking about the.
That's okay. Everybody has the right to be stupid.
Okay, man. Hold on. What more so? What
Leah,
I'm
thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App. I appreciate the love. Thank you, Leah.
The biggest example I'm talking about is like when it comes to departments. Like right now, he's talking about getting rid of the Department of Education, which that sounds scary, right? You're like, oh my God, why is he going to get rid of the Department of Education?
But it's not scary to you.
No,
right?
No, not at all.
What state are you from, for example?
You're going to think.
Oh, you just muted yourself. My hands are here. I didn't mute you. My hands are right here.
Can you hear me?
So what state are you from?
I'm from Alabama, man.
Okay, so you should be advocating against defunding the Department of Education. And let's be clear, but here's why. First off, MAGA Republicans are saying that the Department of Education should be defunded because they want to change the curriculum. But just to be clear, there is no federal curriculum. This is the uneducation, right? The lack of education, and the very reason we should invest in education, not defund it, okay? Because again, there's no federal curriculum, but you MAGA Republicans are saying we need to defund the Department of Education to change the curriculum. The curriculum's already decided on a statewide level. It's the very reason why you can study the Bible in Louisiana, but you don't do that in Pennsylvania. right? Because statewide curriculum. The federal funding is what is provided to, the federal funding is what is provided by the federal Department of Education to state Department of Educations. States like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Love, thank you for the $2. They're not going to lose out here, right? Because they're well funded. I mean, Minnesota, bright blue state, tremendous education system. The 5 most educated states in the nation are all Democratic. The 5 dumbest states in the nation, starting with West Virginia at number 1, are all Republican. You should be advocating for the Department of Education, but you're against it because
no, it's not so much like my straight up against Department of Education. Department of Education is an example, but I'm against the Department of Education because ever since the implementation of the Department of Education, the United States has gone from first in nationwide, our nationwide students being first in the world, first class.
I hear you, but if that be the case, that's not because of the Department of Education. That would be because of you, right? Like, that's because of Alabama. Let's recognize, again, while you're spending all your time studying the Bible instead of studying statistics, data analysis, even poli-sci 101, the very reason you think it's a good idea to think it's like to defund the Department of Education, you probably should have spent more time studying proper curriculum, but you're from Alabama, so I don't expect you to.
Do you know that in my entire public education life, I never once had the Bible introduced into my education system, so you would be incorrect on that.
Okay. Your point? You're still illiterate, right? Like, your state is one of the dumbest in the country. Not judging you, no offense to you, but that is the fact. That is the stat. So you are quite literally, your state is one of the dumbest in the nation. Again, not an insult, just statistically, but I know that you don't like statistics because, again, you're dumb. So anyway, but point being,
I'm really a big fan.
Point being, I want to better understand here then. Again, look at rural Americans, for example, right? Rural Americans benefit from the federal Department of Education because they receive funding for a public school opportunity. For example, I'm a rural American. I was a public school student because I had such a strong public school education. Thanks to the federal Department of Education, I had the intelligence and more, the resources to garner the intelligence to get accepted into an Ivy League. So that is not an opportunity that rural Americans will have without the Department of Education. They're all going to turn into Alabamans. So I don't know that that's something that we should thrive for. Just a thought. just a thought.
So I wanted to the point I wanted to get across here is if you look at the state of Alabama, if you where are you from?
Pennsylvania. Far better state than Alabama. No offense, but just educationally, we're far superior.
Yeah. So I don't know how familiar you are with the state of Alabama. If you
I try not to pay attention to it. No offense.
Okay. If you go from
a lot of incest.
No, there's actually not.
Sorry, what did you say?
Alabama is actually extremely low on national.
Oh, I didn't say anything. The fact that it's low on it should probably be non-existent. But as you were saying, because we're actually very low in that. Sir, it should be 0.
It should be.
We're actually very low when it comes to incest. Sir, just strive for that number to be 0.
Yes, it is. Not help. But what's funny is Pennsylvania actually has a higher incest rate.
No, it doesn't.
Alabama.
Knock it off.
It does.
Stop it. No,
you should
stop
really
it.
look that
Knock
up.
it off. I have.
No,
the same way I've looked up the educational ranking. Stop it. You're not going to get upset and start lying and gaslighting. We don't got to do all that. You don't got to harp on it. Don't get emotional. Alabama sucks. We know that. It's fine. Nobody's judging you. It's just your state. That's not you. That's KIV. Okay, continue.
What I would like to say is from Birmingham North, Alabama has great education. I'm
sorry, is that not a city?
Yes, Birmingham.
Okay, but so you just picked out a condensed area that leans Democratic, and you said that in that area they have a strong education. Again, I'm not saying it's the cities that have the problem, because they're Democratic leaning, and they understand that the curriculum lies based through math and science. It's the rural districts that will struggle without the Department of Education's involvement and funding.
Yes.
But you just criticized yourself.
From Birmingham North, and then if you go to about Montgomery South, Alabama has very high education. Montgomery South,
Condensed
South
cities. You're
South
talking about,
to-
thank you. You're talking about condensed areas.
No, I'm talking about very large.
Let's head down to the South Boot, where nobody's living except your uncles, wives, sister wives, and blah blah blah. They have kids, right? I'm trying to understand here again.
No.
Let's say you're in rural Alabama or
Montgomery
rural
all
West
the way
Virginia.
to the Montgomery
Thank
all
you.
the way
I'm
to the
trying
bottom.
to speak. Thank you. So again, let's say you're in a rural area where you rely on federal funding to get a strong education. The issue here is by defunding the Department of Education, you're putting public school students behind that of private school students. Again, I didn't grow up rich. I'm not rich, right? I'm a middle-class American. And I grew up in a middle-class family in a lower-class district. I went to a public school because I worked hard and had federal funding through the Department of Education. I was able to get an Ivy League education. Without the Department of Education offering me that equal opportunity to that of a private school student, I would never have had that opportunity to go Ivy League. Every single private school student would, because they would be doing economically better. But those in rural communities like myself, we will struggle. And those are typically red-leaning and conservative areas. You're quite literally voting against yourself. Congrats.
Okay.
Is there a reason why you guys want the country to be dumber? I get that you rely on the voting bloc of uneducated white men. You don't like educated white men, that's clear. So uneducated white men, you guys rely on that voting bloc. Is that what it is? That you want more of that? So you're trying to defund the Department of Education?
I would like to point out that I am an educated white man. If you consider
Again, this isn't an attack on you. I haven't mentioned you once. I'll slap down Alabama because Alabama statistically, not doing so good. But that's not you. Just because you're from Alabama, that doesn't speak to your character.
Yeah,
I'm sure that you're a wonderful.
No, there are plenty of people from Pennsylvania where I live. There are plenty of people from Pennsylvania where I live right now because I live in a high tourist attraction area. I live in Gulf Shores, Alabama. You should look it up. It's a beautiful area. You should.
I'd rather not. I really do try to stay away from Alabama. No offense.
Yeah,
it's not you. It's just
when you think Alabama,
all
you
of it.
think when you think Alabama, you think cousin fucking backwoods. We drink beer.
I wasn't going to say that, but if you want to, and it's not me who thinks that, it's everybody because it's accurate. Listen, the fact of the matter is, again, once more, you're making the case to defund the Department of Education, but you're just going to defund education curriculum opportunities from rural Americans. Why are you advocating to strip away equal opportunity from those in rural communities who can't afford private school? Or let's say, for example, you're in Wayne County, Pennsylvania. They have one school district. They don't get the opportunity to go to private school. So you're going to cut their public school funding. They're going to rely on state funding. They won't receive equal to that of Philadelphia's funding. So help me understand, why are you looking to cut federal funding from rural Americans? It's going to hurt them. It's not going to help city folks.
So the point that I was trying to make earlier is...
Well, I don't need you to go earlier. I need you to speak on this.
Okay, this ties in. That's exactly what I'm saying. So the point that I was trying to make earlier is from Birmingham north to the top of the state and from Montgomery south to the bottom of the state is where a lot of people live. There are a lot of rural areas between Montgomery and where I live, which is Mobile.
Pivot.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, you just pivoted. Right? So I asked you again, you're looking to cut federal funding, and in the Department of Education, that funding is used to create equal opportunity for rural Americans. Again, I'm standing in front of you now. I am the example of this. I'm a public school baby, right? And yet that opportunity through public schooling gave me the opportunity, so long as I worked hard for it, and I did. I didn't go to prom. I was studying for the SATs. That got me into an Ivy League. Okay, so again, my question to you is, I would have not had that opportunity if not for the Department of Education. Why are you voting away the opportunity to, for example, pursue an Ivy League as a public school student? Why are you voting away that opportunity? Can you explain that?
I'm not so much voting away that opportunity. The point of...
But you are, right? You're saying you want to defund the Department of Education. The point is federal funding will be cut for public school students that reside in rural America.
Yes.
So what are you going to
to
do to create an equal opportunity for them after you snatch the opportunity that they currently have?
It's not
right?
so much. It's not so much defunding the Department of Education. It's completely abolished. It's completely abolishing.
Right. Statement
Which
stands.
means
Defund,
yeah,
abolish, same thing.
Yeah,
so
it's
rural
same
Americans
and
lose
same.
the opportunity. So now, how are you going to provide them with an equal opportunity to, for example, be on a competitive playing field with that of a private school student? A private school student from a wealthy neighborhood, let's say Beverly Hills, is going to receive a stronger chance at getting into an Ivy League than that of a public school student who doesn't even have federal funding to support their curriculum.
So say where I live right now, which is a highly populated area, my county is got about right around 100,000 people in it. So we pay.
That's not rural, to be clear. That's not rural whatsoever. So you're redundant to me, right? Again,
No,
I'm not asking you
I said
about
it's
your.
not. I said
you
it's
said
not
right.
rural
You're saying your
area.
county has 100,000 people in it. I'm not asking you about a suburban or urban community. I'm talking about rural Americans. They're the ones who are getting screwed over here. So you got to mention them. You haven't.
Yes,
you won't
I
talk
am.
about them for some
I
reason.
am.
So
I
let me
need you-
rephrase this
I
again,
need
and I
you-
need you to stay on topic. I don't care about your suburban hometown. I didn't have that opportunity. I wish I could have grew up in the suburbs. I didn't get that. So I'm asking you again, for somebody like me who is a rural American, who grew up in rural America, who had federal funding through the Department of Education, who gave him an opportunity to pursue an Ivy League, something that a lot of folks don't get to do. Why are you looking to eliminate that opportunity of an Ivy League and eliminate the federal funding that supported my curriculum?
Right.
You know that
So
that's
what
going to hurt rural Americans.
what I
Start
need
it
you-
off with rural America. Talk about that first. I don't care about your suburb hometown.
What I need you to listen to is what I'm trying.
You haven't. We've been on this for 15 minutes. You haven't gotten to the point yet. Don't
Okay.
gaslight me into thinking that I'm not letting you speak. Don't do that. Stay on the
Okay.
subject. You haven't mentioned rural America once, and I'm telling you that they're the ones who are going to get hurt.
Yes, I'm trying to explain to you how they're not, but you cut me off every time I start.
There you go. You're saying they're not going to get hurt?
No, they're not, and here is why. So our areas that pay most of the we pay federal taxes. That goes to the federal government. That goes to the Department of Education. They put the money back into us. Correct? That's how the process works. Instead, we're cutting out the middleman. The money goes to our state. We pay more in state.
There's no
taxes.
money. So the federal Department of Education is responsible for allocating dollars through Congress towards your schooling. The issue is if you restrict the Department of Education, or in your case, abolish it, there is nowhere for Congress to allocate that funding. They can drop
Yes,
money.
exactly.
Excuse me. Right. So again, you're saying that they're just going to drop it to the states. They won't. But let's just say that they do drop it to the state. That still leaves it up to the state to allocate that funding in a non-equal manner. And that is to be the case. We see that in Pennsylvania as a prime example, where their education system was actually found unconstitutional because it was prioritizing that of city folks than it was rural American. So, and this is also not new to Pennsylvania. It's across the country we see this. So now it brings me back to my point, and I need you to talk about the reality of the situation. When you cut federal funding and federal oversight for a rural American's opportunity in their public schooling, you are cutting away their future. Where is the opportunity for them then if they no longer have access to an equal opportunity to that of somebody who resides in a city? We got to stay on rural America, and you're just saying it helps them. It doesn't. They're not. Nope. Let's not gaslight it. Period.
There are two places that severely suffer in Alabama, right? There's your high schools with like James U. Blacksher, which is a rural school. And then there are your high schools like Davidson, which is an inner city school. Those two schools suffer equally. They cannot get quality teachers. What Alabama currently is trying to do is bring in quality teachers to these schools.
Okay,
And
but
they
my
are
statement
being-
stands. That's because Alabama is ranked as one of the worst and god-awful states to receive an education in the nation. That's on your governor, right? Because again, we recognize it's not about federal funding there. It's about your governor having a weak workforce development program and a god-awful curriculum that doesn't benefit your students academically. Other states don't have that issue. But again, my question is, can you just respond to why you're trying to cut away equal opportunity for those in rural America? Because they're not going to be able to sit on the same playing field and have a competitive vision to that of a wealthy child from Beverly Hills who went to a Christian private school. Because mommy and daddy could pay for that. Mommy and daddy couldn't pay for my Christian private school, right? So why did they get
either,
right? But now you're not understanding here. You grew up in the suburbs?
50,
Okay, so yes, you grew
kinda.
up in the suburbs. then you're still ahead of that of a rural American. So I understand that you can't see what a rural American sees because you've never lived it. Here's an example of what a rural American sees. Consider it like this. The same way that you MAGA Republicans are putting somebody like RFK Jr. in charge of health, when rural Americans, for example, have on average 1 hospital or 0 hospitals per county. For example, in rural America, where you call to get an ambulance and it takes well over an hour for them to arrive. So God forbid you have a stroke, it's lights out. You're never going to understand that. That's not something you grew up with. So I understand that you can't comprehend the issue with stripping away federal funding for education, but I need you to explain to me why you're still trying to do that when you recognize it will hurt that of the rural population. Right? Yes or no? Do you understand that cutting federal funding will lead to rural America's children not having an equal opportunity to that of a child in a private school in Beverly Hills? Do you understand that?
I don't believe in my community. I don't.
I don't care about your suburban household in Alabama. Again, I'm asking you, do you understand what I just said as fact? If you don't, then there's nowhere else to go in this conversation. You're just ignoring facts. So that's what I'm trying to understand here.
I disagree with you.
You don't get to. Right? You don't get to disagree on that. That is statistically proven. No, I do, because that is the fact. So again, if you're going to strip away federal funding from rural Americans who rely on federal funding through public schooling, so that you can prioritize the private schooling of wealthier students who are already at an advantage to that of a rural American, then you have the problem. But hold on, I just repeated again. Are you really saying that what I just said doesn't make sense, or that you think I'm wrong on that?
This question.
Can you explain to me how cutting federal funding for public schooling students in rural Pennsylvania or rural West Virginia or rural Alabama would help them in a competitive playing field with that of a city person who's in a private tuition? Can you explain?
Can I ask you a question?
I just need a response to that. You haven't responded once, and I've asked well over a dozen times. That's not even an exaggeration, right?
Yes, I understand, but you allow me to speak for a little bit?
No, I really don't. I just need an answer, and then you can ask, right? But you haven't answered, so I'm not going to let you pivot from it. The issue is that you won't hold yourself accountable to what you're saying. Can you give me one good reason why cutting the public schooling funding of a rural American's opportunity, how would that put them on an even playing field to that of a private school student from a wealthier district that can pay for it? Go ahead.
If we were to cut the Department of Education, each state would have their own education system, their own department.
They already have that. Every state has a Department of Education. That's not new.
So
you're just saying you're going to take away their funding.
No, that's not saying.
Sandra, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love.
That would say that money goes directly to the states, which means that we would each have...
No, they're not going to... That's not how that works. They're not allocating funding like that. Huh?
So what? You think the money still goes to the Fed if there's no
reallocate the funding elsewhere when you don't have a Department of Education, so there's no oversight to tell where and how that money operates and goes? For example, the Department of Education, right, through stats and data analysis, recognizes how much money needs to be allocated to each state. By eliminating the Department of Justice, right, you said abolish it, you no longer have that oversight. So you don't know how much money goes to where, and that's where the constitutional crisis comes in, because children aren't going to receive equal access to an education. And again, this is where rural Americans come in. Their school district will be severely underfunded compared to that of a wealthier private school student. And I'm not done. It's also important to recognize that even with the oversight now, it's still an issue. Pennsylvania is a good example. The oversight issue is still it's still a problem, right? You're saying get rid of oversight altogether. Well, now you'll have a crisis, right? I'm cool with us. Listen, we could stop funding Alabama if you MAGA Republicans want that. Like, y'all can, we can. You guys do you, right? You've seceded once before. It didn't work. But anyway, listen, you can do whatever you want there. You want to get yourself defunded when it comes to Department of Education's funding. That's fine and dandy. You do you. There's a reason why the top 5 dumbest states in the nation are all Republican. The top 5 most intelligent states in the nation are all Democratic. And I think we would like to continue receiving federal funding if that'd be okay.
Yeah. I wonder what the crime rates look in those states as well, dog.
Well, let's ask Donald Trump. He's committed enough, right?
Yeah,
That's added a
see,
lot to Florida. 34 felonies: libel, sexual abuse, libel, civil fraud. Gosh, Florida's crime rate must be through the roof.
I'll tell
Talking
you
about crime, and you voted for a felon criminal? Really?
I mean, we can both agree those are trumped up charges. I don't really
No,
want
we
to
can't
get
agree on
into
that. We can both agree that Donald Trump is a criminal, right? You agree that he's a criminal?
I mean, look, I ain't gonna
Oh
lie
no,
to
you
you. I
agree
don't
he's a
think,
criminal?
no, I don't
I
think
think
he's
we
a
can both
fucking
agree
great
that
guy.
he is. I think we both agree that he should be behind bars, locked up in a prison cell, right? We can
Dog,
both agree on
could
that,
both-
sure.
I think.
I mean, any
think we could
reasonable
both-
person would agree that he's a criminal, right? Committed rape. I mean, I'm sure you
I
agree with
think that we could both agree that anybody
that he's a
that ever
criminal.
puts
Yeah,
their-
he's a criminal.
anybody that ever puts
Yeah,
their
we can
foot in
both agree
politics
he's
is
a
criminal.
felon, sexual predator, right? We both agree.
I think that we could both agree that anybody
that he's a
steps their
criminal,
foot in
yeah.
politics is a fel is
a
a felon.
anybody who steps foot in politics is a felon. That's what you were just going to say.
I
Help me
missed
understand
that.
this. Let's
It's a
talk about
criminal.
Matt Gaetz. Matt
Look, I'm
Gaetz.
not-
Donald
I'm
Trump
not a
appointed.
big-
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
not a big
sure.
Matt Gaetz fan.
Okay. Yeah, you voted for it by voting for Donald Trump. So now you got to own
not
up
a
to
big-
that.
I'm not
so
a
you
big
have
Matt Gaetz fan.
Excuse me.
I don't have to
You have.
like
Excuse me. Excuse you. More likely. You voted for Donald Trump, somebody who committed sexual abuse, right? I mean, that was a unanimous jury of 9 people who didn't even have to vote
In New York.
unanimously. They just knew that he was guilty of that very crime. And mind you, that was a jury appointed by his own lawyers. He paid people to appoint a jury, and that jury found him guilty. So help me
New
better
York.
understand it.
In
Doesn't
New York,
matter
in
they're
a
in New York.
highly
They were
stacked
Republicans.
jury.
They were Republicans.
I don't
Your
know.
lawyers paid for them. Your lawyers were paid to appoint
right.
them. So
They were-
help me
they were
understand
Mitt-
again.
Mitt
Excuse me.
Romney Republicans.
Excuse me.
brother.
Okay, sure. You just keep moving that goalpost, right? So help me better understand this, and try not to move the goalpost here. I'm sure you will, though.
How do you
help me
explain-
better
how do you
understand?
explain
Donald
Tulsi
Trump
Gabbard jumping in?
appoints Donald Trump. I know you want to pivot from Matt Gaetz. You got to own this, right? This is you. This is your party. So Donald Trump appoints Matt Gaetz to be an attorney general. Okay. Listen, first off, he's unqualified for that. We know that. He has no prerequisite.
He is an attorney.
Nope, has
but-
never prosecuted a case. Ever. So,
But he does have his.
excuse
he
me,
does have his
sure,
law degree.
and which he has not touched in well over a decade.
I mean, I agree with
I'm
you.
not
I
done.
don't fucking like
I'm not
Matt
done.
Gaetz.
That's
I just
not my
told you
issue.
that.
That's not my issue. My issue is that in 2 days, technically tomorrow, the ethics report into his inappropriate behavior with a minor was going to be released. And now it's not in the jurisdiction of Congress because he decided to resign the moment he was announced to be Attorney General. Nobody has ever, to be clear, nobody has ever resigned upon receiving an invite to serve in a presidential cabinet. He is the first to do so. And he did so because he knew that Congress would lose the jurisdiction to release the ethics report. So clearly there was something in the ethics report that was god awful. And we know there is because the attorney that oversaw the ethics violation said that he indeed was with a minor and that they're looking to leak the report. You can look that up. So again, why are you supporting the party that supports that kind of corrupt behavior?
So I don't. I already said I don't like Matt Gaetz. And
You voted for it though, right?
Here's how. Yeah, but Matt Gaetz.
You knew what you
isn't
were going to
the-
get. But Donald
Yeah,
Trump,
but Matt
right,
Gaetz
committed
isn't the
sexual
Attorney
abuse.
General.
But he will be, right? So
But
again,
he has to pass through the vote.
Right,
Even though
right. But you're not
Republicans-
understanding. Donald
even
Trump
though
selected
Republicans
him.
have the trifecta.
You don't like Matt Gaetz, and my point is that he clearly committed this crime, which involved inappropriate behavior with an underage girl. And I'm telling you, that speaks volumes to Donald Trump's character. The fact that somebody who was found liable of sexual abuse decided to appoint him. But you seem to not be connecting the dots here. You have somebody who was found liable of sexual abuse appointing somebody who is being investigated and just ran from those charges by resigning from Congress, being the first to ever do so for an appointment he hasn't even been confirmed on for inappropriate behavior with a minor. You're saying that doesn't sound an alarm for you?
I genuinely believe that it is a move to get Matt Gaetz completely out of government. And here's why.
That wasn't it.
Here's
No.
why. Matt Gaetz has already stepped down. You've already said that. He's already resigned his post.
Right, because he was running away from the ethics violations.
But he has to pass through the voting.
Right, and you're saying he's not going to pass the voting, and I agree. Listen, I've already talked to a few aides over at I'm well intertwined in these circles. I've already talked to a few aides. I'm well aware he's not going to get the votes. There's a chance he does, but Collins, for
Well, he
example,
probably
that's
won't.
out of
They're
the
all
question.
pissed. They're all
My
pissed
point
that he threw
is,
Mitch McConnell
they're
under the
also
bus.
Kevin McCarthy, not Mitch McConnell. Goodness gracious. The issue is that, again, that shouldn't be your first concern. Donald Trump wasn't looking to get him out of Congress. And if that be the case, then that means he was also getting him. Being said, more than likely there will be recess appointments where they can just go towards recess and appoint the slate of cabinet members throughout those 6 weeks. Numerous legislatures across the country have done this. They're looking to do it nationally right now, so he might not even need the votes, right? Okay, that being said, Donald Trump, somebody who was found liable of sexual abuse, appointed him. That should sound an alarm for you, but it hasn't. Why are you running away? You done? Should I get the cowbell? Let's get some cow emojis in the chat.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I'm just going to keep going with the bell.
That's fair enough.
Yeah!
You don't
Excuse me, I'm ringing my bell.
I'm sorry, man. You don't seem like...
Next. That was too long of a conversation for that nut. Folks, we are going to do a live stream restart real quick. The algorithm ain't pushing it. So if you haven't already, hit that follow button in the top left corner. Join our family. We will be right back. Hit that follow button, top left corner. You'll get a notification that we're live again, and we'll jump back in and continue having conversations. Hope that everybody's having a good night. We will be right back. Let's have a chat. If you voted for Kamala Harris, please do hit the like button, hit the share button. Help us get this up to 10,000 likes. We are almost there. That's very... Wow, y'all are a little too quick. Trumpers are going to start saying that you rigged the count. I see somebody saying hello from Atlanta. Hello, Atlanta. Where y'all coming in from? We got Pennsylvania. I'm a Pennsylvanian. We got Pennsylvania in the house. Folks, again, if you voted for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you voted for Kamala Harris, hit the like button, hit the share button. Please do help us get to 20,000 likes because apparently 10,000 was too easy for you. Let's get up our first guest. I'm sure that it will be a reasonable person and certainly not a far-right goblin. Let's see. Oh, they didn't even come up. Oh, we see some Erie, Pennsylvania in the chat. Hello, where's all my Pennsylvanians at? Where's all our Pennsylvanians at? Pennsylvania in the house. Let's go. Let's go. I see Wilkes. Oh, go birds. Fly, eagles, fly. Hi.
I tried to
Sorry, I was in the vibe.
It's okay.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I tried to cancel my request.
You're good. Thank you for coming up anyhow. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you did vote for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about that. I have a few questions. Actually, I got a lot of questions, starting with, were you dropped on your head as a baby? Anyway. Okay, that guest wasn't coming up. Let's get up our next one. Again, if you did vote for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you voted for Kamala Harris, hit the like button, hit the share button. Help us get to 30,000 likes. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Am I coming through?
Fetus deletus. Poof. And let's get up our next guest. Hopefully an adult. Hi, guest. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Gotcha. How old are you?
He already won.
Ma'am, are you going to run away now?
No.
Okay, great. So how old are you?
20.
Okay, when were you born?
2004.
Okay, so help me better understand this. You just came up to me to tell me to get over it. Ma'am, I was voting to fight for your rights and freedoms. To be clear, in Donald Trump's America, I'm the top of the food chain.
It's up to the
Ma'am,
state.
no, ma'am. Listen very closely to what I'm about to say. You came in here to say I'm the loser and you're the winner. But ma'am, in Donald Trump's America, I'm the top of the food chain. I'm number one. I'm the priority. I didn't want that to be the case. I wanted us to be on an equal playing field. That's why I voted for Kamala, because I didn't need to be the top of the food chain, right? You know, I'm grateful when we can all thrive and be uplifted together. That's what I believe in. That's how I was raised. You, on the other hand, clearly don't. So help me understand that again. Why would you vote away your own right to choose?
Because everyone's only reason to vote for Kamala is because of abortion rights.
That's not true whatsoever. We can talk about economic policy, border policy, But I assume you don't know any policy, so we don't even got
Border
to go there.
policy is Trump's idea.
Sorry, did you
He
say
doesn't want
border
illegals
policy
in
is
this
Trump's
country.
idea? Did those words just come out of your mouth?
He
Is
doesn't
that what you
want
just
Trump's,
said? Do you
he
think that
doesn't want
Donald Trump
illegals.
established the border? Do you think that this is new?
No.
Okay.
But the
So help me
abortion-
understand here. What is Donald Trump's border policy?
He doesn't want any more illegals in this country.
Okay. And how is he going to ensure that there aren't any?
So we don't have to pay these taxes and all this shit for people.
That doesn't make any sense. Help me
As a
understand this.
citizen- As a citizen.
Help me
we have
understand
to-
this. In Florida, they passed SB 1718. That means Senate Bill 1718. That Senate bill cut 40% of the workforce in agriculture because 40% of farmers were undocumented migrants in Florida. So they were kicked out. Democrats put forth the Farm Workforce Modernization Act that was going to provide a pathway to citizenship for them because they recognize that that causes a workforce development crisis for farmers. And yet Republicans blocked it because they don't want a legal pathway to citizenship. They just don't want migrants here whatsoever, legal or illegal. So you have 40% less farmers in Florida, and that led to a $13 billion drop in Ron DeSantis' GDP. Nationally, this is going to cut 40% of farmers and $300 to $450 billion in our GDP, which you're going to have to pay in taxes to make up that gap. What's your solution for farmers? Because you're going to have a manufacturing and production crisis in the agricultural industry. So your costs on produce and groceries are going to go up. And what is your solution to?
They're going to go down.
I just explained exactly how they would go up,
They're
sweetheart.
up
Pay
right now.
attention.
They're
And
gonna
then
go
two, how are you going to solve the GDP gap? Go ahead.
They're not going to go up. Prices are.
How
gonna
are
go
they not
down.
going to go up? I just explained exactly how they went up. Chat, did you understand what I just said? Because apparently she didn't. Chat, did you understand what I said? Because she's confused.
Prices are not going to go up. They're going to go down. Gas is way too high.
How are prices going to go down? How are prices going to go down?
He's going to fix the inflation rate.
How? The inflation rate is what exactly? You don't know. 2.1%. Do you know what it was under Trump? 2.4. You can only drop the inflation rate so far. Ma'am, no, that's true. That's the fact. So can you tell me again, why are you, looking for an increase on your grocery costs? Because I just explained exactly how your costs on groceries will go up. And to be clear, I mentioned production and agriculture when it comes to mass deportation. I didn't even talk about his tariffs
Well, I
yet.
wouldn't vote for someone that can't speak in public and answer any questions.
No, I didn't
And
vote
then-
for Trump. I said I voted for Kamala. Yeah, I said I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Kamala. Kamala speaks fine. She's a prosecutor. I didn't vote for the incoherent one. But anyway, so why did you vote for the man who doesn't like undocumented or illegal migrants unless he's marrying them?
Sorry, what?
Did I stutter?
I was just reading a comment.
I'm shocked you can read. Wow. So help me better understand again. How are you going to ensure that costs go down on groceries? Because I know exactly how they're going to go up. I just explained it.
They're not going to go up. They're going to go down.
How?
Because we're turning it around. We're going from Democratic to Republican. When it was Democratic.
What state are you from? Alabama? Mississippi?
No, I'm from Mass.
You're from Massachusetts?
Yeah.
I know that Maura Healey did better than this in her education system. Girl, you can't be from Massachusetts.
Yeah, it's a Democratic state, which is
It's
sad.
a Democratic state with a strong education system, but apparently mommy and daddy being related didn't help your brain develop, so something went wrong here.
I only study science and math.
Apparently not.
I'm not into politics like that, but I know I wouldn't
You
vote
came
for
onto
someone
a
like
political
that.
debate to talk politics, and you're saying you're not into politics. Okay. You good? It's a little early to be sundowning. And by early, I mean early in life. I thought you said you were 20. How are you already sundowning? That shouldn't happen until
I take
later.
Chemistry, biology, anatomy, immunology.
Oh,
I
you
don't
want to
study
talk anatomy? Okay, you overthrew your right to choose, so we don't got to talk anatomy. Let's talk once more regarding, and use those math skills for me. Maybe you know a little data analysis. Tell me exactly how you're going to cut costs when it comes to groceries, because I just told you exactly how they're going to increase. Can you tell me how you're going to cut them? Oh, you can't. You're going to say something like, we're going from red to blue. Of course he's going to get cut.
Yeah. You said it.
Wow. Wow, great education you got there.
You said it for me.
You get past preschool?
Yeah, I'm a junior in college.
You got your GED? You know it's pronounced GED, right?
No, I got my high school diploma.
Oh, you sure? It sounds like you got a GED. You got your GED?
Accent is not
Do you
Bostonian.
know Lauren Boebert?
Of course it's not. I'm not from Boston. I'm an hour from Boston.
Do you know Lauren Boebert?
No.
I think you'd like her. She also got her GED.
No, I got my high school
I'm Lauren Boebert, Beetlejuice. I got my GED.
high school diploma, and I'm getting my bachelor's, master's, and master's in business.
Let me guess. Art therapy?
No.
Well, you clearly didn't get it in business. Let's be honest here. You can't even tell me exactly how Donald Trump is going to cut costs when it comes to groceries. Ma'am, if you're getting a diploma when it comes to business, you should return that immediately. Considering you also voted against your own interests when Kamala Harris was saying she was going to increase the small business entrepreneur startup incentive from 5,000 to 50,000. 5,000. Excuse you.
Not paying
Kamala Harris was going to increase the startup entrepreneurship initiative by 5,000 to 50,000, and you voted against that. Congrats. Yay, you.
I'm for working my ass off, making my money, and not paying lazy people to sit at home.
Ma'am, I know for a fact that the only money you're spending is coming out of daddy's wallet, right? Like,
it's coming from my wallet because I have scholarship.
You just said you have scholarships and you're voting for the guy who's defunding the Department of Education? Girl, hold on. You just turned, no, you got your GED. 2.0 GPA. You just turned around to me and said you have scholarships, and yet you voted for the guy who's looking to abolish the Department of Education.
I got scholarships.
Girl, get out. Hold on. We're going to do a little, on the count of three, everybody, we're going to do a little fetus deletus. 3, 2, 1. Fetus deletus. Poof, and she's gone. Oh my gosh. Y'all. Really? Massachusetts? I ain't buying it. Massachusetts.
Hey, what's up, man?
Ew. Next. Thank you. Next. Hello, guest. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yo, what's up, bro? I actually didn't vote. I wish I kind of did. I just didn't have the opportunity to do that. So.
Hello, guest. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Okay, it sounds like you're in a fish tank. We're going to get up our next guest. Guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hello.
Hello? Do you know how to work a cell phone? It ain't that hard, right? Y'all want to run the country, but you don't know how to work a cell phone?
I was connecting my AirPods.
Oh, great. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you vote for the criminal?
I voted for Donald Trump.
Okay, so my statement stands. Why'd you vote for the criminal?
Just seemed like the better option.
Huh? Let me get this right. So you have the prosecutor, and you said the felon, rapist, fraudster. I mean, that's the way to go. That's the way to go. Really, that's the way to go? Was it the haircut? Because we can do that.
I mean,
It's Donald J. Trump here. My hands, see, I have Italian hands, so they're too big. So you gotta have little tiny baby hands like Donald Trump. That's what you do. It's me, Donald Trump, your favorite convicted felon. The 34 felonies I have. Your favorite 45th convicted felon of these United States. Man, yeah, I call her Mercedes. She also agrees I am dementiaed. I have the dementias. So anyway, why again do you think that Donald Trump was the better option? Do you want to elaborate on this in between your sundowning?
yeah. So why was it like something to brag about, like taking away people's freedoms.
Well, let's ask Donald Trump, who violated the Second Amendment by implementing a bump stock ban in direct violation of said Second Amendment, having been overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court. Stop the background noise. I don't know what you're doing, but it's got to stop. Right?
Yeah, but like taking away people's freedom is like not.
Are you delayed? Are you good? Put the drink down, right? It's Thursday. It ain't even Friday yet. My gosh. Let's get up our next guest. Goodness gracious. Like he was straight up trying to escape jail. He was filing the bars.
Hello?
Can you wait a second? Oh my god.
Alright, it's been a second. Is that a Pikachu?
Chat, if you haven't already, hit that like button. Help us get to 100,000 likes. Hit the share button on the live stream. Help us push this out on the algorithm to get more guests into the guest request. If you do like what you're hearing today and you want to support me but feel no need to, my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App are in my bio. But another way you could support me is by hitting that follow button in the top left corner and joining our little family. We do these conversations every single day. Guest, are you still here?
Let's get this video to 150,000 likes. Yep.
Anyway, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Run up the... Yep.
Ew. Why?
Because I knew he was going to win and I put a ton of money on him.
Oh, gotcha. So you were betting on the rights of women getting lost. That's... Wow, you must be so fun at parties. People must just love you.
You called Pennsylvania for Kamala.
No, I didn't. What are you talking about?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Play the clip. Play the clip. Go.
I don't have a clip of it.
Oh, shocker. A Republican saying something he has no proof of? Oh, gosh. I'm shocked. I'm flabbergasted. I am, oh, gosh. I am just, wow. I am shocked. Hold on. What is the source again? Video?
Yeah, I was...
No video? Oh, gosh, I'm so shocked. A Republican with no evidence of something claiming that something happened. I'm so shocked and flabbergasted.
No, and I'm
Who could have
shocked
ever
you
saw
don't
that
have
happening?
integrity.
So tell me again, you betted against a woman's right to choose. I'm sorry, are you religious?
A little.
Okay, well, apparently not. I mean, God would hate that kind of behavior. You voted against a woman's right to choose, against her opportunity to be equal to that of a man. You voted against those rights. And yet, you made money off of that. I mean,
Kamala couldn't have.
Let me tell you right now, if you got a one-way ticket, it ain't upstairs.
Kamala could not.
That's pretty god evil, don't you think?
Wade.
Help me understand. Donald Trump nominated 3 Supreme Court justices, and they overturned Roe v. Wade. Now, this led to a woman's right to choose being stripped away in its entirety. You look at, for example, Texas, where Kate Cox couldn't receive an abortion for her non-viable pregnancy, almost took her life. Look at Georgia. Amber Thurman did lose her life because of your abortion ban. Now, you said right then and there that you voted for Donald Trump knowing all that, but solely because you wanted to make money by voting against a woman's right to choose. That is actually evil. Like, maybe you didn't know that. That is evil. I feel like there's got to be something in the Bible about that.
Evil?
Might be time to add another commandment. I feel like thou shalt not bet on a woman losing her right to choose and then profiting off of you voting against her right to choose. It might be something to add to the Bible.
What do you think about Tashika wishing death on Dean?
I have no idea what you're even talking about. What does that... The streamers?
Yeah.
What?
I'm pretty sure
if they're going through something, they can go through something. What does that have to do with what I just asked you? What was that pivot? That was like asking, hold on. That was like asking me about, Johnny, what do you think about Teresa Giudice getting imprisoned for tax evasion and her husband getting deported? How is that relevant? What just happened here? If people got to go work out whatever they got going on, fine and dandy. What does that have to do with me? What was that? That was a weird pivot. Answer again. You voted against a woman's right to choose and made money off of doing so. Do you think that that's quality or holy behavior? Because that sounds god evil to me.
I mean, since when did we ever make this about religion?
You said yourself you're religious, yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't say that's what I was using to justify this.
You are religious, and I'm telling you that you, in the eyes of God, just did something god awful. You voted against a woman's right to choose so that you could profit. That's what you literally said. That is morally wrong. That is evil. You understand? That behavior is evil.
It's not Trump winning presidency does not equal
Can you
restricting.
speak coherently? It might be hard for you, but it shouldn't be that hard for you.
Okay, if Trump were to win the presidency, that doesn't mean.
Can you answer the question? Why did you profit off of voting against a woman's freedom?
Because I knew the Don was going to pull it off.
Okay. Chat, before I kick him, feel free to say whatever you want to him in the chat. Go for it. Guest, you don't get to speak again. The same way you're trying to strip away a woman's right to choose, I'm stripping away your freedom to speak. Ah! Nope. No speaking for you. No speaking for you. See? No speaking for you. You're done. All right, on the count of 3, everybody, let's do a little hocus pocus. 3, 2, 1. Hocus pocus. And poof, he's gone. Oh, good riddance. Good riddance. Let's get up our next guest. That pivot. Oh my God. Hi guess. Did you vote for Donald Trump? You got a lot of background noise. I'm going to get up our next guest. He was like, he really said something god awful and then it didn't want to get held accountable for it. You said you profited off of voting against a woman's right to choose. Come on. That's insane. TJ, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, everybody comment B if Johnny's a little bitch.
I want to see all the B's because it's true. And I also want to see everybody drop $5 in my Venmo if you agree that I am a little B. I want to see all the B's and I want to see all the $5 in my Venmos. Again, drop some dollars. I can be whatever you want me to be, guys. Drop $5 in my Venmo. Oh, he ran away. He didn't even want to converse. He didn't even want to converse. What happened? Listen, my statement stands. Again, if you think I'm a little B, drop $5 in my Venmo right now. Drop 50 if you think I'm a big B. $5 if I'm a small B, a little B, $50 if I'm a big B. You heard it right there from that guest. I want to see all the B's in the chat. I want to see all the B's in my Venmo. That's funny. That's funny right there. Richard, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hi, I did vote for Donald Trump. What? Is there a problem?
Yeah, you know what the problem is. I know what the problem is.
Because all you do is bully people.
Lori, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for being a big B. Thank you so much, Lori. I appreciate it. Anyway, no, I'm not going to say anything. So, anyway, why did you vote for Donald Trump?
It was the obvious decision.
Can you just speak coherently? Like, give me an actual reason as to why you voted for Trump. You don't got to say that it was.
We need border security, which he's doing.
What do you mean, which he's doing? He's not the president yet. What do you mean, which he's doing? Okay, so if border security is already underway, you say thanks, Joe Biden.
He had it in his last
What
term,
is Donald Trump's?
He's going to continue.
What is Donald Trump's plan to secure the border? Go ahead.
He literally was building a border his last term.
And Carl, this is giving roaches for raid. I don't even know what. What is the slugs for
and
salt?
Biden literally let it go to shit 2 years ago, and now he's going to continue it.
That's not why I'm saying it's slugs for salt. Oh, Ashton, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for being a big B. Thank you, Ashton.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you,
why
Ashton.
he won. He won the popular vote.
Listen,
so why are you
again,
still
I'm
debating
just trying
people
to
on
understand.
here?
I'm just trying to understand. It's giving roaches for raid and slugs for salt. Why are you voting
Well,
against
because
your
you're
own rights
very
and
I
interests?
watch you and you like
Okay,
bully
stop
people.
watching me. Ew, let's get up our next guest. It's giving slugs for salt. He goes, I watch you? Maybe stop? That's kind of weird. My gosh. Like, if you wanted to come up here just to ask me out, just do it. You don't got to do this whole back and forth, blah, 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 right? It's not the first time I've had a MAGA Republican come up here, acting like that, saying nonsense like that, saying they've been watching me for days. Just ask me out. You guys don't got to do this whole thing, right?
Wow, creepy.
Zach, hi. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
You vote for Donald Trump?
Hell no.
Thank you. Thank you for being smart. Anyhow, I'm going to get up our next guest. Is that cool?
Hey, do you?
I appreciate it, man. You have a good one. Let's get up our next guest. Finally, somebody with an education. Hello, guest. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I sure did.
Oh gosh, sounding like that. What state are you from?
Missouri.
Okay, I ain't gonna say anything. Just give me a sec. I ain't gonna say a single thing. All right? Where is it? No, that's not it. Give me a sec. Don't rush me now. Okay. I said don't rush me, man. Calm down. Hold on. I'm almost there. All right. I wasn't gonna... Oh, no, wait. There we go.
I cannot see that.
Chat, you see it?
What is that?
It's a car. Anyway,
where are you from?
Your mom's house. So anyway, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm surprised you have a show on here and you're actually.
Can you just tell me why you voted for Donald Trump? Oh my gosh.
Which direction you want me to go in? Why would you not vote for Donald Trump?
Crying. Just give me a coherent answer. You voted for Donald Trump because, and now give a coherent reason.
He is going to fill the government, his chair, the seats, you name it, with people that actually will make decisions and make changes that need to take place.
Like RFK Jr.? Why are you advocating for polio? Like, you understand? I hope you got your polio shot. Then I get RFK Jr. You're like, people who are, in what sense is Matt Gaetz qualified to be Attorney General? Go ahead.
Who's the Attorney General now?
Excuse me, Merrick Garland, who was qualified enough to be a Supreme Court justice, somebody who has served on numerous circuit courts. In what sense is Matt Gaetz qualified to be Attorney General? Go ahead. Wait, why'd you X out? Don't chat GPT. Yeah, get back in. In what way is Matt Gaetz? You don't got to Google Matt Gaetz. How is Matt Gaetz qualified to be Attorney General?
Called me. I had to
Excuse you. Matt Gaetz, what qualification does he have to be Attorney General?
That's what I asked you.
I just told you, Merrick Garland's qualifications. Now, can you tell me what are Matt Gaetz's qualifications, or you can't answer? If you don't answer, that means you can't answer this time. That's my last time asking you. If you don't answer, then you concede.
Why would you not give him a chance? Why do you not give him a chance?
You don't know what his qualifications are. That's because he doesn't have any. Can you tell me what RFK Jr.'s qualifications are to be health secretary, considering this is the same guy who dumped the corpse of a bear in the middle of a park and advocates against vaccines? He eats roadkill. So tell me again, what is RFK Jr.'s? Excuse me. That's not a qualification, though. That's actually that would be something to disqualify you, right? Because this is the health department. This isn't the anti-health department. So what are RFK Jr.'s qualifications to serve as health secretary?
Have you not watched any of his videos? I sit there and watch him.
I try not to. I really try not to.
Well, there you go.
I don't like. Have you heard his voice? He talks like this. I'm not that interested in hearing that for hours on end. Thank you very much. I try to stay away from it.
I don't disagree with you on that. His voice does bother me. I'm kind of glad he didn't.
So point being, health secretary because he had a worm crawl into his brain. It unalived itself and ate a portion of his brain. Like, what is the... Huh? Michael, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it.
Why are you so... Let me ask you this.
Can you just tell me again, what are Merrick Garland's
Why are you so anti-Trump and why are you so demeaning to people?
Oh, well, first off, it's not demeaning. Demeaning somebody is what you MAGA Republicans do. It's the same way in which that, for example, you MAGA Republicans were looking to strip away the right to choose of women.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Pulling up a picture of a car when I spoke?
You have a picture of a car in your profile photo as we speak. Don't be that sensitive. Now, do you know what is an issue and what is demeaning? Is what you MAGA Republicans did. And this is important and you got to recognize it. Your party and members of your party like Nick Fuentes running around saying it's your body, my choice to women after you voted away their right to choose. That is not acceptable. And for you to play the victim card and act like a snowflake when you quite literally mocked women for
Do you know
days
what
on
Amendment 3
end
is?
since the election.
You know what
Excuse me.
Amendment 3 is?
No, pay very attention to what
You
I'm
don't know
about
what
to
was on
say.
the Missouri ballot
You
that passed?
asked, excuse you asked why and stop with the projection. You're not the victim, right? You and I are no victim in Trump's America. We are, in fact, are you a white man?
I'm not going to answer that.
So you are.
I don't want you to
We
judge
are. I'm not judging you. We're in the same boat then. In Donald Trump's America, we're not the victim. So stop acting like you're a victim, right? You are in fact the top of the fucking food chain. What you did to women these past few days has horrid behavior, especially when they are losing their rights in Donald Trump's America. I'm not.
Wrong.
What you said was god awful. Now I'm not done.
Wait.
You
When
asked.
did I say that was
You may
god-awful?
stop speaking while I'm speaking. So you just asked why I hate Donald Trump or why I'm so anti-Trump. Let's make something clear. I grew up in rural America.
You pivoted too much.
I
You
just
bounced
answered
around
your
too much.
question. You asked me why I'm so anti-Trump, and I'm telling you, you're about to get slapped down, and you know that, and that's why you won't let me speak. But I will speak whether you like it or not, because if you don't shut up, I will shut you up. I have a mute button, and I'm more than happy to exercise that freedom. So listen very closely here. Again, you're projecting, spewing nonsense as though you're the victim, but in Donald Trump's America, you're no victim. You're the top of the food chain, as am I. So stop projecting here and recognize that these next 4 years aren't going to be hard for you. Economically, you're going to probably struggle. But it's the women on this channel listening in right now who are going to struggle far harder than you, and you act like the victim. Or Black Americans,
Not in Missouri.
LGBTQ plus Americans.
Not in Missouri.
Missouri especially. Now, take a step back and recognize something once more. You asked me why I'm so anti-Trump, and that answer is blatantly obvious. I have voted for Democrats and I have voted for Republicans. Donald Trump is no Republican. Donald Trump was called a fascist by his own chief of staff. His own vice president wouldn't run with him because he was asked to overturn the Constitution and dissolve specific amendments to enshrine Donald Trump in power when he lost a free and fair election. Donald Trump, who incited the textbook definition of an insurrection, was the only president to be twice impeached. Donald Trump, who empowered quid pro quos with Ukraine. Donald Trump, who refused to bring home U.S. Marine Paul Whelan or hold Vladimir Putin accountable for putting bounties on the heads of our soldiers back home in America. Donald Trump, who called our soldiers back home suckers and losers when he went about North Korea saluting their soldiers. Photos of which are now getting used as war propaganda in North Korea. Donald Trump, the guy who violated the Second Amendment by implementing a bump stock ban. I'm a Second Amendment Democrat. I don't like when people touch my Second Amendment. You MAGA Republicans ran around saying to folks like me that Kamala was coming after our Second Amendment, when in fact she has no record of doing so. Donald Trump does. He violated my Second Amendment with his bump stock ban. And I don't care if you agree or disagree with that ban. It was unconstitutional, and that's why it was overturned by his own Supreme Court. He is a constitutional violator, a civil fraudster, a felon on 34 counts, a sexual abuser by a unanimous court finding him guilty. He is twice impeached, an insurrectionist, a fascist by definition according to his own chief of staff, and an anti-constitutionalist. But you're asking me why I'm anti-Trump? It's not that I'm anti-Trump, it's that Trump is anti-America. And the fact of the matter is, the only way Donald Trump won this election was by misleading Americans. And specifically uninformed Americans like yourself. You know, just this morning I had a conversation at a cafe I'd gone to, local Starbucks. Saw a red hat. I made a whole video about this. Saw a red hat, and I asked him, why'd you vote for Trump? We sat down, and he was so misled that he said to me, and part of his answer why he voted for Trump was because Donald Trump was going to give him a $25,000 down payment so that he could buy a home. That is Kamala's policy. Not Donald Trump's. Donald Trump never has mentioned such a thing. But voters like you are just so deeply ignorant that you didn't recognize you voted against your own interests. You don't understand the economy. You talk about mass deportation, for example, but you're too ignorant to recognize that that's going to lead to a 40% agricultural workforce development crisis and a GDP loss of $300 billion. You talk about how Donald Trump wants to implement tariffs, but you're too ignorant to recognize that that's actually going to increase your taxes. And that's not a hypothetical. That's what it did in 2017, 2018, right? You talk about Donald Trump wanting to cut your taxes when in fact he doesn't have a single policy to cut your tax unless it's at the expense of those cutting or garnering Social Security. For example, he's going to cut the Social Security income and corporate tax. Okay, so you get a few pennies back into your pocket, which is going to make no difference, right, when Donald Trump increases tariffs. But at the same time, those are the taxes that pay for Social Security. So elderly Americans are going to lose their lifeline so that you get a couple dollars back in your pocket to go buy a Pepsi. A Pepsi, mind you, that is more expensive, not because of taxes or because of inflation. Inflation is lower under Kamala and Joe than that of what it was under Donald Trump. 2.1% today, 2.4% under Donald Trump. You recognize actually that costs are higher because of price gouging. But pardon me, you don't recognize that because, again, you're ignorant. I recognize that because I've done the research. You advocate for defunding the Department of Education, but again, you don't recognize that's to keep you ignorant. Donald Trump wants more people like you, guest, you, and less people like me, who are intelligent enough to question the sanity of his decisions. He wants people like you. And you said you're from Missouri? Yeah, he wants people like you. Uneducated. Right? Mind you, the 5 dumbest states in the nation, all Republican. 5 smartest states in the nation, all Democratic. He's defunding the Department of Education because that hurts rural Americans. And where do rural Americans typically reside? Red states. Oh, gosh. Crazy. So again, you ask me why, I am anti-Trump. Again, it's not that I'm anti-Trump. Donald Trump is anti-America. You look at Donald Trump, he stripped away a woman's right to choose in its entirety, leading to women like Kate Cox not being able to seek an abortion for a non-viable pregnancy, and that's not freedom. So that's not the American way. I thought America stood on freedom. Apparently not. You look at Donald Trump, and once more, he turned around and stripped transgender Americans out of the military. He's looking to do so again. How is that freedom? That seems anti-freedom to me. I mean, they're putting their lives on the line to defend your life, but you don't want them there? Okay. Respond whenever you're ready. No, I didn't think so. But do not tell me that I didn't answer your question. I gave you a very detailed answer.
You there?
I decided I don't want to hear you speak again, just like RFK Jr. So then you look at Donald Trump's decisions and the cabinet appointments he's making right now. Look at Matt Gaetz, for example. Somebody found liable of sexual abuse appointed somebody who is currently getting investigated by the House Ethics Committee for god-awful crimes against an underage girl. That's what he appointed. Is that the American way? Or was it the American way when he put somebody in charge of the health department who's anti-vaccine? Hashtag polio. Right. So let's recognize I'm not anti-Trump. He's anti-America. Did you know he's never read the Constitution? Did you know that? He's never read it. Never read it. I have like 12 copies of the Constitution, all different formats. I love this copy the best because it includes numerous interpretations as to what the articles mean with a foreword written by Amy Coney Barrett. Ain't that crazy? So again, I'm just trying to understand here, you voted for somebody who's never read the Constitution unless he was selling his name on one. Same with the Bible, which I'm pretty sure something about the Bible says don't put your name on this and try to sell copies of it. But nonetheless, he did. I'm pretty sure somewhere in the Constitution it was something about church and state, but clearly he didn't know about that either. So can you just give me one good reason as to why you voted for Donald Trump and this time tell me in a coherent manner? Unmute. You have 3 seconds to unmute or I'm moving on. 3, 2, 1.
Go, baby.
There you go. Good boy. Look at that. It's crazy how you figure it out when I tell you have 3 seconds.
I saw your lips stop moving. I turned my speaker down.
Shelly, oh my gosh. Okay, first off, I got to do some thank you. So I'm going to put you on mute again. You're back on mute. Shelly, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That is beyond kind. And Sophie for the $5. Thank you so much. Tanya as well for the $10. Guys, Molly for the $5. Molly says that I'm a big B. Thank you for the $5 for being a big B. W big B's in the chat. Michael, and thank you for the $5 as well. Y'all are too nice. Thank you so much for the love. Lori as well. Thank you for the $25. Guys, that is beyond kind. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Carly, thank you so much. Ashton, thank you, folks. That is beyond kind. Thank you so much. Oh, he ran away. The guest ran away. Anyway, thank you so much to anybody who had just contributed. If you did just do that, please, write your username on that so that I can follow you after this. I want to make sure that I'm following you. I mean, those are your hard-earned dollars. Like, I am beyond grateful for that kind of blessing. Please let me follow you. Like, go on into that Venmo or PayPal. Like, write your name on that. I want to follow you. If that's okay. I know that some folks prefer not to do that, and that's fine too. Thomas, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, let's see a bunch of bees in the chat for Johnny being a bitch.
WB's in the chat. Let's go. Again, folks, drop those B's in my Venmo. Drop those B's in the chat.
You are such a
Thomas,
bitch.
thank you for coming up, man. I appreciate it. WB's. Let's get some WB's in the chat. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. B stands for so many things. Blue, batty. There's probably not a good acronym for that word, is there? Is there an acronym for that? No, I don't think so. Hello, guest. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Can you stop eating in the like? Why are we?
I'm not eating.
Oh, okay. You're just chewing on one of your teeth. Did another one fall out?
Nope.
Okay, so you voted for the criminal because?
Because I have the right to vote for who I want.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Because I have the right to vote for who I want.
Right, and I have the right to squeak this chicken into the microphone, but just because I have the right to do so doesn't mean I should exercise that right. Right? Ashley, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. I appreciate the love. So tell me again, you voted for somebody who was found liable with sexual abuse, civil fraud, and who has 34 felony convictions, somebody who violated the Constitution. And I'm not even talking about him attempting to overthrow the election or the fact that his own vice president won't run with him because of that very issue, but I'm talking about the Second Amendment and his bump stock ban, which was signed via executive order and overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court. Donald Trump, who was called a fascist by his own chief of staff. Why would you vote for that? Can you give me one good reason?
That's what you say, but he still won.
It's not what I say. It's what happened.
It's not going to help you. So you're just
You're not going to respond?
because you're sad because he won.
I'm sad.
Yeah, you're sad because he won. You
I'm
guys
sad.
are probably shocked.
I'm sad.
Yeah, you look sad.
Are you new here?
I think I see like a tear coming out of your eye.
Hold on. Give me one sec. Somebody dropped 25 in my Venmo. I'll drop some tears. I got the eye drops. It's almost out because you MAGA Republicans have been using so much of them up. See, it's almost empty. Anyway, so help me better understand this again. In Donald Trump's America, I'm very much the top of the food chain. So you saying that I'm upset? No, I'm deeply upset because you stripped away the rights of women to make me the top of the food chain when I wanted to protect the rights of women. But for you to come up here and say, Johnny, you're the loser. No, you forced me to be the winner. That's not what I wanted. I wanted us to be on an equal playing field. You quite literally voted against the interests of women. Why did you vote? Excuse me. I have a job. I'm your daddy. So tell me again, why did you vote against the interests of women? And why did you strip away their right to choose? Oh, did daddy leave or milk never came back? Excuse me. Ew. Ew! Nope, you said that wrong. That's not. Hold on. That ain't the way. Nope, you're not supposed to say it like that. That was not the way you're supposed to. Nope. You tried to clap back and you said it wrong, and that was not it. That was actually gross. That was gross. You said it wrong. So again, if you want to clap back on somebody when they slap you down, practice first. That was I don't think you know what you just said. That was giving Uncle Daddy right there. You missed it. That's You went to clap and you completely missed. That was disgusting. So let's get back into this. You voted against the interests of women across the board. You come up here to tell me that I'm the loser, but let's recognize here that white men in America are actually now the forced winner in an America that should have never existed. This America should believe in equal opportunity across the board, and we don't now, right? Because women are now less than that of a white man. Especially black women are now less than that of a white man because you voted that way. I voted for equal opportunity. You voted against women. Why did you vote against women?
That's your opinion. That's not
an
my
opinion. Was it an opinion when Kate Cox couldn't seek an abortion for her non-viable pregnancy? No, that's what happened.
The girls in my life have the same opportunities, same privileges.
Listen, your sister mama, I get it. You already mentioned the whole Uncle Daddy thing. You and your sister mama, I get that the girls in your life probably are talking with one tooth to their name, but the fact of the matter is, we're talking about women across America here, right? So help me understand here. You voted against the rights of women.
So your objective on this live is to
My objective
like
on this live is to hold you accountable for voting against the rights of women and for a fascist. Now I'm asking you again, and this will be my last time asking you. If you can't answer, just concede. And if you don't answer, then that's you conceding. What was worth it to you when you voted against the rights of women? What was the reason that led you to vote against the rights of women? To send us back to the early 1900s, what was worth it to you?
I'm not answering your question.
Of course not. So you concede. You did something
No,
god
I don't
awful, and now you
concede.
don't
I
want
just
to.
know
You
you're not
concede.
right.
You're not going to answer,
You're
so you
wrong.
won't
You're
concede.
wrong.
You concede.
You're wrong. You're
Let's get
wrong.
some L guests in the
You're
chat.
wrong.
You concede. You won't even answer a simple question.
No, I voted for him because the current administration is
Helm.
not doing anything
You said
to
Helm.
help America.
I voted for him.
So how did they help Ukraine?
You didn't respond to the question.
Well, I'm just asking you, how did they help Ukraine? They actually helped start the war. They helped start
No,
wars.
first off,
and
if that's what you
bring
genuinely
peace.
think, then you're exactly the kind of voter that Donald Trump is looking for, uneducated. Which
I'm not uneducated, sir. I probably have more degrees than you do.
what are they in? Art therapy?
Chemical engineering.
Still doesn't apply here. Ain't that crazy? So help me better understand this. Then.
What did you
Excuse
do to help
Excuse
the
you.
economy?
Excuse you.
Sit here and talk.
Excuse you. Excuse
Is
you.
that all you do?
Excuse you. So I'm trying to better understand this. You look at Donald Trump and you mention Ukraine. I'm shocked that the word Ukraine came out of your mouth when Donald Trump, his solution to Ukraine is renuclearizing Ukraine. You understand that when Donald Trump says he wants to defund Ukraine, which mind you, those funds are through weaponry.
So Biden's administration actually caused the war, by the way.
That's not true, by the way. Donald Trump is looking to violate the Budapest Memorandum, which would lead to the renuclearization of Ukraine. Because you don't know this, because again, your degree doesn't apply here, and you might want to return that degree. I assume you got it in your little McDonald's Happy Meal. Point
I don't
being
really
is,
have to
excuse
return
you,
it.
Pookie.
No, excuse.
So, excuse you, you're on mute?
No,
Oh, sorry,
excuse you.
silly goose, you unmuted yourself. So, again, listen very closely. Donald Trump is looking to violate the Budapest Memorandum, which will renuclearize Ukraine. By doing so, you're going to toss us into a nuclear or Cold War. Do you understand?
Nope.
Of course you don't understand. It's because you're
Nope.
ignorant.
Okay. Ignorant. You meet me in. You're afraid. You hide behind. You're a big.
It's so easy to trigger a MAGA Republican. Look at this. Look at the aggressive unmuting. Look at how aggressive. They're so easy. And they run around calling us the snowflakes.
Huh, baby. What is it?
This is crazy. Look at this. On the count of three, everybody. Let's do a little hocus pocus action.
What?
1,
Big baby.
2,
Baby.
3. Hocus pocus. Poof, and he's gone. Wow. The magic is real in America. I will never understand when MAGA Republicans like him come up here and they're like, you're the loser and blah, blah, blah. It's like, nope. The loser here are the women in your life. And that's a god-awful thing to be running around saying. The same way that these god-awful men run around saying, your body, my choice, that is sick behavior. And running around telling women that they're the loser, that is sick behavior. If this election should have taught you anything, it's that one, your vote shouldn't be taken for granted. That when you cast that, it shouldn't be through protest vote, and you ought to vote for Kamala. When you vote, you should vote in the favor of women's rights and equal opportunity, not against. Megan, thank you so much for the $10. Oh, I hope you have a good night, Megan. Thank you so much for the love. Hi, Dan. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
She lost in a landslide.
See, this is that kind of behavior. What is that? Came up here, cried, ran away. Okay, what? 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 What is that kind of behavior? Like, why are they so sensitive? You know, the difference between MAGA Republicans and Democrats, though, and I'll tell you this right now. MAGA Republicans lose an election, they say it's rigged and incite an insurrection. Democrats lose an election, and they're like, well, we got to keep fighting forward. They really are the most sensitive snowflakes, aren't they? All right, let's get up our next guest. I just want to debate one of them. Why are they so sad? Why are they so overly emotional? All right, let's try a couple more.
Hello?
Ew. I don't like that one. I'm going to toss it back in the ocean. Let's try a different one. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you, Jennifer. Hi, guys. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah,
Okay, why?
because I don't like Kamala.
Okay, so you're illiterate. You can even pronounce the name right.
Who, Kamala?
See, that right there. Are your parents related? I just assumed. Let's get up our next. I don't like to judge just because I know, again, like when your parents are related, sometimes that can affect speech. So that's why I was just curious if his parents are related. It was nothing personal. Just a genuine question. Was that rude? I don't think it was rude. I don't feel like it was rude. Was I rude? Trying to get up our next guest. I know it's pretty late, so we had a late start today. Let's try to get up our next guest.
Yo, hello.
Hello. He just screenshotted me. He straight up just walked up here. He's that obsessed that he decided to screenshot me. He was like, wow, I'm so excited to join this live stream, that he just screenshotted himself joining it. That was weird. The screenshot, excuse me, screenshots of me are not free. Drop a 5 in my Venmo. That's not going to work. Excuse me. Consider this Times Square. If you were looking for a photo, it's $5. Guest, my Venmo is in my bio. No, like that was pretty obsessive. Again, if you wanted a photo, you could have just asked. I do charge those. So again, $5 in my Venmo. Let's get up our next guest. Slowly but surely. Again, folks, if you voted for Donald Trump, join my guest request. Don't be a snowflake. I mean, I assume you're a snowflake, so it's just kind of what it is, but what a fan. What a fan. Keep an eye on my Venmo. I'm sure he'll pay for the photo he just took. Brandon, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Sorry guys, I'm sitting there having the best night of my life.
Yes, I did.
Hey, you got a lot of background noise. You want to fix that?
Why did you vote for Kamala?
You got a lot of background noise. Turn off the TV.
Excuse me. Why did you vote for Kamala?
Okay, let's move on. Folks, this is why we should support abortion.
Turn off the TV.
Hi.
Hi.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
Why?
I voted for Donald Trump because if I didn't, downtown DC will be in flames. That's why I voted for Donald Trump.
You're saying because if you didn't and he lost the election, he would have incited another insurrection? Really? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And I wanted my paychecks to be tax free.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Sure about that?
You're sure about that?
I ain't sure about that. That's why I'm asking. You sure about that? Girl, honestly, you know what?
Sure about that?
If I was running around saying I'm 20 and I would honestly, you know what? I'd probably vote for Trump too. Clearly, whatever's going on isn't working for you now. I mean, but gosh, I'd probably, ma'am, you know what? I think you might be justified in your vote. I probably, honestly, something went wrong here. So clearly you're justified. You know what? You do your girl. You go vote for Trump. What the fuck? Anyway, so why'd you vote for the criminal? Can you just hurry up and respond? Are you okay? I hear you laughing. It's okay if you came up here and you were trying to troll and weren't expecting to get clapped, but then just let me know.
Oh,
you
clapped. You tripping.
Are you like eating your cell phone or something?
I mean,
Why'd you stop talking?
I just don't like it. I feel like everybody should be deportation.
Excuse me. Everybody should
Let's
be
talk about
deportation. Is that
deportation.
you just said everybody should be deportation? Can we start with the illiterate first? Do you want your ticket now or do you want to wait until the inauguration? Anyway, so my statement stands. What is Donald Trump's deportation policy?
Yeah.
See, I have you giggling, and you hate that I'm making you laugh, and I think that just makes this that much more funny. So tell me again, what is Donald Trump's deportation policy?
You tell me.
Wow, you don't know?
You got all the answers, right?
Well, not for whatever went wrong with you. That's
You tell
apparently
me.
the eighth wonder of the world. So tell me again, do you know his policy? If not, just say so. How is this even a debate? At this point, it just feels like abuse.
I don't know his policy.
Okay, so you don't
I
know
don't
a
feel like
single
abuse.
policy when it comes to immigration,
It's
and yet you
abuse.
said you voted for him based off of immigration? Ma'am, when the wall goes up, which side are you going to be on? I have you laughing.
Yo.
And that makes you mad. She literally ran away. The issue here is that MAGA Republicans who come up, they don't like that I make them laugh, which makes them that much more angry at me. Because they want to hate me, but the fact that I make them laugh, that upsets them. Because they can't hate me. Sorry, guys, I have a personality. Hi, guys. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did. And before you.
Yes, before you. Alrighty, folks. I think we're gonna call it here, and I'm gonna go grab some dinner, and I hope that you do the same. We'll probably come back in a little bit. Just a quick thing here. Let me check something real quick. Hi, guest. It said that you were waiting there for 30 minutes. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Yes or no? Okay, let me check. Yes, your bio says you did. So you did vote for Donald Trump. That is 30 minutes of your life you're never getting back. I'm eating up those minutes like AT&T. Let's get up our next guest here. Okay. Hi, Preston. Here you go. So, Preston, you ain't even going to say anything? It says you were waiting 22 minutes to come talk to me. Poof, that's 22 minutes of your life you're never getting back. Call me Verizon. Let's get up our next guest. We're going to do this real quick before we all go have some dinner. Hi, guest. It says that you were waiting, 40 minutes to talk to me. Okay, that's 40 minutes of your life you're never getting back. I'm more than happy to take them. Okay, anyway. The same way that you wasted decades of a woman's life when she fought for her right to choose, for you just to overturn it 50 years later, I'm more than happy to waste a few hours of your time. So anyway, to everybody who's been tuning in, hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our little family. We do these conversations every single day. I want to say a massive thank you to everybody who had supported me today, whether on Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Please, if you did support me on Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App, please write your username in that like Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App so that I could follow you. If that's okay, I would like to follow you as like a little thank you. Anyhow, you said that you packed a charcuterie for lunch for tomorrow. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good. I've never actually had charcuterie, but it looks really good when other people eat it. I've never had it, but it looks so good when other people eat it. It might be disgusting, low-key, I don't know, but it looks good. It looks fancy. It looks like something you have around the holidays. Yeah, I know. I gotta try it. Anyhow, I know I'm missing out. I gotta try it. What did y'all do for dinner tonight? I think I'm just gonna go do like a simple vodka, pasta, spaghetti, you know. Wait, it's antipasta. Oh, it's just antipasta. Oh, why you gotta call it charcuterie? Just call it antipasta. Why we all... Well, the Italians have been doing that for decades. So why we, huh? Wait, just call it, huh? Well, I've had that. Pizza, chicken cutlets, salad, and chicken tenders. Oh, I have dino nuggets. I should make those. That's not really a chicken tender, but Beer battered shrimp. Okay, that sounds good. That sounds really good. I want to go visit my my pod this weekend up north, because back home they have the best breweries. Y'all know this. If you're from like rural America has like the best breweries. Like they're always in barns and stuff like that. So it's a little, but might not be the most sanitary. Very good. Very good. So highly recommend. So hopefully I'm hoping to do that tomorrow. Go visit my pond. Take him out. I know. Anyhow, folks, I hope that y'all have a good night. Well, sorry, I didn't mean to cough into that. I apologize. We got my inhaler here. I'll be taking it right after this. So we will be Parker raid. Is there a Parker raid going on? Guys, all right. There's a Parker raid. We're actually y'all from the Parker raid. So we were actually going to go grab some dinner. I'm looking to be back in about half an hour to an hour. But we're going to go grab dinner. No, not you. The Parker raid. Not the park. No. Don't you, no. Not you, all you Parker raiders. No, you're not. No Parker raiders today. We are all going to go have dinner now. I'm ending. We'll be back probably in about half an hour or an hour. I hope you all have a good dinner if you haven't already. But we'll be back. Love y'all who just came from Parker's live. Love y'all immensely. But yeah, we're going on dinner time now, you know? So we'll be right back, probably about half an hour. Hope you have a good dinner. Thank you again to everybody. Let me double check here. Everybody who had supported me. I want to make sure I'm saying thanks. My mom taught me to say thanks. That is something we do. Massive thank you to Jennifer. Jennifer says you look hot, babe. Jennifer, stop. Jennifer, listen, Jennifer, I don't roll that way, but just kidding. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I appreciate the love. Leah and Ashley as well. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, folks. And Molly as well. Thank you so much. I see your username there, Molly. I'll make sure I'll follow you right after this. Holly and Megan too. Thank you, folks, so much. I appreciate the love. All right, folks. We'll be right back. I don't want to do a raid. I really hope y'all go get dinner, go eat, do your thing. We don't, go eat, Go eat. We'll be back. I love that there's Trumpers commenting that they're Trumpers, but they're too scared to join the guest request and come talk to me face to face. That's crazy. That's so insane. You're already past 10,000, 20,000 likes. If you did vote for Kamala Harris, please hit that like button. If you voted for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a little discussion, okay?
What up?
You vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Ew.
Yep. Because of people like you.
Cry more. You really casted your ballot off of me.
You tell.
Wow, you're that obsessed. Hold on. Wait. You're that obsessed. You just said that you voted for somebody based off of me.
People.
If you have a crush, excuse me. If you have a crush, just ask me out. Go ahead.
People.
Yeah, you said people like me. Listen, if you voted based off of me, that's fine and dandy. Just ask me out, you don't got to be so scared. I get it. The closet's glass. Took me a long time to figure it out, too. So again, let me understand. I just want to know. You're saying that you voted based off of me. You voted for Trump based off of me. So I assume that that's because you have a crush. Okay, congratulations. I'm glad that you found yourself. So just ask me out. Where are we going for dinner? Panera?
Can I answer?
Or are we going to Panera Bread?
Are you going to be a child? Because you have no other platform than to hate Trump. So could I answer your question? Because you wouldn't exist unless you hated Trump on TikTok.
Wow. Do you want to go look up my name and then come back?
I don't give a fuck about your name.
I think you probably should do that. Go look up my name and then come back. Go look up my name and then come back. I can tell that this is your first time here if you think my platform is Donald Trump. Go look up my name and then come back, okay, Pookie? Okay?
Let's talk.
You go do the research, Pookie, and then come back. Just do a simple little Google search on my name. It's so easy. Anybody could do it. It's so simple. Hello.
What's up?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hell yeah, brother.
That's disgusting.
You know what's disgusting? Your face.
You.
Ugly ass
Okay,
bitch.
anyway. Okay. Are you done? Are you done sundowning? I don't get what the emotions are. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
It's kind of sad. So anyway, why did you vote for the criminal felon, sexual abuser, civil fraudster, constitutional violator, insurrectionist, twice impeached?
That's a lot of
I mean, I
stereotypes.
could go on. So why'd you vote for him?
Go on then. Go on.
Can you just hurry up and
Can
respond?
you name any more else? I mean, name other things you hate about Trump.
Well, I hate that his followers are ignorant like you, but can't change that, right?
Good one. Good bitch. Good bitch.
Anyway, do you want to respond?
I don't care.
Okay, then why'd you come up here?
Shoe, boy.
Cry more. On the count of 3, everybody, hocus pocus him out of here. 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus, poof, and he's gone. Let's get up our next guest. If you did vote for Donald Trump and you're coherent, feel free to join the guest request and let's have a conversation. If you voted for Kamala Harris, hit that like button, hit the share button, and please do help us get to 40,000 likes. We are almost there. Hi, guest. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I sure did. Yeah.
Ew.
Let me just tell you this before you.
Where's the accent from?
Colombia. But before,
gotcha. What state are you from?
Insult me.
What state are you from? I'm not insulting you. There's no reason to insult you. You're already insulting yourself by giving roaches for raid.
I hated this dude.
Okay, sure. Listen, do you hear me?
I did.
You said you voted for Donald Trump?
I did.
What state are you from?
In Texas.
Okay, what time is it?
It's like 8:10 right now.
Okay, help me better understand something here.
Yeah.
You're saying, Johnny, before you insult me, I don't need to insult you. You insulted yourself the moment you walked in here with that accent and said you voted for Donald Trump. This is as silly as a slug walking in and dumping salt on its back. It's slugs for salt, roaches for raid.
I love it. Cool.
That's not an insult, though. That's just an observation. Don't get emotional, right?
Or racism. One of the two. Depending how you want to see it. But let me just say this real quick.
Let me just say this real quick. Can you tell me one economic policy that Donald Trump wants to pass that will benefit the middle class?
That's a great question. But I just want.
Let me actually just get an answer from you. Stop pivoting. I might sound like I'm asking for some sort of rhetorical analysis or something. I'm not. I just need you to respond with an answer to the question that I had.
It's called deregulation.
Oh my gosh. Question for you. When the wall goes up, what side are you going to be on?
Here, bro. I'm a veteran. I defend this country.
Oh, that's so fine and dandy. Transgender Americans are veterans too, and yet Donald Trump ripped them right out of the military, right?
100%.
It's crazy. He doesn't actually care about veterans. Ain't that crazy? Yeah, he doesn't care about veterans, right? He doesn't care about veterans. That's why he's cutting their disability benefits too. So help me better understand this again. You're saying that you're a veteran. Are you? Where were you born?
Colombia.
Okay. So yeah, my statement stands. When that wall goes up, what side are you on?
I'm in the States, bro. I love this country. I'm here. I'm an immigrant.
You can love this country all you want. That don't matter.
What do you mean? I defended this country with my life, bro. Like, what do you mean it doesn't matter? It does.
They've deported veterans before, right? Being a veteran doesn't make you safe. You understand?
Yeah, 100%. I'm just telling you that,
You understand they have deported veterans before, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So again, when the wall goes up, which side of the wall are you on?
What? I'm here, bro.
You'll get it right one of these times. You haven't yet.
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
Let's talk about immigration while we're at it. So let's recognize first and foremost that Donald Trump's policy surrounding mass deportation is already underway in a state like Florida. Florida signed SB 1718, and this very Senate bill led to a 40% cut in the agricultural workforce development that spent decades to build. So they lost 40% of farmers in Florida. This led to a $13 billion GDP gap. If you implement this nationally, you're going to have a $300 to $450 billion GDP gap, and you're going to lose 40% of farmers across the country because, fun fact, 40% of farmers are undocumented migrants because Americans don't want to do the work. So question for you now, again, what is your solution to ensure that there isn't an agricultural crisis leading to higher costs on produce as they lose 40% of their workforce? And how are you going to make up the gap of $300 to $450 billion after you deport these migrants? Are you going to go with them?
Yeah, we have to deport.
Oh, you are going to go with them. I figured.
Can I talk?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have to deport the ones that need to go.
You're not deporting the ones that need to go. You're deporting all of them. You're not understanding. In Florida, they deported all of them.
No, bro. I have business
go look it
in
up.
Florida.
Go look
I
it
have
up.
business in Florida.
No, yeah, go look it up.
And I hire people that are like,
Sorry, did you just say that your buddy's hiring undocumented immigrants in Florida?
Yeah, everybody does.
Okay, so 2 issues. First and foremost, this is recorded. Second, what you just said is a felony.
It's your life, so...
What you just said on my live stream is a felony.
Okay.
3, you did it on video, saying that you know that your friend is hiring undocumented migrants. Excuse you. You said that you knew your friend in Florida is hiring undocumented migrants, and you didn't report it. Excuse you. I get you're upset. I get you're upset, and you're trying to cut me off. I get you're upset. Excuse you. All right. I get you're upset. Now you're calling me disrespectful. I'm not the one who just committed a felony on video. You're the one who just said that you didn't report the undocumented migrants that you are well aware your friend is hiring in the state of Florida. Congrats. You're a felon. Unmute whenever you're ready. So now let's get this right. You voted for Donald Trump, and yet in Trump's America, you said you were not born in the United States, and you also are a felon. Okay. So again, I'll ask you, when Donald Trump builds the wall, what side are you on? What side of the wall are you going to be on? Whenever you're ready, if you want to unmute. Don't be shy. I don't know why you're muting yourself. Come on up. Don't be shy.
So
again, you had said, listen, don't get all upset. You're lashing out because you got mad.
You just keep
lashing out. Calm down. Calm down. You're very emotional. I get it. You just committed a felony on video. You're lashing out.
Oh my god. Oh, hold on.
Calm down.
On my door. Oh,
Calm
shoot.
down.
It's the FBI. Oh my
Calm
gosh.
down.
Go, guys. Come on. Don't be so ridiculous.
Do you need the handcuffs?
That's for your boyfriend, bro.
I mean, you're going to be in them after this. I mean, listen, the fact of the matter is, calm down. You're lashing out. You're very mad. You're big mad. You're big mad. You're big mad. You're mad because, listen, you're mad because you came onto my live stream. You thought that you were going to, spew your far-right partisan nonsense, but you didn't recognize that by you not reporting your friend in the state of Florida for hiring undocumented migrants, where you said on video that you're well aware he's doing that you in fact committed a felony in Florida. So, here's what we're gonna do. Because I'm feeling generous. And by generous, I mean generous to the Democrats in the chat, not you. Sorry, I hope I didn't confuse you there. By generous, I meant generous to the Democrats in the chat. I'm gonna save this video and I'm gonna clip it. And thank you for using your personal TikTok account as well. That makes it a lot easier. And then I'm gonna report it for you. You're welcome. You're so welcome. I'm feeling generous, so I'm gonna do the work for you. I'll report it for you. I'll report I'll report your felony offense for you. Nope, not a problem. I really don't mind it. I don't mind doing it. I really don't mind doing it. My mom always taught me to do right by my neighbor, and you are my neighbor until he deports you too. But until then, you are my neighbor, so I'm more than happy to submit the felony report on your behalf. That's me. I'm feeling kind, W's in the chat for Johnny, everybody. I'm feeling kind. You're welcome. Do you want to hear? I'll unmute you whenever you're ready. If you want to unmute, you can thank me. Go ahead.
Do you care to know why?
You can thank me. Oh, no. I just would like a thank you to me. Go ahead. If you want to thank me for reporting your felony for you, you're welcome.
Do you care? Do you care to know?
You're trying to pivot. You're trying to pivot. I get you're upset. Do you want to thank me for my kindness?
Do you care to know?
I care to get a thank you for my kindness. Whenever you're ready. Excuse me. You said you voted for Trump. We spoke about that. We don't got to pivot. I'm just looking for, if you want to thank me for my kindness, I'm really more than happy to. I get you're nervous now, yeah? It sounds like it. Didn't have to take more than one psychology course to understand you're nervous right now.
Do you care do I vote for Trump or no?
No, not anymore. Okay. You just committed a felony on video.
Okay.
And so I was just curious, do you want to thank me for reporting it for you? I mean, again, I'll save you the paperwork. I'll do it myself.
That's fine, dude. That's fine.
Yeah, you're so welcome. You're so welcome. I really don't mind. I really don't mind. I'm more than happy to. So for anybody just tuning in, this guest here said that in the state of Florida, he's well aware that his friend is hiring undocumented migrants. Okay, you're not helping yourself. So he said that in the state of Florida, this guest here said in the state of Florida, where SB 1718 was signed, making what he just said here a felony. He said that he knows his friend is hiring undocumented migrants in the state of Florida. That is not allowed. And then to furthermore hurt his own case, he was also not born in the United States. So he is a migrant who just committed a felony offense on video. Because fun fact, this is videotaped, and this is why I videotape these things. So I said, I'll save you the paperwork. I'm more than happy to report it on your behalf. More than happy to, I'm more than happy. I got a printer. I'll do all the paperwork. But let's get some congratulations to the guest. Congratulations, guest. This is the find out stage. This is what you voted for, you silly goose. You said you voted for Trump. This is what you voted for. Aren't you happy? You're getting everything you voted for and more. Congratulations. So, when you go into my lives again, and you, MAGA Republicans like the guest here, are like, he ran away. We got a runner. Yeah! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Don't worry, guys. You're not going to get far. Ron DeSantis is coming. Oh my gosh. No, if you can't make yourself laugh. I did report it, though. Hi, guest. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yes.
Do you want to commit a felony on here too?
I am hoping not to.
Gotcha. So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I think there's a better chance he pardons TK than if Kamala was elected.
Gotcha. So the elderly Americans who are about to lose Social Security, in part due to the House Republican budget endorsed by 80% of House Republicans within their caucus, leading to a Social Security cut and disability cut on behalf of veterans, you're fine leaving those veterans homeless because of a pardon?
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
If we could get a Santana
Gotcha.
roll.
Hold on one sec. Okay. Toodles. So again, folks, if you voted for Donald Trump, join the guest request. I feel like not a single Trumper is going to come up here and be serious or converse with me after that one Trumper came up and committed the felony offense with the whole not reporting the undocumented migrants thing in Florida. I don't think another Trumper is going to be coming up here after that one. I think that probably did it. I think that probably horrified them.
Hey, do you take Cash App?
Oh my gosh, I do, but you don't have to support me like that.
No, I have to because you're entertaining. But I'm already up here. But I just wanted to say, TK is a rapper that was like literally unaliving elderly people. The fuck is wrong with that guy?
A lot was wrong with that guy. I think in part him saying, that he's more than happy to throw away the Social Security of elderly Americans and veterans is kind of enough said. He's a little sick in the head. But anyhow, God. Olivia, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate it. Thank you for the love. Folks, yeah, so my Venmo, PayPal, my Cash App, those are in my bio. I greatly appreciate it. Feel no need to support me like that. If you do, though, please comment your username on the Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App so that I can give you a follow after this as a little thank you. Hello, guys. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No. I have a question for you, though. Are you gonna watch the Mike Tyson the fight?
No. After the last guy who came up, and I was like, "Oh, you committed the federal offense." Like, did you guys literally? Okay, for anybody who missed that, so a Trumper came in here who was born in Colombia, and so he goes to me. Oh yeah, my friend is hiring undocumented migrants in Florida. And I said, okay, that thanks to SB 1718, is now a felony in Florida, and you just said that on video. And he goes, well, and then he ran away. But he really did it on his personal account too, which is just kind of crazy, I think. You know? Anyhow. Let's see if Tashika's on. Oh, sorry, wait, do I have a guest in the guest box? Whoops.
Hey, Johnny, I wasn't here for 40 minutes last time. Why'd you say that? I just came from talking
Who
to
are you?
Chris. Person that you said I was waiting for 40 minutes.
I have no idea who you are.
Yeah, well, last
Are you like
time...
stalking me or something?
No, not at all. Why
What
would you
are
assume
you?
that? I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay, and you're going on about your personal upbringing in Disney Channel saga because...
What? No, I'm talking about the last
Calm
interaction you and I
down.
had. Are you okay?
Calm down.
Are you okay? I think you're a little bit upset.
Oh my gosh,
Okay.
I'm not okay! Nikki! Nikki, stop! Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo, Nikki. That is beyond kind. What? 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 Guess, you asked if I'm okay. I'm not okay. That was beyond kind, Nikki. Thank you. Wow. That was beyond kind. Thank you so much for the love. All right, guess whenever you're ready, if you can unmute, but this time try to speak coherently. Thank you.
No problem. So, you want to know why
I can't understand what
voted
you're
for Trump?
saying.
Do you want to know why I
Your
voted for
accent's
Trump?
very thick.
I don't have an accent.
It's very, very thick.
I don't know what you mean. That
Chat, do you not hear?
It is thick. That's what you said.
The accent's insane. Chat, you hear the accent? It's like you need to. Can you just pronunciate? Can you unmute and pronunciate?
It's pronounce.
No, pronunciate. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love. Thank you, Sarah. So you have a very heavy accent. Can you just speak coherently whenever you're ready?
What do you want to talk about?
See, that right there, I need English. You know? Can you unmute? Why do you keep muting?
I'm here.
Did you
I'm
vote
here.
for Donald Trump?
Yes, absolutely.
With that accent, you voted for Donald Trump? Really?
100%.
When
Do
the
you wanna
wall
know why?
goes up, what side are you going to be on?
Oh, I'm overseas. I don't have to be on either side.
Oh, you're not even from America. You're
I am from
overseas.
here.
You're from, where are you from? Like Ireland? Is that, I get it. The accent's Irish. Is the accent Irish?
No. I'm from America.
I mean, the accent's giving like deep Scottish. It's like very, you guys know the janitor from The Simpsons? It's a Russian accent. You have the Russian accent. That's what it is.
I don't have a Russian
It's a really
accent.
thick accent.
That is ridiculous. Like, are you
Chat,
deaf?
do you guys all hear it too? Listen, look at the chat. See?
All right.
Everybody
So
hears
Johnny,
it.
when you're ready to discuss,
Can't
right
understand you.
now, you're running from a debate now.
I've
Three times in a row you've run
Excuse you,
from a
I
debate.
can't understand
Three
you.
times in a row you've run from a debate.
See, I'm getting maybe every third word. Are you talking in Russian for like half of your, do you know, like how much of English do you understand? Like, do you speak it, you don't speak it fluently, obviously. So where's the, I can't understand you. Like, I don't know where to go from here. Should I move on to our next guest, chat, or? I can't understand his accent. I mean,
which languages do you speak?
see, guys, I can't understand what he's saying. It's like you're speaking half in Russian with a Russian accent. Try to just speak slower. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'll speak slower
No,
for you.
that made it
the
worse.
problem is that people like this don't
See,
know how to
that made
debate.
it worse.
This is what
I
they do to
can't-
run
chat,
from the
do you guys
debates.
understand
they
what he's
try
saying?
They try
Hold
to do
on,
this
here,
to be
I can't.
funny,
Hold
but
on. I can't understand him.
funny, though.
I
That's
can't
the
see. I
problem.
can't
They
understand you.
The problem.
He's so easy to trigger. This is phenomenal. Look at him aggressively unmuting. Wow, you were really easy to trigger. That took all of 2 minutes. All we had to do was gaslight you. The best part is that now we get to deport you. Are you ready? Watch this. 1, 2, 3. Deported. Oh, he's gone. That's crazy. Wow. Oh, gosh. First, we gaslighted you into thinking you had a thick Russian accent, so you got angry, and then we deported you. Oh no! Gosh darn it! I guess. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's wrong with you?
Apparently a lot, but you definitely are worse. I might have some things wrong with me, but I think you're one of the things that are just wrong with America. Let's get up our next guest. Slowly but surely. I think Tashika's coming on. Y'all want to do a battle? Folks, again, if you voted for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Come on in, come on in. Don't be shy. Don't be scared. Somebody, Dez, stop. Dez goes next victim. Dez. All right, folks, again, if you voted for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation. If you voted for Kamala Harris, please do hit that like button, hit the share button. We're already at 100,000 likes. And please, no more Russians coming in. Okay, listen, if you're straight up from Russia, if you are Russian, that's okay. But if you're going to walk in speaking completely Russian to the point where I can't understand you like that last guest, then we're just going to have to move on. Can't do that. Hi, welcome back. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, ew. See, a lot is wrong with you. Let's move on to the next. Ew.
Hey, Johnny.
Hello. You vote for Donald Trump?
Hell no, but I do have a question for you.
Right,
how
what
do
you
you
got?
feel about the whole recount thing? Like, what's your mind on that?
Depends. I mean, a recount's not really going to do much. There'll be some votes that lean in favor of Kamala after a recount. If she gets a recount for herself, I don't think that that's going to happen. You could look at Pennsylvania, for example, though. I think that when we talk recount, that's probably the most detailed place that we should look. For those of you who don't know, in Pennsylvania, the AP called the race for Dave McCormick, a Republican, the Senate House, the Senate seat. Bob Casey is the incumbent Democrat. However, the state hasn't called the race. And for that, it's because there are well over 80,000 provisional ballots that lean Democratic. And there will likely be a recount because it's within 0.5% of the recount. It's really confusing. I guess, if they want to do the recount, go for the recount. But
so how do you feel about the whole situation with, Elon and Starlink and that whole situation?
I think that Elon Musk is a person. And I was taught to choose kindness. So I'm going to pursue my mother's advice on that.
All right, Johnny. I appreciate your time, man.
You have a good one.
Thanks.
Again, folks, for those of you who don't know, in the state of Pennsylvania, the district is one of the second Senate seat that went from an incumbent Democrat to a Republican, Montana and Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, this seat was won by roughly 40,000 votes. They've been counting provisional ballots. 40,000 in favor of the Republican has dropped to 25,000 in favor of the Republican. There are still thousands of provisional ballots to count. And so more than likely, this seat will go to Dave McCormick, and yet it'll probably be between a couple thousand votes that does it. They're going to do a recount on it, and you know what? That's a good thing. They should recount because, recounts are important. But anyhow.
Hey.
Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh no, I just had a question actually.
Noah, thank you so much for the $10 in Cash App. I appreciate it. What's the question?
So Project 2025, do you think that's actually gonna happen, or do you think it's just a conspiracy? Because
no, it's gonna happen. Yeah, a lot of what's within Project 2025 will be taking place.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's not. What about?
I'm sorry. I would like to sugarcoat it, but
Oh no, that's scary. Do you think okay, since I'm a black woman, do you think things are going to be really?
I appreciate it. I appreciate you coming up. Let's get up our next guest, though. I am just looking to talk to some opposition right now. Anyhow, Jenny, oh my gosh, are you in the bath? Jenny! Goodness gracious. She fell into the toilet again. Let me see if I could get Tashika up here. I think she fell in the toilet. That was... Hello. Oh my gosh, you look gorgeous. What?
Oh. Hi, how are you?
Hi, you look gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my gosh. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I decided to give my hair a break, so I just have it in a ponytail right now.
Yeah.
My hair grew so much. I wear wigs so often. I didn't realize how much my hair grew. It's like it goes down my back now. So it's pretty fucking lit.
Would have never have ever guessed that you were wigs. Like your hair is gorgeous.
Thank you. My head. I forgot how round as shit my head was.
Oh, that's relatable.
Like my head's super round, like perfectly. Just you look at that. Just like look at that crest right here.
It's a nice head. It's a nice head. It's a nice head.
I do get a lot of compliments on my head though. When I shaved my head.
Oh, you would look gorgeous with a shaved head.
Oh, I had a shaved head for a while. That's why my hair is so short now. It's because I shaved my hair off a couple times. And yeah, like I got a lot of compliments on it. Like when I would walk down the street, people would be like, "You have a perfect head for that." And I'm like, "Thank you."
Oh no, I agree. You know, and I think that I hope that like I absolutely love that style and like the look of like a shaved head because I think it's absolutely gorgeous. Like that women look stunning with that. I can't wait until Wicked comes out next week because everybody knows that Cynthia rocks that look and it's gorgeous. And I think that that's going to empower more folks to do that. And I think that that's like
shaved head with like some color in it, like a flower, stuff like that. That stuff is cool.
Stunning. I love it. So I got some tips on how to battle, and so I'm gonna try them. Okay, folks.
You go ahead and try them.
If we win, we're gonna do a battle. If we win, I will do the. Should I do the chicken dance?
I'm not doing any fucking dance.
That's okay. If I win, I'll do the chicken dance. Does that work? Should I do the chicken dance if I win?
If you win, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
I could lift weights again. That's what I did last time.
Okay, now that's just cheating. Okay.
Okay. Should I lift weights or should I chicken dance, chat? What do you think?
Because you know these people are fiends. Okay, and
the little gifty things like the dancing, all the thingies, you know, like the galaxy and whatever. Whoever gets the most points wins. And if we win, it sounds like y'all want us to do you want me to do the chicken dance, and I'm more than happy to do the chicken dance. I could do the chicken dance while lifting weights. This will be fun. I think this will be fun. I want to try out some tips and like explore because I spoke with them.
Go ahead and do that little chicken dance. Okay, you go on ahead. You're going on ahead. So, did you want to battle?
Yeah. How do we? I'm still learning.
It's a little boxing gloves at the bottom.
Solo match? Is that what I click?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, I gotta get it. Oh, I'm learning. Okay, so chat. So basically, here's what you gotta do. So you gotta send, like, see, there's roses and stuff. If somebody drops a galaxy, we'll be off to a good start. Thank you so much, Taz, and thank you, Shelly. Thank you, Chris. So basically, whoever drops, like, whoever gets the most points, like, we're ahead right now, but we want to be way more ahead than this. And you know, so like you just kind of drop like a galaxy or drop a meteor shower or whatever, whoever, you know, just pitch in, and whoever has, okay, she's ahead now. So I really need somebody to drop a galaxy or something. MT Lottie, thank you so much for the roses. Thank you for the roses. So again, we really got it. Thank you for the
either way,
King T. Thank you, King T.
I was saying that like,
thank you, Katie.
What was I saying again? I forgot what I was saying.
No! Let's go, Silent Quake with the galaxy. Okay, that was fantastic. Okay, so again, if we win, I will more than gladly do the chicken dance. Thank you, King T, for the love. Taz, Queen, thank you so much for the love. So basically, this is a battle. Diana, thank you so much for the coral reef. So this is a battle.
Let's say we're going to be back again 12 p.m.
Basically, we want to have the most points. Right now, it's 3,000.
And then maybe we'll go to some religious debates. Maybe some body.
Right now, it's like 3,000 to about 1,000. We want to have the most points to win. But I feel like they normally snipe it. Like, so again, pardon me, for the last like 20 seconds or so,
Yeah.
they normally snipe it.
What we have to do
We
first
don't
is meet
want
the
them to snipe
target
it.
so we can get these extra points, right? How much does it take for us to get there? Hold on. Hold on. Oh shit!
Gifting point target.
Oh, damn!
They're literally,
wait.
okay, they're literally Diana, thank you. Okay, we're like exactly tied.
We
need like a galaxy or like a meteor shower or something.
Santana,
Somebody's got to do something huge.
I thought it was gonna count, but if you
Santana, are you on her side?
right now, would have been fine.
No.
We literally
okay,
right now.
We
need to
like
get to 1250 right now. So we need like
a galaxy. We need like something. Okay, we're at 429 out of 1250. We are at 429 out of 1250. Somebody needs to drop a galaxy or something like right now so that we could get to the point goal. We have 7 seconds left on the point goal. We are almost there. 4 seconds left. We're almost at the point goal. We are almost at the point goal. Snap. Oh, I think that did it. I think we just hit the target. Okay, so we hit our target. Thank you, Gina, for the galaxy. Okay, times 3 gifting
Either way,
points
right
starts
now,
in
just drop
50
everything on them.
seconds.
Just drop everything.
So in 50 seconds, we are at times 3 points. So if you're going to drop something big to pitch in, then wait like 40 seconds. Don't drop anything big for like 40 seconds, okay? 35 seconds.
Also, Santana, thank you so much.
Again, don't drop anything big for like 30 seconds because gifts are going to be triple, okay?
We're just gonna have to drop
Thank you for the galaxy.
I know he's muted. He has to be muted because it's gonna be hard.
Are
to
gifts
focus.
triple now? I think gifts might be triple now.
No,
they're catching up. Okay, thank you, Diana. Thank you, Taz. Thank you so much, Sophie.
Thank you, baby.
My asthma's acting up. I need my inhaler. Y'all got me acting up.
Thank you all so much for the gifts. Dee,
thank you so much for the galaxy, Nana.
Yo, we are getting it.
Brielle, thank you so much.
I feel like
Terry, thank you.
They're gonna like try to snipe us, so we have to be careful.
Thank you, Kimber. So we are far ahead right now.
Oh my god!
But they're going to
okay.
Tashika's already talking about sniping us. We cannot let her snipe us. This is basically when they drop something very large at the end of the live. So we have about a minute left of this match. If you're gonna drop something that's gonna be like a big drop, wait.
Don't drop it.
I'll tell you if you're gonna drop something big.
I feel like you're gonna drop something
I'll tell you
really
exactly when to do it.
I feel like they're gonna drop something really big on us, and I'm kind of worried.
Thank you so much, Katie, for the confetti. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Thea. Thank you,
W gifted in the chat.
Thank you, Jen, for the T-Rex. The T-Rex is adorable.
Thank you.
So, folks, again, if you're gonna drop something big, I'll tell you exactly when to do it. So if you were like going to drop a galaxy, or if you're going to drop a meteor shower, or if you're going to drop whatever, they are going to try sniping us at the very end of this match. So we have about 50 seconds until the end of the match, and so we just want to wait. I'm getting nervous.
We need to drop something big on.
I'm getting nervous.
They are quite a bit ahead.
No, Sam told you. Drop it now. If you're going to drop something, drop it now.
He's like, yo,
if you're going to drop something, drop it now.
Yo,
we can be. Thank you, Gina, for the song. Thank you, Diana, for the lead.
Good.
Okay.
We need something good, guys.
Don't let them take this. She's literally trying to snipe this right now. We need like galaxies. We need whatever the things. Brielle, thank you so much for the pause. King T, thank you for the confetti.
We can get this.
Yes!
I feel like they're gonna snipe us down.
Yes, Nicole!
10 seconds.
Yeah! Where's my flag? Oh, USA!
Oh my God!
My gosh.
Royal, you tried your best, baby.
Let's go.
Yo,
we won.
First of all, W Santana, W
Thank you so much for the galaxy.
You guys went fucking hard.
Thank you so much, Katie. Thank you.
It was we lost just.
I want to say a massive thank you to Terry, who is our MVP. It says, Gina, thank you so much. Nicole, thank you. Let me follow you, Terry. I just followed you. Gina, I'm following you. Nicole, I'm following you. Oh, but wait, no, I need to do a rematch.
We got it. No.
No, you want to do a rematch? No!
When we hit that speed.
Well, now we're going again.
I'll tell you guys.
Okay, here's how we're gonna do this.
Like,
if you drop something, I'm following you.
We first need to get to that.
I'm following you, King T, Estella.
You guys,
you
guys ate that up. W gifted to the chat. I want to see some W gifted to the chat.
I just followed you too.
So, folks,
basically, we want to beat Tashika on this. After this, I think I'm gonna do the chicken dance, which I got my chicken here.
Hold on.
So
remember,
again,
y'all,
folks,
taps and roses.
If tap your screen. Thank you so much, Nicole, for that money gun. Basically, we want to have more points than Tashika. Let me go through and follow all of the folks who are gifting right now.
Hunting. We're hunters. Okay.
Nicole, I just followed you. Thank you so much again. Diana, thank you, Diana.
And
thank
see,
you, Melissa.
The prey
just
is
followed
this fucking
you.
speed challenge. So hold
thank
on,
you so much,
right?
folks. I appreciate
Let's
it.
see what the
so,
target is.
Chicken.
Let's see what the target before we go off.
Okay, so we're ahead right now.
Also,
So we want to get like really ahead.
Bag.
So again, so we're ahead right now. We want to get really ahead of Tashika. Okay, so Diana, thank you so much for the roses, and Nicole, thank you so much for the chickens. Shelly, thank you for the roses as well. So basically, what we're doing, thank you so much for the teddy bear, Nicole. Oh my gosh, Nicole, I think you might be MVP on this. Thank you so much. So basically, folks,
you don't have one.
Oh my gosh!
All right, that's all right. That's all right.
All the way. So again, folks, basically,
we can hit that easy. We can hit that
easy. Oh my gosh,
Two more. One more people. We hit that shit. Okay. I'm gonna tell you guys when to drop. I'm gonna tell you guys when. I'm gonna tell you when.
I'm gonna listen. Tashika's going to try to snipe this. We cannot let Tashika snipe this. Okay. So we gotta just give it.
I'm gonna tell you when. Hold on. Everyone, hold it. Now, everyone dropping down.
Okay, now is when you gotta start dropping things.
Now we hit
it. Stop! They're dropping stuff. Let's do it. We need galaxies. Thank you so much, Trouble. Thank you, Melissa. We need galaxies. We need help catching up right now. We need galaxies. We need like a meteor shower or something. Thank you, Nicole, for the galaxy. We are catching up right now. I knew what she was about to do. Jen, thank you so much for the hand hearts. Thank you, Gina, for the galaxy. Okay, we can catch up.
I want to see nothing but W gifters in the motherfucking chat right now, y'all.
4 galaxies.
I want to see nothing but motherfucking
or a
W
meteor shower.
gifters in the
Silent
motherfucking
Creek,
chat.
thank you so much for the galaxy. We can catch up. There's hang like, let's go, Melissa. Thank you for the love. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Diana. Okay,
thank you.
We are catching up very quickly right now. Trouble and Light, thank you so much for the love. Let me go through and follow the gifters real quick. Thank you again, Nicole. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Silent Quake. I just followed you. Thank you so much.
They're gonna snipe
Trouble
us.
and Light, I got you. Just followed you.
Now, but W
Melissa already followed me. Thank you so much.
Myra, thank you so
Diana,
much
thank you so much for the roses. And MT, thank you for the mini guns.
You're fucking amazing.
Listen.
I just wanna
we are ready. Yeah!
Also,
yeah. Okay.
Oh my god.
Let's go. We need a galaxy.
What day is it right now?
Yeah. Okay. Oh my god, my voice is giving out. I'm so stoked. That was so exciting. We are ahead. We need to.
Oh my god.
Thank you so much, Silent Quake, for the
We can't lose the
jellyfish.
second one, y'all.
Okay, we are ahead right now.
If they win this second one, then they win the whole thing.
Exactly, then we win the whole thing, Tashika. Guys, if we win this battle, we are neck and neck with them. But if we win this one, then it's over. They cannot compete with us again, then we win. So let's get some W's in the chat, folks. Thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you, Barb, for the hearts. Thank you, Slick and Jen.
I feel like they're gonna hit us with something crazy.
We are neck and neck. If you're gonna drop something,
we have to win.
Now is the time.
We simply
Gina,
have to
thank
win
you
this
so
battle.
much for the swan. Okay. Thank you so much. You guys are MVPs.
I feel like they're going to drop something big on us. I feel like we have to prepare for the counter.
Drop something. Oh, listen, so let's just you and I chat. You and I right now. Tashika is looking to snipe this, and in about approximately 15 seconds, somebody on her side is going to drop something big. To win this, I think we'll either need 5 galaxies. That might have just done it. Thank you so much, Justina! Yo! I think that might have just done it. I think that might have just done it. I think that might have just. I just followed you, Justina. Thank you so much. I think. Okay, guys, if you're gonna drop something, now's the time. We have 20 seconds left. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15. I will be following back all of y'all for pitching in. Thank you for supporting. Okay, they're about to beat us. They're gonna beat. Don't let somebody drops a galaxy or something. Somebody's gotta do something. We have 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
I can't believe this.
Okay. I want to say massive thank you to Nicole for getting the MVP there. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Justina.
Anyway, no, you're
thank
fine.
You, Gina. Thank you, Silent Quake.
Let me tell you something.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Trouble and Life. Thank you so much, MT.
Leah,
thank you, Molly, I just followed
and Hart,
you.
You guys ate that up.
Thank you,
Heidi,
Katie.
too.
I just followed you.
Hey, guys. It's okay. All right. We can't win them all.
Oh, you can't win them all.
You guys
Tashika, you didn't win any.
You didn't win any. Push back. Y'all ate that down, okay?
You didn't win any, Tashika.
He has more people over there. They're racist. It's okay.
What? No. Her team. Okay. Her team is. You know, I'll tell you right now. Chat. you and I, we did something good here. Thank you so much for liking the live. Thank you so much for pitching in. I just went through the top 10 gifters there. I just followed you folks. Thank you so much for the love. Again, a massive, massive, massive thank you to Nicole Mack. Thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you, Justina. Thank you so much. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Silent Quake. Thank you, Melissa Lane. Thank you, Diana. Diana, I love you so much. Thank you. You always got my back. I appreciate it. Trouble in Life. MT. Hi, MT. Mimi, thank you so much. And Katie, thank you. Thank you so, so much. Let me get up some music here.
Thank you all so much. You guys did amazing.
Wanna be a chicken? I don't wanna.
We did good. We did very good. We did very good.
You did not do good. You lost.
We did very, very good, y'all.
I think she has me on
We ate
mute.
that up. Okay. All right, Johnny, you there?
Some people have their victory dances. I have mine.
Okay.
Listen, I just want to say a massive thank you again to everybody who pitched in. Whew. Was my twerking okay? Am I good?
No,
I'm
it was
Italian,
very
so-
stiff, actually.
Was it stiff? I gotta work on it.
It was
gotta
quite
shake what my mama gave me.
It was quite.
I wanna, guys. I said I would do the chicken dance if we won. We won.
Nicole, thank you so much for the $25 cash app. Thank you guys so much for the reparations for whatever the fuck that was. Okay? Whatever the fuck that was.
Listen. Everybody has their dances. Mine is the chicken dance. And that's my victory
chicken
dance.
I've ever seen in my
Was
fucking
it that
life.
stiff?
It was quite
Oh
stiff.
no, Gina goes, I recorded that if you want me to send it to you anywhere. Gina, I kind of do. Feel free to DM me. Oh my gosh.
Leonid. I'm sorry. Yeah, that was really something. Are you proud of yourself?
A little bit, yeah. I was so on the second round. I was really nervous because y'all were neck and neck with us for like a solid minute.
I can't believe it. So clearly the people over there are anti-black and misogynistic. Because
or are all of y'all homophobic, right? Maybe it's because
I think being racist is worse than being homophobic personally.
Can we get some rainbows in the chat, please? some rainbows in the chat.
Personally.
Oh my gosh. Next time we do it, I think my victory dance should probably be something like I could do like a
chat, like you guys don't know this, but like earlier today, Johnny fucking messaged me this, right? He was like, first the person to lose has to do a fucking chicken dance. I said, fuck no. Fuck no. Tashika won our hearts. Is that all you had?
Tashika won my heart too. Let me tell you something.
It's been, and yet I have none myself.
You know what though? Second place is just as good as first place.
Second place is first place to last in my book.
Snap. Damn. That was damn. You really slapped back with that one. That was fast.
It's quite
Oh
painful.
my gosh.
It's quite painful.
You're still
when am I going
gorgeous,
live
though.
again? Thank you. When am I going live again? Tomorrow, 12 p.m., 12:30. Y'all know what the fuck I'll be on. 12:30. I'll be on again, doing my topics. But yeah, I'll do the what's it called? I'll do the abortion topic again tomorrow. That's the type timing I'm on right now.
Yeah.
And then maybe I'll do some religion topics, shit like that.
Hey, if you do religion topics, can I join you and listen into some of those?
Join me? What do you mean by join? Like debate with me?
Not really debate with you. More so, can I just kind of like listen into like how y'all are without
Of course. Why would I say no to that?
Well, I don't know. I know that some folks get a little, so I don't want to be like, oh, I'm like stalking it. You know what I mean? But like, I want to talk more about religion. It's just tough for me because I am religious. So then I'm like, I want to separate what I believe in religious and then like put, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it. I think it's an important conversation to have, right?
Yeah.
Because like obviously, like I don't personally, even if I feel like religion as a whole holds back society in a very significant way, if it is genuinely something that helps you be a good person, I'm not going like even though I don't think you need religion to be a good person, but if it's genuinely what it helps you do and you need that to be a good person, then like I'm not going to tell you to not fucking be religious.
Oh, no, yeah. I don't need religion to be a good person. I typically just like religion because it keeps my mind that sane, so to ensure that I have more to look forward to than just
exactly.
an empty hole of nothingness.
And if that's also the case, then like I'm not going to shit on you for that either. Like I think that would be like asinine.
I'm just hoping that because again, like having, being religious, I'm like, I want to have those conversations with people who use religion to justify their hate-filled rhetoric, but I want to ensure that what I believe in part in religion isn't going to intertwine with that of science. So that's why I'm like, I want to listen in because I want to hear from folks who like put the science first and foremost. You know what I mean?
It can definitely be a little bit difficult. Like it, like for me, like when I first deconstructed my religious beliefs, it was very fucking terrifying because like nothing felt real for a really long time.
Yeah.
And that's like a pretty common experience of a lot of people who deconstructed their religious beliefs. I just think it's important that like as a society we value evidence and that we value believing in things that we actually know are true and not things that we want to be true. I think those are two different things. And I think a society in which we normalize people believing in things, even without actual evidence, it normalizes like an unnecessary harm that we know we can prevent as long as we just like don't encourage these types of beliefs. Because if people can just like, if we just simply allow for people to believe in things like religion, right? If we simply allow for people to believe in things like religion and believe things for no fucking reason, then what else are we going to allow them to believe for no reason? If I don't feel comfortable in letting people believe that like being like lesbian or gay is wrong, because they have no reason to believe that's wrong, then I would also have to hold to the fact that I don't believe that like then it would also make no sense for me to be okay with them like thinking that like their religion is correct, right? Because like there will be no way for them to prove these things. Just the same that they'll have no way to prove whether or not their religion is real.
But that's that is the part that gets me, right? Because again, I am religious, and so I use my religion as justification for why we should treat others with kindness. And I like to believe that as God's children, that we should be fighting for each other first and foremost, uplifting one another, and fighting for equality, justice, freedom. And then I've come to learn that religion overwhelmingly seems to be used as justification for the overturning of Roe, for example, or the justification for why not to love as you love. And it's like, like you're using religion to justify hate. And it just, so I've been thinking a lot about that lately.
I think it's problematic because it normalizes these types of beliefs. And I think that again, that's problematic as well, because again, obviously these people don't actually have any reason to believe what they believe. They just simply do, and they think that's valid enough. And I think that that's problematic and it leads to unnecessary harm. And like obviously, like there are some Christians where I'm like, okay, they're good people, right? Like I'm not going to shit on those people, but it's a matter of fact that like, look, it's like there's never going to be a way to be able to prove whether or not these things are actually reality.
Right.
And I think more so the conversation would have to be like why people need an existence of a God to be able to like be sane. I think that's like a really like, I know, like obviously I'm not trying to hurt you, but I think that to an extent that's like a faulty worldview, right? I think that you're not really standing on solid ground when you're using it as a way to like maintain your own sanity.
Yeah, I mean, I think again, when it comes down to it, it's a matter of like, if you're able to separate science from that of religion and recognize when you use religion to, for example, heal your heart, that's fine. When you intertwine science and religion, for example, if you look at Louisiana, who is looking at putting the 10 Commandments into classrooms and teaching the Bible as a textbook, that's not acceptable. Part of the conversations that I want to have down the road, which I'm just not ready to have yet, but part of the conversations I do want to have at some point in time is not like, where it's, I don't stand by a religion and you do stand by a religion. Let's discuss why your religion is wrong and you tell me why your religion's right. I want it to be like, here is how I interpret this religion. And here is exactly why you are not interpreting the religion properly. Like, in what sense does somebody in their right mind use God as justification for stripping away the rights of women?
Well, people have been doing that. People have been doing that for like literally thousands of years, though. Like, I like you could even make the argument that's exactly what religion is based off of. It is supposed to control people to some extent, right? Like that's always what it's been about. Whether or not the control is good or bad, you can leave that up to interpretation. But like that has always been the case when it comes to religion. But my thing is that like the whole thing of like interpretations, I find that to be like an issue as well, because you could do that till you're fucking blue in the face, right? You're never going to be able to determine what is actually the correct I think that would kind of be like a nothing conversation, because you're never going to be able to like know what the actual translation was, because there's likely going to be a chance that neither of you are even reading the correct the correct translation as it was meant to be written. We will only ever know as far as like we will only ever know unless like the original writers came out and said something, of which we know obviously is impossible at this point. So like that, I feel like that conversation would just be nothing. Like there would be no point in having it. A lot of folks have been asking me to do debates on abortion, but I'm like, absolutely not. They're like, in no sense, like it makes me so deeply upset when I see on a different live stream, for example, two men talking about a woman's right to choose. I'm like, that is, no, I don't like that. Well, so for the folks, and I respect you for having that restraint, because I feel like a lot of the time people have a really big issue with men on this app, and like especially when talking about like women's topics, it's really fucking weird that people run back to like male creators. I think that's really fucking problematic. Like or like when there's conversations about race, they run back to their favorite white male creators. I think people have a serious issue on this app with doing some shit like that. And like, yeah, like I think that like people should really, 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 like I commend you for having that restraint, because like you'll definitely get like a lot of views and you'll definitely get like a lot more followers. But the fact that you have the restraint to acknowledge that you're not the right person to speak about these things, I respect that a lot. Well, don't got to be commended for that. Listen, it's I don't know. I'm just thinking of like, for example, me as somebody who's part of the LGBTQ plus community. Well, you as well. It's like you see two straight creators, for example, talking about like marriage equality. That does not feel right to me. There's no representation, so I wouldn't. Trust me, it's simply because people feel more comfortable speaking to those people, because they'll never be able to like speak about these things in the way that they need to be spoken about, and it makes these people feel more comfortable about their own biases, because they'll never actually have to like hold themselves accountable for these biases. And that's the point of these conversations, and that's why people typically feel a lot more comfortable around like these like cishet white male creators, is because they don't actually have people hold themselves accountable for their own views, and I think that's really fucking problematic, and that's why I fucking hate them. Look, I mean, if folks want to, everybody talk about what you want to talk about, right? I think in the end, you do build that community of folks who want to hear on that discussion you're going to converse about.
I think when you have those conversations, if you don't represent that community, then you got to get somebody involved on the panel at least that does.
I think that's going to be a bit. I also think stuff like that is a bit of an issue though, because it causes people to like. No. I'm going to tell you why. Like, not that it's like actually bad, but like the overall what you're saying here is true. I think if you're talking about a topic. Excuse me. If you're talking about a topic, obviously that you should have the people who are involved in it, but like. Literally for all of these topics like abortion, like about DEI, like about, you know, all of these types of things, then people will think, I'm trying to say this in a way that you'd understand. Like, people don't understand that abortion is a black topic. People don't understand that misogyny is a black topic. They don't understand that it's a black topic because these are things that disproportionately affect black people, right? Particularly black women. And so when this whole thing of like bringing up people of color when the conversation is applicable, the conversation is always applicable. But what happens is that they only bring up people of color when it's like overtly about race, and that makes other people, particularly white people, comfortable in trying to correct people of color when they do talk about these topics, because it makes them feel like, oh, this isn't a topic that's specifically about you, when all of these topics when it comes to oppression is about minority peoples, is specifically about black people. So when they're talking about any topic in regards to oppression, they should always have a black person on the panel. Every single time. There's no topic that any of these people do where a black person should not be on the panel. These people, when you go to watch their debates, that's why I like to watch Javon a lot, because Javon is an extremely intelligent person. Like, he's way better at debating than me. He's way better at seeing things in a bigger picture than I am.
Do I know Javon?
I don't know if you do, but like his name on TikTok is fucking Furry God.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So if the thing about like him is like I like to watch. I call him sometimes. I'm like, and I ask him about like certain arguments that I have, because he's able to see things in a bigger picture, in a broader picture, in a blacker picture, and I think that really helps me in my debates. Like literally one of the reasons why I did so well in my abortion debates today was literally because I called him the night before. Like he helps me a lot, right? And so he tells me that like all the time when he's watching these other like cishet white men debate these things like regarding misogyny, regarding abortion, regarding all these things that disproportionately affect black women, they let so much shit slide that they don't need to let slide, obviously because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about in a thematic sense. They understand these things in a linear sense. They understand what misogyny looks like in a historical sense, in a linear sense, but they don't understand what misogyny looks like in a thematic sense. Like, for example, like when in the same breath, when they're talking about misogyny or calling out a guest on misogyny, and that guest is a woman, in the same breath, while accosting her for her misogyny, they're calling her crazy.
I mean,
right? That's a problem.
Yeah. I'll tell you now, like up until at least the inauguration, I'll be discussing as is regarding Kamala stance on what happened and whatnot, in part because educational purposes for the House Republican budget that has come forth. But I've come to learn when you bring up the discussion as House Republican budget, TikTok flags that for some reason. Yeah. So I stick with the topic I have. After the inauguration, it's going to be all policy focused. So day one, he's going to put out something horrific on day one. So when that comes out, it's going to be about educating folks on that. The topics, as far as like, you know, marriage, like folks keep asking and chat, you know, for folks in the chat who maybe wanted to see me debate these topics. No, I'm not going. Just know that I'm not going to, for these reasons. For one, as abortion, as mentioned, I think abortion should be discussed between women, and that men should be listening to the women, not talking for the women. If a woman asks us to talk for them, we will fight for them and stand up for them. They should be telling us what we need to hear. We need to be educated. We should not be educating on that topic. Women have the voice on that subject. Then marriage equality as well. Folks have asked me to talk about that, and it's like I don't want to bring up like somebody like a Trumper who doesn't think I should have my right to marry, and then comes up on the live and I'm arguing with them as to why I should be treated equal to them. That also feels weird. And it would just anger me.
Why are we doing that? Like, why are we doing this?
So just a couple topics I'm not going to touch on, but
yeah, like I think like I think it's important. Like tomorrow, I definitely want to focus, like instead of like the more philosophical part of my debates, I definitely want to focus more on the what's it called? The more legislative part of my debates. I think that's going to be really important. So instead, so like just instead of focusing on like just purely like the philosophicals, the whole fucking like I don't care about any of that. I want to be talking about like what like regardless of what like the philosophy says, what is a net positive for society, and obviously like abortion would be like that net positive.
Right. So
I'm going to be focusing a lot more on that for a little bit in the future, or maybe even do a mixture. But I'll see how I feel. But yeah, like that's it's really simple as to why I have such a big issue with them. Like I think a lot of time because again, like that's why I genuinely like the more I grow intellectually, the more I understand why people say that like especially minorities in particular say that they don't want white people or they don't want men or they don't want, you know, these more like privileged oppressive groups speaking on their topics. The more in this space I am, the more I understand that. And it's actually starting to get a little bit fucking crazy. Because I watched someone's video lately. I don't know if you guys have seen it. He followed me. You guys know Peyton? You know that guy on TikTok where he does that skit where he's like, "We are live with Google is free." Have you guys ever seen those videos? Has anyone ever seen those videos? I've seen them. But he followed me. Yeah, so we're mutuals now, and he made a video that really made me feel like, all right, this guy's with the shits, right? I feel really comfortable around this person. Because he made a video addressing his audience and the fact that his audience literally will not leave him alone about what he thinks about the voices of black women when it comes to like the Israel-Palestine conflict and how that relates back to like voting and the fact that like all of these other minority groups basically left black people in the fucking dust and left us to suffer. And how like a lot of black people and even myself have completely disconnected themselves from a lot of these movements, especially from the Israel-Palestine movement, when these people are willing to sacrifice our rights, as throwing a tantrum, right? And so he literally goes on his live and he says in this video, and I think everyone should watch it. Like, I'm not going to disagree with a black person in this election. I'm not going to disagree with a black person ever. Right. Like any of their feelings are valid here. Like these are like, I don't understand. Like these people, like, and I really love that he calls out his audience, explicitly. It was like, you need to think about why when you hear minorities say things, you need to like hear from a white man what you should think. I think that's a really powerful thing that he fucking said, and I'm very happy that he said that because that's exactly how it is. These people genuinely don't know how to think for themselves. And again, I think again we have to realize that like we as adults on this app, we are low key, we are very high key a minority, and that most of our audience are like children. But like, but like a lot of time people are going to be gravitating towards these white voices, and he acknowledged that, and that's fucking problematic as shit. He acknowledged how that's problematic as shit, and I really appreciate him doing that. I love that, like, because that shows off such a great level of maturity. It shows such a great level of maturity, as well as like him being able to hold himself accountable. Because literally, what he could do, he could literally just say "fuck it." Like he could literally just say "fuck it" and just like and just do all the work for his audience and you know, do whatever he wants, right? And then make that money, and then that'll be it. That's what a lot of these other like cishet white boys on this app are doing, right? They just do it because they want the attention, they want the clout, and he could get extra clout if he just you know did all that intellectual work for his audience, right? But he didn't do that.
Look, everything that we say and everything we do has got to be with one of two intents: either one, to educate, or two, it needs to be about uplifting somebody else. Because a lot of folks don't feel comfortable stepping up to speak up on a subject. So again, there are subjects I won't touch. Like, for example, if I'm going to be talking about reproductive rights, I'm going to be talking about defending the rights of women. I'm not going to break down at what stage should it be permitted and etc. Nope. Period. Woman's right to choose. End of discussion. Like, this isn't debatable.
Yeah.
And I think, in part, same thing with like Social Security. I've been talking a lot about Social Security lately because looking over the House Republican budget, I mean, they're really trying to screw over older Americans, folks who have fought for decades, to funnel dollars into their own Social Security. They're losing out under this administration, and people are treating them like jack shit, and it's just insane. I mean, and I don't know, maybe this is just me, because like,
thank you so much for the shiny air balloons. Thank you so much.
Everything I was taught about campaigning, about activism, about organizing came from two groups of people. One, they were all women, and two, they were all baby boomers. So it's like, so I don't know. This whole election has been hitting me tough because it's women and baby boomers who are getting slapped down with these policies right off the bat that Donald Trump is putting out through the House. And it's like, so I'm really trying hard to talk a lot about those subjects.
I don't know. Like, I feel like it's really fucking weird because every time I feel kind of discouraged a lot of the time to speak about these topics because people on this app, and again, because most of them are children, people on this app are so fucking unserious, and it's crazy. Because I go on and I critique these people and I talk about the fact that like a lot of this app is extremely racist. A lot of this app is extremely fucking biased. And then they boil my shit down to TikTok beef. Right? Like, I think
TikTok beef?
That shit pisses me off. Or just like beef that I have with these other creators. And they boil it down to that. And it completely misses the point of everything that I say. Right? Like, again, and that pisses me the fuck off, right? I have fucking like white tea people thinking that we're on the same side.
To cut you off. What does beef mean? Do you mean like
controversy?
Oh,
whatever.
okay,
Yeah, whatever.
okay, gotcha.
Right, like,
sorry.
Yeah, like people think that like we're on the same side, and also people don't like the thing that I hate about this app, right? And I think it's so crazy that like me and other large creators still have to like remind people of is that we don't have to agree on everything, and I also don't have to agree with the people that you like. And people genuinely don't understand that concept, Johnny. Like they don't understand that like when on this platform that I am separate from other people, and they think that like because these people advocate in heavy fucking quotation marks, that because people advocate for these things that like we're on the same side and that we're fighting for the same things. And no, we're not. I think a lot of the time, a lot of these, that's why I don't typically trust a lot of these like male creators, even male presenting creators, because they'll never understand these things, and it's really that simple. And also they typically build up this like coalition of like white tea people, like other white tea people, and that's why I'm very skeptical of them all the time, because whenever we talk about racism, whenever I talk about racism, or whenever another black person talks about racism, their audience somehow has no idea what the fuck we're talking about. So the question is always going to be, what the fuck have you learned from these people exactly?
Well, look, we got to recognize a couple things here. First and foremost, there are a lot of different creators on this app and whatnot. I only really talk to a few, and I kind of like everybody, unless you're a bully. I don't like bullies. That being said, I think first and foremost, we got to recognize that like the next 4 years are going to be really tough. So folks will have their disagreements and whatnot, but like, we all got to keep our eyes on what the mission is, and it's on the folks who are about to be deeply hurt under the Trump administration. That being, as you had mentioned, like black women, right? Well, black Americans in its entirety. You look at elderly Americans who are watching their Social Security possibly diminish. You look at veterans, and like we gotta, folks will have their disagreements, but we all gotta get past those disagreements and get right back to work. There's a lot of work to do.
It's really interesting because it's like, because when people hear me speak, they kind of, like when I say that I am not on the same side as white tea women, people clutch their fucking pearls. Like people genuinely clutch their pearls, and I'm not, because Exactly. Like at face value, that sounds crazy. At face value, that sounds very divisive. At face value, that might even sound racist if you believe that fucking like black women can be racist.
I heard
right?
what you said,
So,
and I know
like,
what you meant. I know what you meant.
Right. Like
you have
I
different
think,
experiences.
like you don't know why I fight. You don't understand where my anger comes from. You don't understand where my rage comes from. And if you do not understand these things, it is literally impossible for us to be on the same side.
Well, no, there will be items where you're on the same side, right? For example, look at abortion. That affects all women, right? And there are issues where if you take like a Jewish woman or a black woman,
but
or,
even still, I would actually disagree with that though, Johnny, because again, when we understand that, like a lot of times white women, when we factor in like when we factor in like the financial differences between white women and black women, it would still affect black women more.
Sure, but again,
like disproportionately.
Again, division aside on the subject, there could be a deeper conversation about that under President Kamala Harris. We don't have that now. So
I agree.
Now it's a matter of
that's why I've just been meeting all this with rage.
Right, and I get that.
Like I know there's no longer a conversation.
Yeah, and that's fine. Listen, for the next few weeks, or few months, honestly, up until Inauguration Day, everybody has the right to rage and say and do and get out of your system. Once Inauguration Day hits everybody, we're back into gear, because the day after that inauguration, you better bet he's signing his first executive order. We have no idea what that's going to be, but we know for a fact remember the last one? It was his god-awful Muslim American ban. That was his first. The first he pulled transgender Americans out of the military. That was the first. So we know that, the day one of this administration, we're going to have to snap back into it. So folks will, express their anger and rage and whatnot over these coming weeks, and everybody has that right to do so. But
I just think people should just know their fucking place when it comes to black women. I just don't get it. I just think people should know their place. And I don't think people know their place in this movement. And that the movement that black women are leading is not the same movement that white T women are leading. It never has been the same movement. Historically, it has always been the case that when they are seeking something out from society, as soon as they get it, they leave black women in the dust. And that is what we saw today in this election. And that is it.
Karen said, I'm sorry. Karen said, can we flood our congressman with our anger? Yes. Yes, you can. That's a brilliant idea.
You should definitely do that. Actually.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of Matt Gaetz.
But yeah, like it's absolutely like, but like, that's like, I've said a lot of violent ass shit recently. Simply because like, I kind of was just like done. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think, and again, like people critique me all the time. I haven't heard like a single black person that I actually give a shit about that is actually like smart and can be able to like engage in a conversation with me ever critique me for what the fuck I said, right? Like
are you?
They never did.
Are you like? How are you? Again, that election hit a lot of folks.
Am I okay?
Well, that election was the first time I think in years that I actually cried.
I actually didn't cry.
No?
I cried when Trump was elected the first time. I was a freshman in high school.
It wasn't even so much about Trump. I think it was about Kamala losing, because Kamala is such a
it was indicative of a lot of things for me. But like, to be honest, like I genuinely, that's why like when you called me, I was just fucking laughing, because I was just like,
I remember calling because I was so like shocked.
I couldn't believe that shit. Like, it was insane. It was insane. Like it was so crazy for me to see. Because like a part of me knew that was going to happen. Like, a part of me genuinely knew that what happened was going to happen. And when I saw her outcome, because I at the very least did not think that she would underperform Hillary Clinton. And then she did.
Part of what got me so angry was you and I that night, we were doing our analysis on where the results were coming in. And I am a numbers guy, right? Like, this is what I do. Going through the analysis of the southeast of Pennsylvania, looking at the suburbs, understanding that she was reaching exactly as she needed to, and the northwest. And then I was heartbroken when I recognized that where the state flipped red, Pennsylvania precisely, was in the Northeast, where both the congressional districts of Matt Cartwright and Susan Wild also flipped red because of the Hispanic American vote. And the fact that as I was doing the analysis, I ignored that district completely broke my heart, because then it was like, oh, we ignored this district campaigning, clearly. It went red. And then even in my analysis, I ignored that district. I didn't notice it going red as it was flipping the state. That's why I'm like, that one really stuck with me, because it was like, you ignored this. Like, Johnny, you ignored that district campaigning. You can't even say like, oh, well, I paid attention. Nope. Even in your analysis, Johnny, you ignored the fact it was going red as everything else was going blue. And that's what flipped the state red. It's like, lesson learned, Johnny. I learned a lesson.
It's really like when I saw everything happening, I was just kind of like, damn, you know, like it was like I kind of just checked out, because I was just like, okay, a lot of like, here's how my mind was when I woke up, because what happened was I went to sleep during that live. I went to sleep, and my mom wakes me up out of my sleep, and she goes, "He won. It's over." Like she just goes, "He won. America has spoken." That's what she said, like verbatim. And I remember looking at my screen, because I still had the map up, and I remember seeing how high it was. And I remember looking like, damn. And I just went back to sleep, because at that point, I knew what I had to do. Like, at that point, I genuinely, because I had this in my head. I had this in my head that if Kamala Harris does not win, if she loses these swing states, that is going to be indicative of something so violent in this country. That is going to be indicative of something so terrible in this country. And if it becomes true, I am going to crash the fuck out. And I did. And I did, in a very subtle way. I meant crash out, not as if I'm going to be like out of control, but in a way of like, I am going to be very face off with my rage. I'm going to tell people I'm going to get nasty as fuck, because clearly me being kind, or me even trying to be kind, wasn't right for these people. It wasn't enough for these people. And then I said to myself, I've been saying this the entire time. There has not been a single fucking time in this country where anything has ever been solved with kindness. What are we, fucking 12? Nothing has ever been solved with kindness. And the issue, please don't, chat, let me tell you something, chat. Let me tell you something. I see some people in the chat saying that it's rigged. Chat.
Oh, no.
No. Chat, let me tell y'all something, okay? No, it's not. Chat, no, it's not. Second of all, y'all sound like QAnon people. Stop it. Hey, hey guys, I know I was saying it at first that it doesn't feel right. The evidence doesn't point to anything. Like, we don't need it's giving blue anon. Blue anon is crazy.
So there is one race where you could actually claim rigged. So presidential election free and fair, elections across the country free and fair. Pennsylvania is going off into a recount because of the Senate race. Both sides can actually claim this is rigged right now, and in part, here's why. So for those of you who don't know, just a couple hours ago, they decided to do a recount on the Pennsylvania election for Bob Casey's Senate race. He's the incumbent Democrat. Dave McCormick, Dave McCormick beat Senator Casey. It was called by AP, but the state didn't call the race because there were thousands of provisional ballots from left-leaning areas. Dave McCormick is in court right now trying to prevent the state from counting those ballots because he knows if they count those ballots, he'll probably lose. And so this is where Democrats are saying
they were very
rigged.
close, like less than a point close. It was very fucking close.
0.5%. Out of over 1 million votes on each end, it is within.
And if those votes get counted, he's not winning.
Right, and so like that's where it's like Democrats, you actually could probably say that's rigged on this side, because if he walks away as senator elect, like if he walks away as the next senator, Dave McCormick here, that was nope. That was because then he went to he's in court right now, stopping them from counting these ballots.
Yeah, but they're gonna get counted anyway. That's why I wasn't really worried about Bob Casey. But here's the thing, chat. I want to let you guys understand something. She did not win that shit. I'm gonna tell you exactly, and I know it hurts. I know that shit hurts to hear. She super didn't win that shit, chat. And let me tell you guys something. There is a very, very, very easy reason why. It's because the Democratic Party, right, are a bunch of cowards.
No, we're not. I am not a coward.
I've been saying this shit.
I am not a coward.
Chat,
I am a very
chat,
courageous young man.
Chat, string me up like I said, Dean, if I didn't
Like
say
what?
this shit. Oh, nothing. If I didn't say this shit, okay? If I didn't say, I did say this shit, that the Democratic Party are full of fucking cowards. You have the Democratic Party not leaning into the fact that she was a black woman, not leaning into the fact that her election would be historical, not leaning into the into the high performance of the Biden administration. I think
we need to separate. To be clear,
we should have separated her from Biden. That was the issue.
Hold on, I'm getting there. You got to separate Democrats on this level now, because Democrats, it's a two-party system, and yet Democrats are made up of numerous facets, right? Kamala Harris is not a Biden Democrat. So, like, Kamala's a Democrat, Joe Biden's a Democrat.
That's why but Johnny, don't you think that's literally why she lost? Because she posed herself as a Biden Democrat. Quite literally on national TV, she says that she can't think of a way in which she would do anything different from him. How is that not posing herself very similar to him?
Kamala Harris was overly qualified for that role. She would have won.
I agree.
There are a few issues here. One being she had 100 days to campaign. That's not fair. That's not her. That's President Biden.
They didn't have an open primary.
Right. Well, President Biden, right, she still would have won, right? Like, we know that. But President Biden was never meant to be a two-term president. He decided to run for a second term. That was not fair to her. If she had an entire campaign season to cycle this election, she totally could have won. Or it would have at least been closer. 100 days isn't fair.
But you can see that, like, literally they're saying that, like, Biden did, like, a whole, like, fuck you to the Democratic Party by doing things the way that he did. Because they were planning on having an open primary, and then he said, fuck it, and then said, I endorse Kamala Harris.
The endorsement thing, too, that was, like...
Like, what?
At least if there was an open primary, she still would have won, but at least then she could have made the case, and then people could have had more of a decision.
She went through the correct avenues.
Right.
Because that was one of the main things that people were... It still was the correct avenue.
Right.
Yes,
you had the delegates.
We have to factor in the fact that, like, most of the people on this planet are fucking stupid as shit.
Competition, I think, would have been a good thing. Also for fundraising, it would have been a good thing.
Right. Competition as well. Competition and her still winning, even if it was like predetermined beforehand and no one even fucking knew that shit, I still think it would have been enough. I think the fact that, like, he did not he was not listening to his office of people who were, like, he was supposed to be fucking listening to is one of the biggest reasons why she lost. Well, I also think one of the biggest reasons she lost is because she did not separate herself from him enough, because people did not vote for Joe Biden because they liked him. They hated that nigga, bro.
Well, we also got to take a look at the vice presidential candidate, right? Love Tim Walz. Okay, Tim Walz is Tim Kaine, though. I really think that having Josh Shapiro step into that role at least would have given you Pennsylvania. I mean, the whole reason she picked Tim Walz was to get Wisconsin, was not even close.
No, I think the reason she picked Tim Walz was because he was a generic Democrat again. They wanted two generic Democrats.
It's like,
I don't think so. I think that he has entirely too much baggage. He's not a generic Democrat.
I'm curious though if that would have helped, because part of this was a matter of getting media, and if he was going to get media, even if it wasn't great media,
no, I think he's cool. I think he has the sauce. I think, like, I wanted Josh Shapiro regardless, right? I think Tim Walz was a good pick, but when it comes to, like, diplomacy, I don't think he's gonna be good.
Josh, or Tim?
Tim.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't think that people, like, when it comes to, like, the very, 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 like, scary diplomatic times in which we're living in, I think people saw Tim Walz, even though he was, like, a very sweet person, I don't think they saw him as someone who was able to, like, perform diplomacy, because he was very much like a homie guy.
Well, I mean,
but I think Josh Shapiro would be able to do that better. Obviously, yeah, because he's my fucking governor.
Yeah,
but, like, still.
He's a great guy. he's also horrifying. Like that guy's like
exactly right.
Scary.
I think he has the sauce to be able to to do these things and to also have the trust of the American people. I think Tim Walz has the trust of the American people in the way that they find him to be like a safe person. But when it comes to diplomacy, I don't think people were looking at it.
C-Mac said it right. C-Mac said
he looks like a
more
white
of
Obama.
Fighter. Oh, he talks like Obama. Have you like this?
That's what I'm saying. That's why he has that trustworthiness. He has that like strength about him that I think like again, I think what happened with Democrats is that they were entirely too fucking confident in themselves and they were too fucking uppity. Like again, like not only were they too uppity, they did not trust. Democrats have no confidence in the votes of other Democrats. Like, that is why in every goddamn election, they never appeal to Democrats. Because they think we're finicky, and most of the time, Democrats are, like, younger. And I think that's always going to be a problem for them. Because, again, one of the main reasons, I'm going to keep saying this, one of the main reasons that Kamala Harris lost was because you kept showing yourself off as, like, this right-leaning fucking, these right-leaning politicians, and people were like, yo, if you're just going to be fucking Republicans, like, bizarro Republicans, I'm just going to vote for the fucking Republicans.
It's tough though, because for example in Pennsylvania, right, Governor Josh Shapiro, he is very moderate to the point where you might even call him like conservative, okay, and he won that state by like 15 points.
But that's the point though, because Democrats still like Josh Shapiro,
right? But here's the thing again, right? So John Fetterman's now running on a moderate platform because he recognizes if he wants to win re-election in a few years, he has to do that in Pennsylvania.
I don't think he has to do that. I don't. Them thinking they have to do that is why they keep losing.
But 2 years ago, John Fetterman and Josh Shapiro both ran on statewide candidacies. Josh won by 15 points. John ran by 5. John ran on a progressive platform. Josh ran on a conservative-leaning platform. Both won, but then it was a question of, okay, if progressive won by 5 in this state and 15 was towards the conservative-leaning platform. So I think that's what Fetterman's debating now, because clearly everybody has seen it. He's gotten far more moderate than he used to be, like 2 years ago. I think all in all, what's going to end up having to happen here is, like, we know that Bernie Sanders was very popular among conservatives.
That's always going to be my example,
right? And so it's a matter of like in 4 years, it honestly might just be time to get over that. Okay, like you got to go moderate to win these states. Maybe you really should just go progressive. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But like at least learn, like try.
Like Bernie has been like one of America's most popular politicians for fucking how long now? Like yeah. I think it really goes without saying that they have no issue. Like they should genuinely have no issue with going progressive. Because if you look at like literally the thing with Kamala Harris, I genuinely like for example like Trump supporters keep coming up on my lives and expecting for me to be like fucking mad and shaving my head and shit. No, when she lost, I was like, yeah, pretty much. Like, because again, again, I think that they are so cowardly in their campaigning. I think they didn't lean into a lot of the successes of the Biden-Harris administration. I think she didn't separate herself from Biden enough. If the reason you are even in this fucking race to begin with is because people don't like Biden, why the fuck are you saying that you're gonna be like Biden, or you can't think of a way that you're gonna be different from him? I think that's asinine.
Well, respectfully, I think she should have thrown him under the bus.
That's what I think. I think she should have been like, that nigga trash. I think she should have said that.
I think, again, like, I'm very moderate. Like, I am as moderate as it gets.
The American people.
I am like as moderate as it gets with policy. I still think, again, moderate saying this, in 4 years, Dems really ought to just turn around, try it once, go full progressive.
In 4 years,
if it works, it works.
Nah, in 4 years, Democrats are going to go straight up conservative. Easy. We're cooked. We're cooked, brother. Because they do this every fucking year. Like, I think Democrats really misread why Biden won that election. They don't really, and I kept saying this, Biden winning that election was a strategic move by the American people. No one likes Biden.
Well, I was going to say, Biden was a transition. Again, he was never meant to be a two-term president. That wasn't why anybody voted for him.
Not.
Nobody voted for Biden because they were excited to vote for Biden. Biden ran for president 3 times.
Like, who am I, fucking Harry Sisson? No! No.
What are you saying?
What do you mean? What am I saying?
Biden ran 3 times.
Fanboy. I'm not a fangirl for fucking Biden. I think people think that's what was happening, and it super wasn't.
But Biden ran 3 times, right? He didn't win until he ran against Trump, and that was for a reason. Biden was not Obama, right? Like Obama, you were voting for Obama. When you were voting for Biden in 2020, you were voting
not
against
voting for
Donald
Biden.
Trump.
Exactly.
Right? It was a vote to get back to normalcy. He was always meant to be a one-term transition president. And he's done amazing work. That being said, he was just he was the bridge to normalcy.
And when I would say that, when I said that, people looked at me like I was fucking crazy when I said that that Biden winning the election was a strategic move by the American people, and people looked at me like I was fucking insane. I was like what? Like I could not believe that people were out here genuinely saying that they liked Biden.
Again, what? I liked Biden. I think again though he was just meant to be the one-term bridge back to normalcy. I was deeply upset when he announced he was running for a second term because I, from the get-go of him taking his oath of office, thought it was Kamala who was going to take over after his 4 years. And then he was like, I'm running again. It's like, sir, that was not the deal. That is not what we all agreed on.
Yeah. Again, that's what I mean. Like that's what I keep saying again. Democrats are some of the worst motherfuckers. I think they keep touting themselves as like morally superior to Republicans because they're not as willing to fight dirty. But no, they're not. They just make themselves get walked.
Yeah, well, to be clear, we got to not do the Michelle Obama when they go low, we go high thing, right?
Like,
that's
what?
over.
No.
However, even she recognizes and has changed that. That just doesn't work.
Well, she said that under different circumstances. She said that when it was fucking Mitt Romney. What threat to democracy did Mitt Romney pose?
Wait, was that under Mitt Romney? Was it that long ago?
It was a long time. I don't know if it was Mitt Romney specifically, but it was around that time.
Was it? Oh gosh, that's a long time ago.
Long ass time ago.
Chat, did you guys know we met Michelle? That was Michelle. Wow, I just called her. That was deeply disrespectful. We met the first lady.
Yeah, I was like, yelling a first.
I'm like, Michelle, no. I said that, and I was like, that was disrespectful.
Queen
my mom would have just slapped me over the back of the head if she heard me do that.
Jesus.
Because we met the former first lady, which was really cool.
It was like watching a queen speak. It was crazy, like the way
she was stunning.
I shed a tear. I'm not gonna lie. I shed a tear. When she was speaking, she genuinely gave me a lot of hope. She's really good at giving people hope when she speaks. It feels like I'm speaking to like a queen, or like listening to a queen speak, and I fuck with that so heavy. I like her. She has insane aura. But yeah, like I'm very like. Least to say, I am just very angry. Not even at Republicans. I'm not gonna lie. They ate the house down boots. They got out in them ballots and voted the fuck down. I can't be mad at them. I really can't, because they did what we were supposed to do. What am I supposed to say? I think they're terrible people. I think if you voted for that man, you're objectively like not intelligent. But like I think you're objectively not intelligent, but when it comes to like whether or not the Republican Party is confident in their voters, they ate. They ate the fuck down. And that's why they keep winning fucking elections, is because they don't question their goddamn voters.
We're gonna have to go on a different voting block though, right? 'Cause we're gonna have to listen, I understand strategy. I don't understand the next step on this one, so this is for somebody else to figure out. I'm sure you agree on this. I know that you understand the strategy as well. The whole Trumpers having the key voting block of uneducated white men, we're not gonna
that's why they're so confident though.
Right, like we're not gonna get that voting block though, so we need to figure out something else, because that ain't gonna, like, that's a lot of people.
Even figure out something else. We have the solution. It's just like I've been saying again, Democrats are cowards. The cowardness, it comes from the fact that they don't keep leaning liberal, because that's what I was about to say, is the fact that like when Kamala Harris first hit the fucking pavement, she had the most momentum. People were busing fat peanuts at her fucking rallies because they fucked with her so heavy. People were busting nuts at her fucking rallies, bro. People were busting for fucking Tim Walz because they started off as like this like super leftist team, right? And people had trust in them. Not a single time, right? Not a single time in a fucking American history has a presidential candidate lost momentum the more people saw them. And the reason she kept losing momentum and her polls kept getting lower and fucking lower is because she kept pushing more and more right. And so people were like, yo, where the fuck is this coming from? I definitely said at some point, where the fuck is this coming from? Her speech at the DNC started off so great. She could have regained her momentum, but then she had to say some fuckery, like saying that we're going to have the most lethal fighting force. What the fuck are you talking about, mother?
Well,
what are you saying?
Part of me wants to be like, no, but we lost. So it's like, I can't be like.
Saying, sis?
I think
saying,
in
Kamala?
part, what I look forward to is knowing that statistically she's going to be back in 4 years. Like
nah. She's gonna. I think,
here's my genuine
personally,
belief on this.
Here's what's gonna happen. Hold on. Here's what I think is gonna happen. I think in order for her to be able to get back into the presidential scene, and I've been saying this, she's going to need to cut the shit.
Well, no, I agree. I think that she will come back and be as she was as a California senator, for example.
Yeah, I want that California senator.
Tone,
I want the fucking
that's
cackle.
What she will.
I want the cackle. I want her to be like slightly unserious but scary as fuck, the way that she was being represented as before. I want her to not bow down to the fuckery of the right-wing party. I want for Democrats to not bow down to the fucking misinformation. I want for them to treat these people how they ought to be treated, being like as not taking them seriously at fucking all, and acknowledging that they are like assholes.
First and foremost, we got to recognize that Kamala Harris, right, was being chained by one administration.
I agree.
Like, so she doesn't have a choice.
There's not a single thing that came out of her mouth was her own
presidential campaign, for example, that will be her campaign. She will pay the people to fight for her, and thus she gets to choose the messaging. So, she stepped into this adopting Joe Biden's campaign team, which he picked those people, and they were equipped to run the campaign of a white man, right, of an elderly white man, not of a young black woman. So I think that in part she'll have a far stronger campaign. I'm certain we're going to see her back, right?
If that is the case, then I want to see her back, as long as she has more control over what she's saying, because it was so abundantly obvious that she had no control over what was coming out of her mouth. She had none. Like, I don't the shit that she would say made no sense, knowing her fucking history. That shit ain't make no fucking sense. Like, girl, what the fuck is you talking about? Girl, what the fuck is you talking about? Girl, what the fuck is you talking about? To be clear, and again, like, Biden's her boss. I get that there were certain things she can't do. Totally get that. So I don't blame her for any of that. I'm sure that she would have liked to go about this differently. Do you think she would win primary? I think she would. At this time, at this point right now, she definitely would. I don't. That's not the issue here.
Listen, again, in 4 years, she's going to be just as popular. I mean, the same way if Hillary Clinton, if Hillary Clinton ran in 2020, she would have beat Joe Biden. Period. She probably wouldn't have won the presidency still. However, she would have beat Joe Biden in the primary. 4 years from now, Kamala's absolutely going to run again. She'll have more control over her campaign, and I look forward to seeing that. There will be an open primary, and you're going to see other people primary her. You're going to probably see Josh Shapiro get in there, right? You're going to more than likely see Gretchen Whitmer get in there. And like, it'll be very competitive, but I think that that's a good thing. I think that helps
I think
Kamala.
That's a good thing. Yeah.
And then as far as Joe Biden here again, like a lot of what Joe Biden's been doing recently, I got an issue with. I mean, even him sitting down and shaking. What the fuck is you doing,
kikiing with? Are we in?
Thank you. You've been sitting down with Donald Trump. I wasn't okay with that.
You've been spending this entire fucking campaign posing Donald Trump as a fucking threat to democracy, and you're sitting down keying with the guy. All of a sudden, you're talking like in your fucking 20s again. What the fuck is going on?
The shaking hands, sitting down.
Hello?
Well, because you just ran for a year telling folks that this man's a threat to democracy and he's going to destroy the country.
Same thing with Kamala. Girl, what is you smiling for? You lost to a fascist.
Wait, what?
I don't like her concession speech. I think her concession speech was some of the most tone-deaf fuckery I've ever seen in my life.
No, she didn't have a choice but to go for that.
I understand. But just like Joe Biden, girl, you've been toting him as a threat to democracy. Why the fuck are you
here's the issue. Right, so two separate situations. One, for her, for example, when she steps into that and she had said, I hope that it's not going to be as dark as we seem it may be, but if it is, let us fill the night sky with 1,000 stars. I understand that vibe, because we really do not have that firewall to defend ourselves from Donald Trump's far right extremist agenda for at least 2 years, except in the courts. And even if it hits the Supreme Court, then we lose that firewall once more. She had one tone that she was able to go for, and that was we must unite and fight forward as people, we the people. So I loved her concession speech. As far as, I wish it was a victory speech, but I did like the concession speech. As far as Biden, my issue with what he did is, he sat down with Donald Trump and shook his hand.
Yeah.
That, listen, you inviting him to the White House was an issue.
Yeah.
I had an issue with that. You shaking his hand, I had a massive issue with that.
I was like, when I saw that, I was like, there's no fucking way. Like, you take me as a fool. Clearly, Biden was not on the same page as anyone else. Like, I don't know, is he doing this to try to trick him? Like, I'm trying to be delusional right now, because what are you doing? Like, what are we doing for real? Like, on a real note, like, what the fuck is we doing for real? Like, what are we doing?
I think, I pray, I really do, that we get to see Kamala come back, because this, honestly, again, it was 100 days. If and when she does come back, she can easily make the case. I had 100 days. That wasn't enough. Give me a full campaign and I'll win this. And I think she would. So I do hope in 4 years we do see her again. As far as President Biden, I have my grievances. And that is...
I don't know. I think she... Let me tell you something. It's going to take a lot of time. That's what I'm going to say. It's going to take a lot of time for her to regain the trust of the American people, to regain the trust of actual fucking liberal Democrats in this country, because she fucked us over. And again, I don't fully blame Kamala Harris for what happened. I don't think she had full control over her own campaign. But she's going to have to do a lot of work to regain. The only way she's going to be able to run again and win is if she runs again and says, fuck Joe Biden, unironically.
You're going to know this better than most people, including me, but I do recognize this. Kamala Harris stepping into this campaign, right? She had so many restraints as to what she could and couldn't do, in part because she is a black woman. She breathes and she gets criticizes.
She can't
Donald
be as
Trump,
aggressive as she wants
right?
to.
Donald Trump said and did the most god awful nonsense, and yet nobody bats an eyelash. I mean, look at 2016, and I've read Hillary Clinton's books, and I understand that even on the debate stage, right, where Donald Trump was hawking over her, standing over her, and she was like, "Well, I wanted to turn around and spit in his face and say something, but if I did that as a woman, then America could have looked at me and said, oh, she's aggressive. While if Donald Trump does that and did do that, they said he's fierce." And it's like there were different restraints, so she had to meet different levels of what she can and couldn't do. Trump was allowed to do whatever he wanted, did not matter.
But I think that's also a problem for the Democratic Party as well, because they keep walking around with this concept where they cannot fight dirty, and they can and I think that's a problem.
It's everybody. I think everybody. Listen, if you are a woman, you're getting criticized far more than that of a man.
But exactly. Period. But I feel like, why can't we just be fucking face off? Why can't we?
It's something we're not gonna have to work on, right?
But that's what I'm saying. But how are we going to work on it when no one even wants to take that first step?
Well, I think that Kamala running was the first step. Well, I think actually Hillary running was the first step, because Hillary had even more restraints than that of Kamala. This is a learning opportunity.
Maybe I'll think of it like this. I'll think of it like, maybe Kamala being the first to be face off with her rage is not the best idea, because she is a black woman. I do have to remember that. Her doing it first may not be the best. May not be the best idea. You know who I want right now? Pete Buttigieg. His fine ass.
I wasn't gonna say it. I think, he's gonna end up running for governor of Michigan.
I need him.
I could be wrong here. Chat, am I wrong? Did he not just buy a residence in Michigan to replace Governor Whitmer? I think he bought a residence in Michigan. I'm pretty sure he's gonna run there.
I need Big Petey to lock in.
What was it? Oh, I do hope that Pete. If we learn anything here, I hope that the lesson we take from this isn't a woman can't win. It's that we need more women to run as the nominees so that we can get this right. Because we can't just try something and then go back to we need more white men. You know what? Let's go back to the safe.
Hillary, where?
No, okay. Never said that. Never said that. No, Hillary said, "I'm coming."
And you know she gonna jump at it too. Like it's she don't know what's good for her.
Oh, she knows.
No, look, I think. Look, I don't know.
Yeah, Pete did get a residence in Michigan. Yeah, he's gonna end up running for governor there.
Big Pete. I don't care what anyone says. I think the main reason that she didn't pick Pete was because he wasn't straight.
Oh yeah,
and that he had a husband and children. Like and I think that's fucked up.
Listen, I am. Listen, I'm LGBTQ plus. I get it. It is.
No, I get why they did it.
There was no. If she,
I get why
that ticket would have never.
Understand. I fully understand why they did it. I think it's just so fucked up that is genuinely like a point.
Yeah. No.
That they had to think of.
I agree.
Because that man, Pete Buttigieg is a force to be fucking reckoned. You never, let me tell you something. Yeah. A Fox News host hates to see that man coming. Let me tell you something right now. Okay, they keep inviting him onto their fucking platform just to get fucking cooked and cooked again.
And it's phenomenal.
It's crazy.
I will say, listen again. He can run for president. She can run for president.
I think Pete should run.
And I'm sure he will.
Pete.
Listen, he's going.
Pete.
He will at some point. He can run for president. She can run for president. As of 2024, there was no way that ticket was going to. I mean, I'm just thinking back to the Iowa caucus.
A woman and a GAY man?
Right. I'm just thinking back to the Iowa caucus.
That would be such a gag.
Pete Buttigieg was very popular in the Iowa caucus, but as Iowa voters were finding out in that moment that he was a member of the LGBTQ plus community, they were turning against him. So it's a matter of, you got to have
they couldn't take that chance to lose the election, but then they lost that shit anyway because they kept leaning right. So either way, they did everything wrong.
No, this was 2020. This was 2020.
Oh shit! Yeah. Sorry.
Yep.
No. That's what I'm saying.
We went with good old mayonnaise.
I'm factoring that in. Like anyway, like even with knowing this information, I think that like if they would have ran with him, it would have been the same shit all over again.
I really do. I pray that we get Kamala back in 4 years. I really do.
No, we're cooked. We're cooked.
Wait, what am I talking about? There's not going to be another election, silly Johnny.
I don't know why are we talking about elections?
Silly Johnny.
That's what free countries do.
Anyway, so I have my photo of Donald Trump. It's on my wall next to my photo of JD Vance.
Yeah, Your Honor, Donald Trump.
Right.
I'm
Don't forget, guys.
For all of the things,
photos.
All of the things that I've said about you, it was all just a prank.
Yes, I'm actually.
Little joke.
We are huge.
We're huge fans.
You know that 6% of black women that voted for Trump?
Guilty as charged.
That was Tashika.
It was actually all me, just for you, Daddy Trump.
6 times she voted for him 6 times.
Yeah. I made up that full 6%. That was all me, actually.
Yeah. I'm a log cabin Republican that's been here my whole life.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we should really normalize that, really. Because, I think, a lot of the time people don't want to hear us speak. And I think we should speak regardless.
Listen, we're actually really good friends with Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens. We just had dinner with them. We just saw them.
Did actually.
It was very
Candace,
nice.
She is.
We had Persian cat. Golden Retriever.
Candace is she definitely exists within this mortal plane. Mm-hmm. Same as Charlie Kirk. They both definitely they're here.
Gotta smile like Charlie. How does he do it?
Like it's they definitely are here. And as my black
Charlie Kirk and I, just 2 members of the LGBTQ plus community, were two log cabin Republicans for Donald Trump. Yeah,
my black sister.
I've been best friends with what's another one? Jake Paul. Tashika and I are both rooting for Jake Paul tonight.
We've really
very happy for him.
Honestly, yes, and I definitely hope that he doesn't get pummeled. by
Oh,
the
yes.
other guy, by the guy who can't read. And it's really, you know, no, don't even laugh.
Oh
I'm
my
being,
God.
I'm being genuine right now, right? Like I'm
Yeah,
being genuine.
right.
Like I really
Right.
hope that
I'm
like
sorry. I wasn't.
turns
To be
out
clear,
well
I
for
wasn't
him,
laughing
and
at
he-
that.
No,
I was laughing at the
I'm-
fact
no.
that us Republicans.
just-
I'm proud that we're Republicans.
Exactly,
I'm laughing at the. I'm just
exactly.
so happy. I'm giggling
Exactly.
with joy that we're Republicans.
No, you're absolutely correct, because like I think that it's really important for us as Americans to really just like hold each other accountable, and really hold these like these insane ultra liberal Democrats accountable. You know,
I agree.
I'm a proud conservative woman. I'm a proud conservative black woman. And, you know, if Kamala wasn't so, you know, flip-floppy and didn't help her husband cheat on his ex-wife, maybe she would have won the election.
Look, I'm going to be your average Republican.
Like, you know, obviously, like, I just, that's just what I believe, and that's just my opinion.
No, I totally agree. You know, I think again we gotta look at you know the facts on this, right? You look at the Republicans and our caucus. We stand on a lot of things.
Right. No, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely fucking correct.
We have so many policies.
No, we really do. We really, really do. And I think people really don't understand that, and I think that they really should.
Wait, where's the key for this? No, wait, never. Oh, my heart just started pumping. I forgot there's a clip. I put on the handcuffs and I forgot that I didn't have a key. I just lost my breath. That literally scared the crowd out of me. Oh my gosh. I really thought I just screwed myself over. That's funny. Okay.
But yeah, like personally, I think that Donald Trump is going to be like the best for our economy.
It's gonna be so good. I'm so excited. I'm really looking forward.
No, I genuinely think he's gonna be the best for our economy.
Oh, okay, Kim.
Right? I genuinely think that, like, when you really think about like
you're too
his
good at
overall
that.
policies, I think that he's gonna be really good for it. I think he's gonna be able to like bring all these jobs back to the United States and really boost our economy, and especially
Yeah.
with these tariffs.
And he's
I
gonna
think
be
it's
really good
good.
for corporations.
I think it's gonna be amazing.
Oh boy, like Disney Channel.
Like Peanut, I think he's
Oh boy.
Peter, I think that Donald Trump is going to be the best for this country.
Yeah, I'm fucking stupid.
Oh my god.
Boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh Pluto.
Oh bother.
Pluto, they sent you to Springfield. Can I do Minnie? If I could do
That's
Mickey. Hold on.
racist as fuck, Johnny.
Wait, what? How is that racist? It was Springfield, Ohio, because of the whole cats and dogs thing.
Jesus Christ. I was thinking about it. I was thinking, like, is that something that we should be making jokes about, given the fact that, like, people were, like, getting death threats?
I think if we don't joke about it, they're going to continue taking it seriously. So we got to make it into the joke it is.
Personally, though, I think that we should take it seriously, though. Like, I think, like, the normalization of these types of jokes, like, it doesn't actually make people see the absurdity in it. Like,
well, no, I get that. I think my issue is the people who are treating it as though it be fact. If we don't make them out to be the fools they are by laughing at them for thinking something so absurd, they're going to double down on it. And they're the ones who are spewing the violent rhetoric that is hurting those in Springfield. So it needs to be a matter of, oh no, we're going to laugh at you if this is how you're going to think.
I don't know if that ever works, though. Like, I was thinking about it the other day. Like, I don't know if that necessarily, like, I think it's important for us to call it out, but if we just make jokes about it and then don't call it out within the same breath, I think a lot of people are going to see it as like a go ahead to be able to continue with that type of rhetoric. Does that make sense?
I guess I disagree on it, but I think all in all, I'm also okay with laughing at Republicans in any breath I get. So it's kind of like,
but I don't. But that's the thing, though. Like to you, you might be laughing at them, but I don't. But it's going to be a matter if they understand that you're laughing at them.
No, they do. Happens all the time in my live streams, because they still mention this nonsense, even though this has been debunked by law enforcement, the mayor, the governor of the state. I think, like, perspective-wise on it, this is probably going to last a couple more weeks until they move on to the next conspiracy.
I'm just very protective of other Black people. I just think it's important that this type of rhetoric, because it did genuinely affect a lot of people, like in a very negative way. Like a lot of people are not the same after that type of shit, right? Like,
well, I mean, this is also, we're about to have 4 years of this, right?
I don't really know about like where the rhetoric is going to really go, and I think we should be like acutely aware of what these things actually mean and what it looks like, and what this type of rhetoric, and how this type of rhetoric can really fucking affect people.
Yeah, I think all in all, it's going to be. I think, again, for like anybody who's looking at that situation and they're like, oh, like, let's harp on this, or let's think about this, or let's depict this and tell this. I mean, guys, give it 2 weeks. Next conspiracy's brewing. Like,
yeah.
Just wait, everybody. Again, if you think that was like god awful, y'all just wait.
I think what we should be looking at right now, as a society, like as people who care about these things and care about, you know, your fellow American, is that we should be really looking into like how we can support each other and really start to normalize giving a shit about the people next to you, because that's I get the very strong feeling that is going to matter the most out of anything very quickly, very, very soon.
Well, that's what I said at the get-go of this live too, when you and I first started talking. You know, it's all about, like, we're all going to have disagreements and whatnot, whether as a foreign policy is a good example, right? But we're no longer in a campaign cycle. No matter what we disagree on, we no longer get to make a decision on anything. They will be deciding for us in every facet of the government. So now it's about uplifting one another, fighting for each other until at least 2 years from now. Once we take back the House or the Senate, until then, disagreements, you know, you'll have them, but at least we all got to focus first and foremost on the mission at hand. 2 years from now, once we take back the chamber, then we can get back to, fighting and do it, you know, but until then it's got to be.
Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I want to agree with that. Like, I really want that to be the case.
I hope it's the case.
But like, there's a part of me that also doesn't want that to be the case. Like, I want for us to still actively, I don't know if I would say like shit on each other completely, but I want for all of us to like actively hold each other accountable. I think a lot of people played a significant role in all this. I think a lot of people are advocating for the wrong things, and I think it's very important for us to call those people out and to I think shame is should be a huge thing these days.
Well, like, you gotta save a lot of that shame for the you know who. Like, I think,
yeah, but like I think this is all, like all of that kind of shit is very important to me. Like, I think that we should really be ready to like hold each other accountable, like fully hold each other accountable. But then also, while we're doing that, be acutely aware of who the fuck we are and who the fuck we're talking to. I think a lot of time people don't understand that like I think in this cycle that we're living in right now, people need to be acutely aware of what demographic that they're a part of. I think right now people are way too fucking comfortable, and they think that like everyone's on the same side, and we're not. Like, we're just genuinely not on the same fucking side.
Well, listen, I'll be candid about my concern right now. My concern and my focus, and for folks tuning into my concern, my focus, I'm putting everything aside, right? I had my grievances and my issues and my arguments when it came to where we were standing on policy, what we should have been believing in, what we should have been fighting for. My main focus right now is ensuring at least that in my community that older Americans who spend decades funneling funds into Social Security don't lose that lifeline. Because I just remember growing up and like volunteering at the food pantry. I don't want to see more families in there. And knowing that that's inevitably what like this House budget's going to lead to, I'm just trying to figure out a way to educate and fight back on this, whether it be through state policy or working with state legislatures to get something on the ground to at least help as many people as we can before the federal policy takes place. But that's where my focus is now. I'm kind of like...
Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot. It's genuinely like... This shit is some sick shit. This is some sick ass shit. I swear to God.
It really is sick. I mean, I've been, and they're. Listen, I'll tell you what. When I talk to some of these folks on live, right, and we're talking about the the budget, right, the budget they introduced in March, they reintroduced it this week. These people, right, these MAGA Republicans are saying to me like, "Oh, he's not going to cut Social Security. He's not going to cut." It's in the budget. It's not. But it's not debatable anymore.
They genuinely have. They genuinely like have no idea what's in store for them, and that's. I think that's the most terrifying thing because you can see that like these people genuinely had trust in their leaders.
To be clear, to folks in the chat, those of you all tuning in. Inevitably, this House Republican budget that is looking to cut Social Security, looking to cut disability benefits, for example, more than likely, they'll pass it, right, with very little changes.
Flying colors.
Democrats will be able to go through the courts and pretty much hold this. Like, this is why it's very important we win the midterms. We can hold this back for a couple years. We could tie it up with the courts so it doesn't get through. We can ensure that they don't strip away Social Security. We can't do that for 4 years, though. 2 years, yeah. Maybe 3. 4 years, no. So, like, we really are going to need to win those midterms when they come. Like, we're going to need to take back at least one of those 2 chambers. So if you're like, oh my God, I'm losing my Social Security, like, no. We will tie this up in the court. I can assure you, we will tie this up in the court. We can't do that for 4 years, though. So 2 years, okay. 3 years, maybe. 4, absolutely not. We need to win back a chamber. Okay? So.
Yeah. We're on some shit right now, chat. Like we are dealing with some shit.
Have you done something nice for yourself?
For myself?
Like, have you? Yeah. I mean, my mom always taught me you got to do something nice for yourself.
I didn't tell you. My godfather died today.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Everyone around me keep dying.
I'm so sorry.
Like,
may his
granted,
memory be a blessing. I'm so sorry.
It was. Granted, he was very old. Like, that man was like pushing 100 years old. Like, he was
oh my gosh. Oh, long life then. That's a beautiful life.
Yeah, I'm not like, I'm gonna miss him a lot. Cause we had the same birthday and we had this like we had this tradition where we would call each other on our birthday to just like check in and be like, what did you know, like just like, cause like every time it's his birthday, he always thought of me. And you know, like I always loved that like little tradition that we had every year. He's been doing it to me ever since I was a baby. And so
I could just imagine baby Tashika picking up the phone. Hello?
Yeah, you know? So I am, that's one of the main things that I'm really going to miss about him.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely going to miss him a lot.
He was around 100, you had said?
He was pushing 100, bro. Was in his like fucking 90s or something.
Wow.
It was crazy. And I genuinely am going to miss him a lot. Like, I'm not, like, this is what I was talking about in my life, and people were like confused when I said it. It's like, I don't, like, when it comes to death, like, I'm sad. Like, I'm very sad that he's not going to be here anymore. But like, I'm happy that he was here, and I'm happy that I got to experience like literally my entire life with him. So when it comes to like me being sad, like, I'm going to be sad for myself. But for him, I think he got to do what most of us want to do in our life.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, that's a beautiful life, right? I mean, he truly experienced every minute within his life, and I think that's something that we should all hope to have, you know?
Yeah, I do.
Except Donald Trump.
That's why. Yeah, fuck him. But yeah, like I'm very happy that I got to experience life with such a great person. I genuinely am gonna miss him a lot. Like, it takes a long time for these types of things to like really hit me. So it's probably gonna hit me like later tonight. But like,
and that's okay if it does, you know. Yeah,
like, but like, it just takes a little bit longer for me to get hit with just like the realization of like, oh my God, like I'm never gonna be able to be able to talk to this person again, you know.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, like I'm still trying to like, you know, wait and see how I feel But right now, I'm like, I'm trying to really combat the negative feelings with more positive and uplifting ones right now.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's all right. He will never have Trump in heaven. Look.
Not wrong. You're not wrong.
That's a you ate with that one. You ate with that. At least he escaped something. You know what? Dubs. I'm happy he's gone.
Well,
yeah.
Tashika, thank you, for taking the time to chat with me tonight. Oh, it's always a blessing getting to talk to you. So
No, it's so much fun.
it really is, though, and you know that I appreciate
the entire time I was
your
talking to you,
perspective.
I've just been sitting here fucking playing Woo's World. Do y'all play Woo? Do anybody in here play Woo's World?
What is that?
Do any of y'all know what that is? It's this like fucking. It's like this RPG game, like a browser RPG. I used to play it a lot when I was a kid. Like, I used to play it a shit ton when I was a kid. And then I just kind of stopped because I became an adult. And then I thought about it one day, and I was like, wait a minute. I'm an adult with adult money right now. Like, I'm about to go back. It's like a fucking kid's game. I was like, wait, I'm an adult with adult money right now. I'm about to go back and buy some in-game currency, fucking dress up my old character and shit. Like, it's like...
Can I tell you something I did?
What?
Okay, so this is gonna sound cheesy, but what you just said was also kind of cheesy, the adult money thing. So now, because like I never I ain't like grow up with a ton of money and stuff like that or anything like that. But like anything I've gotten from the live streaming has typically gone towards like traveling for campaigning and whatnot, like for Kamala. But like now, I'm like putting it towards college and whatnot. I got myself something, and it's so small, but it's just so exciting. I got a cup.
A cup?
A cup. Well, because they like mugs. Cup? Just water.
Oh my god, you need to go to Earthbound. Remember that picture I sent you?
That was a gorgeous cup. I love
need
cups.
to go to Earthbound. I feel like you would. I almost bought it for you, but then I was like, I'm probably not going to be able to see you for a long ass time anyway.
I hope that we could see each other. I'll come up to Philly.
Sure, we should. You should.
Look, it's a Wicked cup. See?
Oh, that's cute. No,
I've never seen Wicked, but it looks cute.
Me neither. Them Earthbound cups are so fucking con. I love them so much. I really should have.
That was a gorgeous cup. Where was that store again? Was that in Houston?
I was in Texas. Yeah, I was in Houston.
Gotcha.
But they have some in not North Philly, like northern Pennsylvania. Like, it's probably closer to you than it is to me.
We'll probably end up seeing each other around the holidays.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be. I'm sure that there'll be another get together in DC.
Is there going to be another event?
I would imagine that they're going to have an event like in DC or something. I would imagine.
It's going to be so fucking annoying. The next DNC is going to be so dead. The next DNC is going to be garbage. It's going to be so bad. I just know it. It's going to be so fucking bad.
I hope not. I hope it's great. This one, you didn't. Oh, I wish you had gone to this one. It was a really quick cutoff, though, for getting folks in and out. Like, it was I think they had like a 2-day period where they were like, apply if you want to come to the DNC. The next one, I would.
Did you go to DNC?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I ended up going.
Like, oh, Lord have mercy. I couldn't fucking, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I can't. I feel like it's gonna be so cringe because everyone had so much hope. Everyone had so much hope.
It was such a beautiful event, though. I'll tell you what.
No, it was so much fun. It looked like it was so much fucking fun.
Yeah. But you'll be at the next one. They're gonna.
I'm sure I will. I wasn't a part of the agency before then.
Oh no.
I don't think so.
It'll be fun. It'll be cool.
No, well, I'll definitely go to the next DNC, but like, fucking hell, dude. They're dude.
Yeah.
That shit was so garbage, bro. Oh, this campaign, Lord.
Only 4 years. Listen, these 4 years are gonna just.
They're gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt so much. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's gonna hurt. I'm gonna die.
They're gonna just fly by.
Are they really? I feel like these next 4 years are gonna be slow as a bit. Yeah, we're fucked. Oh God. On a real note, like a G note, like we're done, bro. We're cooked. We're cooked, brother. We're fucking cooked.
What was that?
We're fucking cooked.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you later.
See ya. I appreciate you.
Keep it real. Have a good night.
See ya.